When you were born, we held you. You didn't know it, but you took your name then, and emerged later after so many years. Sweet like okra or a comatose reverie, you found light in the gentle friction between sense and reality. Even as a child, your features had definition, one folded into the next, as though composed with intention. There are many flowers like you in bloom then. Now they toss atop bed springs just to keep from eddying under. Their hands grip each other's just to try to stay afloat, and amidst the struggle, pleasure darts between them. These words weren't meant for you, but one day they find you through another. And through you, one day they find another. And then one day, another. And one day, another.
What up? What's going on? How's everyone doing? Man, I had to explain it to my kids that America's becoming a fascist country. We weren't before, but now we are. Yeah, I forget all that shit Lib said in 2016, but I was trying to do one of those bits. Yeah, dude. I feel like the libs are demoralized. They're not revved up like they were before. They're gonna be out to brunch permanently, I think. But that's actually good news, because they fucking suck. We didn't need them before. We don't need them now. Actually, they got in the way. If you think about it. Um, so I think that look, the here, let's look at this. Let me look at something. Is on the road to being another China or Russia. What does that mean? I mean, I don't think so. I think those countries, look, we need to destroy, like, the people who run the country, who run the West, um, are deranged, you know? They are like, a strict ideological adherence to the fucking, the gospel of neoliberalism, or just liberalism in general. And, they can't stand, like, the market has to control everything. They can't allow for any kind of like government hand affecting you know, any transaction. It has to just be, oh, this guy and this guy, blah blah blah, right? Um, which makes a lot of sense. Um, Passive drinking mimosas, yeah. Um, Beacon of hope, yeah. Mhm. Yeah, I mean, there you go. Um, I mean, lizard? No, not a lizard. Lizard people, maybe, but no. Okay. I did, well, whatever. Um, Brunch is canceled, permanently canceled. It was on the way to being in China. Yeah, I mean, it's just that, like, the thing about China is that what they've been spending their excess capital on in recent years has been lifting their own people out of poverty and building the Belt and Road, right? Look at this guy. Um, yeah. What do you think? Like Jared's gonna like build him some fucking condos or something. Um, like we were saying it all along, but just like the actions in Israel yesterday was like I think demonstrates really, you know, perfectly how much the Democrats got played. You know, like it's hard to say if they got played or if it was just all part. It's just like you never know with them. Like the shit that they say about like, oh, we got to get the Republicans, and I never know if that's like a genuine thing that they think could happen, or if it's just you know, them using that as an excuse. Same thing with Israel. It's like I don't know if they genuinely were like going along with it, like, oh, fucking, this is BB's just trying to get things done, or if it was them again using that as an excuse while they sit around and assist in that fucking genocide. Um, but either way, it's like firing Yoav Gallant yesterday, right? It was like such a. I didn't realize that he was Biden's boy, but makes sense. Um, it's such a an overt like middle finger, um, which again we were saying all along. Those guys don't fucking care. They like Trump. They're gonna fucking build condos there. Um, I don't. It's just there's. It's not. There's not really a whole lot of benefit to being right, because again, we don't know the people in charge. We don't know if they're genuine or not, right? Um, and we know they're not genuine, but we don't know, you know. No food or battery until they leave this earth. Yeah, the new guy's worse. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. The old guy was Biden's guy, right? So they fired him the day that Biden lost, as if, as if to say, fucking get the fuck out of here. We didn't need you anyway. Um, so yeah, I don't know how much is going to change there. I think like they're going to keep it doing whatever they're doing with impunity. It's like hard to see how anything could change because they were already operating with impunity. It's just we'll just have like a slightly different spin on it, you know. The Trump press secretary will just like, you know, it's actually good that we killed all those babies because they were going to be Hamas. Yo. Yeah. Like Dusto said, we're probably not. I mean, I don't know. I didn't have too much hope for the fucking federal politics anyway. It's like designed to fucking prevent majoritarian rules, designed specifically to entrench the worst people in the country. Um, and we were always gonna have to fucking deal with our shit locally anyway. Like I think we're in luck because I do think um the system as it is not long for this earth. I think it's like not very stable. Um, and I can't see these assholes running it. I don't see how they're going to change any of that, you know? Yeah, Trump's just going to kill the babies harder. He's going to throw them further. Um, but it's the same situation. It's like I never thought, like, before the other day, like, I never thought that, like, they were going to, I never thought that, like, progress was going to come from electing Democrats, you know? Uh, I mean, it just sucks that, like, I don't know. See, here's the thing. The turnout, right? 15 million fewer Democrats ran or voted than last time and 3 million fewer Republicans. which, there's the margin right there. Like the 12 million people stayed home because they were disgusted and or were not represented. Um, but that's the difference in a lot of like at a different time, right? If they weren't doing a genocide, you could conceivably get those 12 million people to vote for a good politician, not a bad one. Um, so if they were, running a decent candidate and or not fucking killing babies, I think it would have been, at least half of that would have, turned the other way. Um, it's just they don't fucking care. These Democrats are so bad, man. Like they like being in the fucking minority party. They like fucking fundraising off of this. I just hope they see that they're not going to be able to do that this time. Right? They're not going to have the whole like resistance red carpet bullshit they had last time where everybody was sympathetic. I think now there's going to be a lot more disgust and you know, like outright loathing. And the what was I gonna say? Our future president, yeah, right. Yeah. Um. Yeah. I mean, again, it's like I thought they would do differently, right? But Biden clearly didn't care, and nobody in his administration cared. The Democratic Party didn't care. Because even throughout all this, like they could have had a situation where they like blamed Biden for it, right? They could have been like, oh, fucking, they could have, like Pelosi, the few times that she was critical, like she could have criticized Israel and pretended like the Democrats were opposed to it. It was just Biden, right? They could have done any number of things to push the blame onto him and not themselves, but they didn't fucking care. It's just like it's good that they see that there's no impunity, like that they are going to lose, you know, if they do that kind of shit when they're in power, which is, that's a plus, I guess. But it's also like I am really don't like when you hear all these libs talking about like oh, this is just an indictment of the country as a whole or whatever. And it's like, no, no, I don't think that's it. I think it's an indictment on the Democratic Party. Right? Like that they can fucking lose to somebody who's promised. Not only did he not promise anything good, he like basically promised to fucking make everybody's lives harder and more expensive and not fix anything for the foreseeable future. It's just he did it you know in a sort of nudge nudge wink wink conspiratorial way so that people thought like, oh, that's just for the libs, that's not going to bother us, like he's going to hurt them but not us. um which is like that's cute, that they think that the two parties are different and that the one's looking out for them or whatever. And I don't think that's ever there's no indication that that's true. um they just can't get away with that, right? Like they can't and it's not Israel. They can't do like overt fucking white supremacist policies, right? What are you talking about? Who? What? No. No, I'm explicitly not doing that. I'm saying that's like they lost, like maybe they wouldn't have lost if they hadn't pissed off 15 million fucking, liberals. Um I think yeah, I saw Hassan doing that earlier and I don't like that. I don't think they should do that. I think last time it made more sense. I mean, first of all, the margin is way more than like fucking third party voters or whatever, obviously. Um so that kind of shit is just dumb, right? I'm gonna fucking correct the record just because I don't like people being wrong, you know? Not because I care, like not because I think it's like we need to like defend the left's integrity. No, I don't. No, like I think they like a number of reasons why they lost, but like they're all fucking like you know. It's like Trump also had the benefit of being able to kind of not like he came in after two Obama terms and was able to benefit from that, and then he fucking blamed everything bad on COVID, and then he was out before the inflation really started to bite. Um, and now that's kind of like been stabilized a little bit, he's gonna come back in and be like, "Oh, that's great! Look at the economy I made." No, um, but again, fucking demon rats are bad at that. And this like elitist attitude. Um, why don't people think the economy's great? The economy's great. Look at the jobs numbers. It's like fucking dude. If the inflation was 10% for 6 months and good, you got the inflation down to 2%, that's still 60% increase in prices that people having to deal with, and their wages didn't keep pace. It's like if they had kept like any of those promises they made to Bernie when he dropped out, we'd be in a much different place now, right? It's just that like they didn't do anything to actually address people's material conditions at all. And they barely even like tried to placate them, right? Like Obama would at least like placate people and pretend that he was on top of it. um it's just fucking gaslighting and if that, and it's this sort of like, oh, that's cute, you think you know what's going on. Oh, listen up, buddy, let me tell you about it. you People hate that shit, man. What? Hassan is doing the thing where it's like the overwhelming majority of people in this community voted for Kamala. I heard him say multiple times. So, you know, I think that's dumb. Shit. I do that every single time. And I lean over to spit in the trash can. I knock Michelangelo off. But I don't think it matters either, by the way. It's not like I think the Democrats are going to be differently because they know they can't lose the left, right? I think they are going to you know, continue to thumb their noses up. Like, you guys probably saw that Destiny tweet that was going around where he was like, oh, we got to excise the left or whatever. What a fucking asshole. Like, it's sort of like that Marilyn Manson goes door to door to shock people article. Like, it's just like him trying to fucking like do fan service for his brain dead loser audience. Right? His son fans are voting Trump since what? No, I I don't know what you're talking about, ma'am. Do I think they're voting for Trump? No, I think I think they I don't know. There's a bunch of libs over there, so I don't really know, but a lot of them are, yeah, they voted for Kamala. I think yeah. No, what? Are you fucking? Who is this guy? What's your deal over here, man? You're a troublemaker. What? You come fucking first night in here and you're just like all over the place. Seem fucking really like aggro. Mm, It's not. Again, you're not understanding me. Okay. The defense, which I was responding to, the first thing you said was some weird thing about being defensive. Like him, like libs start chirping about like, oh, you fucking lefties, you gave us Trump, blah blah blah, and he immediately launched into the 2017 style, like, oh, this is not our fault. We all voted for Kamala, right? That I think is there's a number of reasons why that's bad, but like I think if you want to fucking have any kind of like power, you need to be able to have effect. Have your absence has to be felt, right? So if you say, "Oh, there's 10 million leftists who didn't vote because we fucking hate genocide or whatever," then that's contradicted by saying, "Oh, but not us." Like, no. Are you a powerful voting bloc who can affect the outcome, or are you some loser on the internet, like talking game to do nothing about it? Or are you the uncommitted movement taking money from the super PAC? Which are you? I mean, well, it's like it's hard to say, but like I don't know any like regular liberals in my daily life to know like how they're responding. But like you know, the people on TV are paid to act that way. Like they're trying to manufacture consent and invent reality more so. So like I don't know if that is the same sort of defiance, because you would think that it's been 3 cycles now of this. Hmm. 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 Oh yeah. Mm. Again, you. Uh-huh. You are just like I've explained this to you fucking 3 times and you still don't seem to understand. Or you just like fucking wasted or something. Um, I mean, I'm saying that yes, that's to the extent that the left had an effect on this. I think that's good. We should be able to do that, right? Fuck you. We're not going to vote for you if you do a genocide. I think that's a very low bar, and I think anybody who is not clearing that bar has got something wrong with them. They've been desensitized from this fucking place we live in, I guess. Mm-hmm. 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 Yeah. Okay, buddy. You go fucking cry somewhere else. Which again, it's like you're just hearing me say that I think that's actually not the issue. I'm not explaining it to you again. Fucking like, if you want to fucking do a genocide and fucking, campaign with Liz Cheney, people aren't going to vote for you. Normal people who don't, are just, hey, whoa, Liz Cheney. Oh, Dick Cheney. Wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute. What's going on over there in Palestine? Hmm. Yeah. Right. I think those are the people who aren't going to come out for you. Not to mention the people who aren't going to volunteer and drive those people out to the polls. I mean, this fucking incoherent nonsense, like you see from Homeboy and Chat, like that's about what you can expect from these assholes. They're not serious people. They just fucking, constantly point the finger and say, Trump. Nah. You obviously, the fucking last 4 years, they did not do a very good job of demonstrating why you're superior to Trump. I think there's also that, right? Because I felt it. I felt it. Fuck, man. You tell these people Trump's so bad, and then to the extent that they adopted most of his not most of, but several of his key highlight main policies, they didn't undo any of the stuff he did, right? First off, then they adopt it like his trademark issue and say, oh, he's right about that border. It's just that like we can't fix it because nobody likes us or trusts us and wants to work with us. We don't have any bipartisan support, even though we've spent years telling you about how much bipartisan support specifically this president has, right? Oh yeah, yeah, Joe Brandon, he does well with the Republicans. Yeah. No, he's going to get all kinds of stuff done. And he got that one bill get done that was just like if you want to just let them, you can't brag about like passing a Republican infrastructure bill and then saying, "Well, look at this Republican bill we passed," right? Mm. You think people are dumb enough to fall for that, and they're not. It's just like, mm, 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 mm. They think you're fucking, pretentious fucking swine. They don't trust you at all. And to the like, uh, so that you're not that, you're also incompetent, you know? Mm-hmm. 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 I mean, I don't think so. I mean, you can tell yourselves that, sure. Um, I think, like, they have not, like, tracked down those people yet, because I feel like that's, the people whose names on the voter roll live there, right? It's like, so you just vote it in some guy's name. It's not like they're made up people. There's no way to fucking make up people like that, or like sneak in millions of dead people. That's just not doable, right? Um, I think it was easier to vote, and people were more interested in voting. And I think Joe Biden really let down his base. And again, Richie Torres, Bill Clinton, Liz Cheney. Like, what the fuck makes you think that anybody at all likes them, let alone fucking liberals? It's just that, like, they don't want there to be a. It's like the liberal base, who's the people who traditionally voted for that party, right? They have certain expectations, right? Like, they are not interested in Liz Cheney or, like, fucking whatever atrocities they're doing around the world. And, like, I keep saying this, I was saying it all along. Everybody's been saying this, by the way. This is not like this is news to it shouldn't be news to anybody. I mean, Hassan was saying this shit the whole time, right? Um, like the 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 things that they were doing were not popular, and then not only that, it's they kept accentuating that and talking about it over and over again. If it was me and I was killing all those babies every day, I would fucking plan my campaign speeches around not reminding people of that. But for some reason, the most lethal military in the world is, like, just the main topic of all these conversations. This whole thing, it's like they kept doing focus groups and people kept telling them, no, we like the messaging about bread and butter issues, not the messaging about democracy on the ballot and Trump is fucking Hitler. Nobody likes that. That doesn't work well with people, right? What works well is when you say, "Oh, we're going to, like, raise taxes here, and, like, we're going to raise taxes on your boss and give you the money that we take from him, effectively," right? If you look at the polling, it's like 98% of the country wants to raise taxes on the bosses, the wealthy. And instead of leaning into that, which again would be very easy to do, you don't even have to push, like, you don't even have to fucking do straight communism. Just be like, oh yeah, we're gonna, like, close this loophole, and it'll result in, like, an additional, like, 1% back or whatever. That would have been fine. They didn't have, it just like the bar was so low and they just didn't even get to that bar. It's like the handful of good things that they were talking about, they didn't talk about after, like, the first week. Like, Tim Walz was like, and we saw this all play out. Don't act like we didn't see this. Tim Walz came out. People were excited for a minute because they thought there might be some change because people were desperate for change. And what happens? Like, they fucking reprogram Tim Walz to, like, go out there and just repeat, like, the fucking APAC talking points and shit. Um, just their one of their strongest, um, like, benefits just completely flushed down the toilet. And it's like, no matter, it's like I said this 1,000 times, but the fucking Republicans, they do a poll and then they look at the results of the poll and then they craft their messaging accordingly. Usually very dishonestly, right? I'm not saying that they're not, but they know what people want to hear and they tell them that. The Democrats look at the poll and then they craft their messaging around, how do we browbeat these people into believing what we want them to believe? It's just, how could anybody think that was going to work Like you managed to freak people out enough in 2020 that like despite everything, they still came out and fucking voted for this like just horror show piece of shit party, and like that doesn't like you still think it's gonna work again, um, without the absolute fucking chaos of before. Mm. Yeah, legalize weed, yeah, anything. Like, why couldn't you just say, "Hey, we're gonna," because they finally said it the other day, right? They said it like the second night before the end. They were like, "I'm gonna stop the genocide on day one." Like, you couldn't just say that, right? Like, it's just the fact that they were just like doing all this shit to like suck up to fucking Likud, knowing that fucking it's just like a right wing party that doesn't like you. They don't want to work with you. Why are you being deferential to them at all? Like you should have been tough on them since day one. There's not like some fucking target audience of people who are like fucking potentially going to vote for the Democrats who are just like Israel sickos, right? The handful of people that are like that are fucking Republicans, fucking dyed in the wool, you know? Yeah, I don't know what happened with that California referendum, but I would guess it's just like the rest of the country. California's a microcosm, right? They have cities, suburbs, and country. Um, it's just the liberal voters were suppressed everywhere, right? Like it was across the board. People who were potentially vote for the fucking Democrats didn't show up for a number of reasons. Like, you know. And what was that stat that was going around too? That was like, I think I saved it. Wait a minute. It was like at the end of the campaign. That's why Trump was doing so much messaging around Palestine because he saw the numbers. It's like 35%. It was 35% of people of undecided voters said an arms embargo would make them more likely to vote for that party, right? Um, Compared to 7% who said the opposite. But again, that just tells me the same thing. It's like if you have a decent fucking platform, you've got 12 million people who will vote for you. Right? It's just you can't fucking just again. It's like I don't even want to say. It's like saying that they did nothing is kind of like that's not really it. It's they did the opposite of nothing. They were doing many bad things, and then they had nothing good to counterbalance it. Right? And I know you're gonna say, "Oh, the fuck," even whatever like minor good things they had. I'm telling you, as somebody who watches this shit every day, like they were not messaging that properly. If that's genuinely what you think, that oh yeah, they were trying to fucking offer something. Like they weren't. They explicitly weren't. They were trying to appeal to these fucking non-existent Liz Cheney Democrats. It's just bizarre that like they can get away with it. I mean, I know what happens. It's some fucking consultant is paid to tell them that, to tell them what they want to hear. Some fucking, centimillionaire consultant. Mm. Oh, here it is. Trump campaign's research found that up for grabs voters were about 6 times likely as other battleground voters to be motivated by the views of Israel's war in Gaza. That's why Trump fans ramped up the anti-war rhetoric in these last few weeks. And you're like, look what here. I'm sure you guys saw this by now, but uh, also fucking Musk like should not have been able to buy Twitter in the first place, right? That should have been obvious. Um, and even then, it should have been regulated such that like you couldn't have like this kind of overt political messaging, from the top down. but the Democrats are just a fucking million years old and like just have that's so far down their like you know there's so many Raytheon lobbyists who need to be served before they even think about like trying to regulate anything. And like we know that there've not been. It's like these tech companies have needed to be regulated for a long time now, and they've explicitly avoided it. I mean, that was an issue in the midterms. Was the crypto guys trying to bribe the two different parties to get one of them to um, not one or both of them to agree to not regulate it. Yeah, and Kamala's not a good politician. That's the other thing people don't want to talk about. But she is just not charismatic. She's not fucking like, personable. Like, she doesn't really have a whole lot going for her. And even still, like I say all the time, a fucking ghoul can win as long as they are offering good policy, right? Like you don't have to be good to win. You just have to be like not awful. And we know that situation is like they had every different issue where they had a way that they could improve people's lives. Somebody was paying them to do the opposite. And you can tell by like the money that they're taking and the decisions that they're making, that's what keeps happening over and over again. There's not a single one that like the leadership is willing to say, "Oh, you know what? We're not going to take your money because we're going to do the principled thing." No. And they don't even need the money. Like if they didn't, it's the other thing. If they did, say they were running on Medicare for all, right? They would barely even need to run any ads, right? They would just, hey, vote for us, you get free healthcare for life. So do your kids. You know, like how could you fucking beat that? It's not, you know. Yeah, you saw this? Look. So these people are paid to say this, right? And our people have been so fucking dumbed down from the lack of any kind of class analysis in our politics for a long time now, since I was a kid at least. Like they at least used to talk about like corruption and stuff more, right? You would have like companies doing financial scams, like, that would be on the news, right? Like they would cover the story of like the fucking, the boss who tried to screw the workers. That was a news story. Now it's just been completely after Obama, it's just been completely erased. So people don't put two and two together when they keep seeing these fucking really friendly to Israel people on TV. Um, it should be. I mean, like a lot of people have said, they should be like NASCAR, man. They should have to wear a jacket with all their fucking donors on it, all their fellowships. It's not, certainly, the fact that the country's basically run by fucking Raytheon lobbyists is not. I don't think that's obvious to too many people, and it's disgusting.
And I think there was this very powerful ad, the Republican Jewish Coalition, that was all over the airwaves.
And it's like that's why I can't say that it's that I know for a fact they're in bad faith, right? Because the Republicans do this for every issue is like no matter you cannot get to the right of them, right? Is the thing that they don't seem to realize. Whatever you do, they're going to hit you from the right and say you're not doing it enough. That's their whole fucking thing. That's their essence. Like they are there to push the party to the right, like be as reactionary as possible. Everything from like the moniker conservatism to just the whole way they're covered on the news. It's like they are very clearly like a reactionary party trying to undo fucking precedent. That's the definition of reactionary. But yet they're just portrayed as like a traditional like family. Mm, mm, no. Uh-huh. Yeah, you just don't like people being fucking right about everything and you fucking libs being powerless to do anything about it. Again, the fact that you're saying this about a fucking have you seen all these dead babies? Like you just don't care about anything at all? I mean, oh my God. Ugh. Like if my kid ended up like you, I mean, god damn. horrible. I just again, it's like I feel like you must just not know what you're talking about when you talk like that, as if like, oh, swallow your pride and vote for the fucking literal genocide. Like it's the worst thing I've ever seen. Like I've never seen anything that horrible, and it's every single day. And like the polling numbers are quite clear. It's like they don't like it. So like what they did instead of dealing with that was, oh, we're gonna try to get Liz Cheney's fan base, which is non-existent. Like it's just that there's nobody there. You people should be fucking furious at the party for doing the same shit 3 cycles in a row and having just declining results every single time. Why not just let the fucking primary play out and, pick the candidate that people are actually excited about? Um, I mean, goddamn. Ugh. Pragmatic. Yeah. And another thing, like you just demonstrated that they can do literally whatever the fuck they want, and you fucking freaks are gonna continue to line up and vote for them. Like, have some fucking self-respect. It's like, and that's what the other dynamic at play is that Biden showed over the last 4 years that like he's in a lot of ways he's like no better, and in a lot of ways he's worse. You know, I think people and to people who are, I don't want to be the fucking big city liberal, but it's like the um I forgot what I was gonna say. Um, big city liberal, uh, explaining it to people.
A bunch of women sitting around, Jewish women, just saying, I can't stand him, but I felt like we were supporting Israel and we were stronger and we were tougher. And
Yeah. See, it's like they put this out there as if this represents some sort of block of people that are gettable. These like middle-aged Jewish ladies who were like would vote for Kamala, but she's just not quite strong enough on Israel. Like again, allowing someone to do a genocide and while you just stand back and watch it is not the kind of leadership I think anybody wants. Like even if you like are militaristic and you want the most lethal military in the world, you don't want it like that. You want it to be fucking tough and like standing up to bullies, not fucking like protecting this country, your client state, while they kill fucking children every day. Like you don't have to be a fucking sophisticated like moral like I don't know, like you don't need to do like the dialectic to determine that like the fucking dead babies not a good look. Like it's the numbers are astronomical, and that's the other thing is like it, I'm telling you this just from like living through the war on terror and watching all that. Like the this is like a lot more. I didn't want to say it like bloody. Like this is a lot more obviously fucking wrong and disgust. Like they didn't kill this many civilians like this. I'm sure they did. It was just not covered in the media. Like if they're gonna go out there and kill these many like fucking children every day, you're gonna need a different strategy because that's not gonna fly, right? You can get away with it, like if you just don't, it's just you don't mention it until the end, right? Which is what they, it's what I feel like they probably did. Um, but if it's gonna be like this, and it's gonna be like that because you're not gonna be able to fucking completely censor the internet. Again, are you fucking nuts? Like, like the fucking 15 million people who you're mad about here, I don't know, dude. What is that? I would use that as an indication that I was maybe not doing the best thing. Like, it's just completely indefensible. It's not even like there's some pragmatic reason for why they have to continue to, like, let the Israelis do whatever they want, right? Like, that, that's the thing. It's like, there's a number of ways they could have done this differently. The way that they did it was the absolute worst possible one, where you say just enough bad, so you do just enough hand wringing, right? That you reveal that you think it's bad, right? It's bad that they're killing all these babies, right? But then you also are just completely stymieing any kind of international effort. You're just completely jumping in front of the fucking bullet every time to prevent the Security Council from doing anything. And just continuing to deflect all the criticism, fucking Matt Miller. And you're doing all that like while they just are completely scoffing at you, and like just the red lines, all that stuff is just like you keep pretending that you're trying to reprimand them, and then they keep fucking spitting in your face, and then you keep just I don't know, Jack, right? Like, it's just the worst possible way to do that. Like, if you wanted to kill the babies, if you wanted to help them kill the babies, you could have gone about that in a sensible, smart way where you could have fooled the voters or perhaps kept it from them until later on. Like, it is just makes zero sense. And I'm just like, you're doing this while you see you can still make up for that, right? You can still make up for that by doing good things for people, right? Like, yeah, I know we're killing, like she tried to do with the grocery prices, right? But you can't promise somebody you're going to lower the grocery prices. That's too vague and no one fucking trusts you, right? Like, so, I mean, if you're not going to provide concrete results, which really you have no excuse not to because you're effectively in the White House, then you need to have the kind of promises that people can fucking like count on. That's like, you're not going to have the excuses or um this way. It's like promising to maybe lower the price of groceries in the future is not going to make up for all the horrible stuff you're doing. And it's not even that like people didn't vote against him, right? It's not that like more people voted for Trump. It's that they fucking did not. They stayed home, which is what people said all along. All along. It's what everybody said. And they're not necessarily going to vote for the other guy, but they're not going to bother getting out of bed for you when you're acting like that, right? No, but it was though. I mean, um, it's like among many other issues, like um, there's that I just read the thing. Um, 6 times more likely than other battleground voters to be motivated by their views on the war. That's not even the right quote because the other one was even more intense. Um, mm, 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 can't find it. Mm, yeah, again, 15 million people less voted for Democrats. Um, mm, what? Oh my God. Uh, humans are swallowing. Again, nothing about my ego. What? It's just like this attitude is why the Democrats keep losing. It's just like a very obvious fucking thing. The dynamic that I'm explaining here is not complicated, right? Like, the play that they made to go after the fucking, somebody to vote for you who's okay with genocide, which is why they keep courting the Republican voters because they're okay with anything, right? Of course they want them because they don't fucking care. You can do any kind of brutality and they'll just keep cheering it on. right? They're so envious for that. Um, but the people who vote for them, right, is like fucking minorities, fucking like young people, like fucking people who like you know consider themselves to be slightly more like empathetic or something. Um, childless cat ladies. Um, they don't. They're not into that. So again, like I keep saying, none one of these issues individually is dispositive, right? But like the the constellation of issues, the way they're interacting and the way the Democrats responded to each of them, all told, results in 15 million less people coming out to vote for you. Which again, I don't think this is complete. This should be very obvious to anybody who's fucking watching. Um, the tax cut caused a 22% spike in inflation. What tax cut? Again, like, dude, the um, Trump had a lot less people vote for him too, moron. Right? It was just like less for the Democrats. Um, which again, also not difficult when you consider the unprecedented like vote by mail efforts that were made. Like which again is that's the thing. It's like that's another aspect that I feel like you guys don't want to go there either, right? Which is like the voter suppression that's caked into the system, the gerrymandering, the way the fucking states have this like unequal power. Like these are all things that are like fundamental. It's an anti-majoritarian system that we have. Which again, the founding fathers they talk about this in their writings. They're doing it on purpose so they can protect the large landowners. You know, so yeah, like more people would vote if you made it easier to vote, right? Like that's the bottom line. It's like if you can vote just without getting off the couch, you'll fucking fill out the form. If you have to go wait in line and fucking like interact with people, no. People again, that's how many people would rather stay home. We just saw it play out, right? Which again, shit. Ooh, just saw it happen. Just saw it happen. What do you need? Look, I mean, you must have just like I just don't understand how people can keep pushing these 2020 takes now when it's like so you don't trust like any of the courts because it was all over the country these cases were litigated, right? Every which way they were all fucking tried from every angle, right? In different districts all across federal districts, state districts, all across the country. And none of those judges at all, they're all corrupt fucking deep state rhinos, really? Um and again, yes, we know how unlikable Kamala is. That's part of the thing I'm saying here. You know, like these are all adding up. It's like the fucking like the fact that you have such an unpopular candidate and you're killing all these kids every day and you're offering nothing, right? Is enough to make 15 million people stay home. That's fucking obvious, right? Ugh. Like we saw how she did in the primary. Nobody liked her. She's not a good politician. And then they gave her like they gave her the worst assignments because this is what they were planning on having Biden run again, right? So they wanted to fucking make her not look good because they're all fucking selfish, conniving fucking ghouls. The fact that fucking libs are still on this dumb shit 3 cycles later is they're fucking hopeless. Like I said, I just think we need to focus on our own party. I think that I don't vote. I've never been a Democrat. Never. I don't want to do that. Like I want vote for the best candidate. Uh, yeah, it's gonna be sick, right? No, I think Trump might fucking reveal the JFK stuff though. I don't feel like getting into it now, but I think there's a good chance that he might. Um, I don't think he knows anything about UFOs though. He doesn't have a need to know. Yep. There's also that, you know. Yep. Um. Well, it's not that you become more likable. It's just that the fucking Trump's a Nazi. Trump's a fucking he hates babies or whatever. Um. That they keep saying that, and then they keep again either eventually agreeing with him, as in the border, or like being worse than him, as in like the empire. Um, that like it's very hard for them to tell everybody that he's this aberration, he's this monstrous evil, this great fucking this deep evil, this eldritch horrors, and you're like, oh, he's actually right about these things though. He was right about NATO. He was right about all this other stuff. Not NATO. I'm sorry. So, and again, that's the other thing. The things that they attack him for. Oh my god, it's so fucking dumb. Which again, we get it. It's like they were making a play for a non-existent section of the country, right? Um, they trying to appeal to these people. They crafted their entire messaging in that way, and you, you know, also the whole demographics destiny thing, right? That they've been fucking just banking on having fucking black and brown people vote for them, right? Um, and that's not panning out the way they wanted it to, right? Like they're not just going to continue voting for you because their grandparents did, right? You have to continue to win them over. You know, Dick Cheney's brat, yeah. Dick Cheney is not even like. I can't believe that there's anybody disagreeing with me on this. Dick Cheney, who the fuck do they think that like? That's what I mean. It's like it's so bad that it's not them not doing anything. It's the opposite of that. It's them aggressively fucking punching you in the face. I can't. It's such an insult to me. Like, mm, 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 mm. I'm like, you know, um, I also something I just mentioned. Let me mention it again. They said Trump is really bad. Trump's Hitler, and then they came into office and were like, okay, we're going to show you, we're going to restore the soul of America. And then they governed just awfully. Like the way that they govern too, it's like, I don't want to be too hard on them. It's like, I know that they're not free to just wave a magic wand, but like people can see the fucking lack of effort. People can see that parliamentarian. People didn't fucking, they could see the way that they acted about the fucking student loans. People are not as dumb as you think they are. Mm. And even if they're not like smart enough to like fucking explain it to you, they're smart enough to like just not go vote for you. You yeah, like so what I'm saying is the threat of Trump, like the fear of Trump is not strong enough to outweigh all these other things. For I mean, and any number of people, myself included, right? All of and again, 15 million other people. So what do you want me to say? I mean, I sure everyone said it. We would like for them to learn from this, but I don't think that they will because they're paid to not learn. So my opinion continues to be the same. We should really work on building up our own independent party. I don't care which one. I don't care like what kind of branding you want. I don't care. I just think we need to fucking come to a consensus on that and, get with the program. Is that you, Simp? It's just like libs only have one argument. They only know how to do one thing, and it's punch left. They don't even know how to, like, they know how to call the fucking Republicans Nazis, and they know how to punch left. That's it. It's the sophistication of our liberal elite, right? They used to be fucking smart when I was a kid. They used to have like funny like banter, and they could, diagnose the situation, and they knew why the WTO was bad, right? Now they just know that. Like I said, they know how to fucking call them Nazis and punch left. Mhm. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Mhm. Well, I just want to have that fucking. I just want to have a party because I want to have an organizing structure with which to disseminate the fucking, strategic, uh, agenda. It's like in a party, when you have a party, it's like you prevent people from saying dumb shit like, fucking, chudcoms or whatever. I think like when you have a party, you like are able to set the fucking direction and go for it. Like just having this wishy-washy, like, hyper individualist, like, decentralized anarchist, I don't want to call it a framework, but like I guess vibe on the American left, I think is bad. Right? I think if we had a party, that wouldn't happen, or it'd be a lot harder for them to do that. I think that's part of the strategy too, though. This decentralization that they've been pushing that, for the last 20 years, it's been, all these hushed tones about decentralize this and, fucking individual, like, in, mesh networks or whatever. Yeah, well, I don't think, that's what I'm saying. I just think we need to I think having a party is a necessary evil. Just because that's how people relate to it. I mean, sure, like, would it be better if it was, if it was like a think tank or some sort of strategy, fucking, like the manifesto group, something like that. But I think in our circumstances, I think the thing that makes the most sense is just try to beef up the PSL or the Green Party or whatever. That's what I'm saying. I think, like, I don't know who I can talk to. I need to, like, call the mods. Um, I mean, what should we try to organize something? I know that's what I'm saying. I don't. We're nobody. We need somebody with some clout to put something together. We need like a Bidone conference for, you know, American radicals. Um, mhm. Yeah, but again, that I think the way to address that is to hit it head on, right? People have a sense of fucking if you got screwed, people see that it's like, man, that's not fair. I mean, it'll be an issue, and keep challenging it in the courts. It's the only thing we can do. Again, the Democratic Party's not an option, as my opinion. I don't think that's going to work. I think we need to do something different. So I think, yeah, I mean, obviously, like getting people signed up at work and stuff is probably a better long-term strategy. But in the meantime, we need to just have something to do all that other stuff with. You know, that's what I mean. I don't think that they're willing to, and I don't think that they're capable of either. I think if they don't do it, then capital will replace them with somebody who will. You know, um, And I'm sure they're going to do that to whoever, right? They're never going to not keep trying. I just think that if we had our own party, we'd be better able to guard against that. And I think we just need to start plugging away, man. If we have to fight it every time, fight it every time. We can't. We just don't have an option. We're not going back, you know? We're not going back. Um, it was always fucked up that we had these two right-wing parties anyway. It was never a fucking. We just, you know, the prosperity was good enough up until recently that nobody even noticed it, you know? Mm, mm, No. I mean, that's what I'm just saying. I think a party is the best way to organize militant power, is what I'm saying. I just think it's like, yeah, you said a necessary evil. Well, and then that's the thing. It's like, then if that's the case, if it truly is like in fucking, you know, an immovable like hurdle, um, you know, then we'll bang our heads against the wall while we organize the alternative methods. You know, I think, just we have to just keep organizing that like around that. You know. Tony was mad about Kamabla. Yeah, dude, I'm mad. I lost $100. Um. Oh. Oh, that's what that was. Hello? Where's PPG? Let's see. I don't hear anything. Do, do.
What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude.
Mm. Mm. Um, I mean, I think this is a big country. There's not like one thing happening at any time. You know, we can see the numbers with young people. Like we're definitely not in line with what the you know they need us to be. That's why they're getting increasingly more and more fascistic to try to like fucking bring people in line. We see that, right? They're not doing that for no reason. Like they're doing that because they don't have a plan. Um, I think like Gaza is a great example. I think that's a nice microcosm of what to expect. Them trying to like brute force, get their shit
Too
together.
old for Twix, says Puto way. Use voice to text on your phone, don't use it on Matt's channel.
Hmm. Um, and that's my impression from just people talking to like other parents at kids' school, like normal people in the school board with me, right? It's just that like people vote for change. That's what it is in this country, right? Every 4 years, people want something different because they're fucking getting screwed. And I think there's a general trend towards thinking, oh, okay, this one party's bad, therefore this other party must be good. I think that's people's assumption, right? Oh, they were lying about that, so that means that the Republicans were telling the truth when they said the liberals were, fucking bad. Okay, I'm gonna try them out. I think is a pretty common way of looking at it. So you're like a average Aiden Ross fan, you know. And like, yeah, there's going to be that in every country. There's going to be a fucking bell curve of people who are freaks and, ultras. Um, there's like, but it's like, again, it's like they see what they did, like the way that they were able to like fucking like buy the social media companies and all. It's like they had to do extreme measures to keep control of it.
Hello, hello.
Yo, hello?
Is my mic working now?
Yeah, hello? Who's this?
Name's nope.
Can you hear this guy? Where's Simp? Yeah.
If you're talking about PPG,
Mm-hmm.
if you're talking about PPG, it's he had some problem with his headphones. He couldn't hear.
Okay. Yeah. All right, I'm gonna hold off again until he comes back, all right? Yeah, who is this guy? Some fucking random dude? All right. Whatever. Anyway, where were we?
And I think that resonates with people.
And then to your point, the ad that came out that was beating Kamala up around fear about Israel
Too old
not
for
being
Twix
protected.
says he's
There
only
was
3
never a
beer
response
cans
from the campaign
tall.
on that, which I thought was a big mistake. Amanda Berman from Zioness had to raise money running her
Yeah.
own ads trying to fight back alone.
You hear that though? It's like that's the type of person you're trying to appeal to is the lady who's like a fucking like her career is like she's like a professional Zionist, like literally. Like that's not like the average electorate. That's not like you can't fucking bank it all on appealing to this mysterious contingent of voters who are like this person who's literally employed at a company that's like, you know, explicitly part of their media arm. You know, it's not even like it's a, it's not even like it's a like hard to see Van Jones. It's just like this is malpractice. Like Van Jones is like he's got like I know he's not like he can't he works for corporate media and all. I don't expect him to be maintaining his Maoist third worldist vision, but he should be at least be able to do stuff like, not use an example of the girl who works at the Zionist magazine as somehow like somebody that we should be appealing to with our politics. It's unbelievable, man. Like it just, oh. And I think, look, I think part of that is also because the standards have fallen. Like their media know that fucking libs are brain rotted, like just going to fucking like coddle their nuts no matter what they do. So this is the standard they have. With fucking Van Jones is like, oh yeah, yeah. Like he just goes there, like just not even thinking about it.
That didn't work. So there was, but listen, you tied her to the economy, you tied her to Biden,
He
you
doesn't
tied her
seem
to
like
Beard.
he
was
just
not a
seems.
good
I agree with everything you're saying. I just didn't want to engage in the autopsy before
Oh,
she
sure,
has
sure.
even
Fucking
before we
Axelrod.
called the race and before
Him
she
too, man.
dropped out. But one thing on that, the answer on I can't think of anything offhand about where she would differ with Biden was disastrous, and there's no doubt about it. The question is what motivated it, and whether
My
she just
God.
felt she did
Oh my
did not
God.
want to.
Loyalty.
Yes,
Basic
loyalty,
loyalty.
and so she should have
I
just
didn't
said,
watch
"Look,
that town hall. I heard it was
I'm
horrible,
grateful
huh?
to him. I'm proud of some of the many things we
Just
did
pick
together,
something.
and I'm not going to critique him. I'm talking about the future. Would have been a
It's like
better
they don't
answer,
want to
but
say any promises at
it's
all,
easy to
or
be
not
on the
even any
sidelines.
promises, not even any plans. Like they don't want to say like, oh, I want to do this maybe, if they don't think it'll like definitely pass and they won't have to like do any kind of fucking horse trading to do it, right? It's like they like to keep all of their options open. And again, just like much like with Van Jones, that piece of shit bull like fucking narrative he spun there. They do that because they get away with it because they have no standards. It doesn't matter. That's what they can go out there and just be like, oh, David Axelrod. Voters are just pathetic. Like, base of the party who drum up so much. It's like the whole core identity of the Democrats brand is like that, like, I don't even, it's like they're based, like, they it's like the essence of it is just like being better and morally superior to the Republicans, right? Like that's explicitly like part of the worldview that they're trying to sell, but they're also simultaneously trying to sell like, oh, we're actually more right wing than the Republicans. We actually like love the military more than them, and we're sickos. What? 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 Mm. Mm. So it just doesn't work. Like, this should be so obvious to everybody. Anybody still denying it is just like diluted. Like it. See how cucked you are. Here, this one. Trump campaign's research found that up for grabs voters were about 6 times as likely as other battleground state voters to be motivated by their views on Israel's war in Gaza. This is why Trump Vance ramped up anti-war rhetoric in the last few weeks of the campaign. Yeah, that's a conservative way of saying this, because I think this is the same statistic. It's just the New York Times editorializing it to make it sound less damaging. Because it was 35% to 6 or 36% to 6%, right? But it was 36% said they would be really interested, or that would make a big difference or whatever, if they found out their candidate was against Israel, was supporting an arms embargo, versus 6% who thought it would be definitely not. They would be less likely to support that candidate if they supported an arms embargo, right? Which I think is, again, like I said, I think it was important. I think just for a number of reasons. Also, because I think it kept the activists off the streets, the fucking door knockers, the people who nevertheless knocked doors for Biden last time, right? Everyone said that, like, all the fucking, like the union organizers and whatnot in, like Ilhan and Rashida's districts and all, right? Who were not, whose service wasn't guaranteed, who they agreed to go out there, and it was apparently critical, swinging the blue wall back to the Democrats, which they just went and fucking squandered again. 34% of respondents said, yes, here it is right here. Respondents said they would be more likely to vote for the Democratic nominee if the nominee vowed to withhold weapons to Israel, compared to 7% who said they would be less likely. The rest said it would make no difference. In Arizona, 35% said they'd be more likely, while 5% would be less likely. And in Georgia, 39% said they'd be more likely compared to 5% who would be less. There you go. Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, it was probably for accumulation. They probably saw fucking, your other takes and were like, oh, Oh, this guy's too edgy for me. Fucking act like. Um. It's just like the summary. Yeah, everyone's posting that same one. Harris lost Michigan because of Gaza. Yeah, we said that all along. I mean, that's not, that doesn't make that, that's not that argument there, but nevertheless, just because the uncommitted people, yeah, see, here's this is her, the one who had an insane freak out when AOC withdrew from an event.
I'm a mongoloid. In my heart, I'm a mongoloid.
Oh, that was so loud. Oh man, I need to turn that down. Oof. No, I have the Discord muted. Refusing to engage with Jews, a literal necessity if peace is ever to be achieved, is not only anti-Palestinian. It's like they look at the standard she's applying. It's like, no, the specific fucking, not that she met with plenty of Zionists. Just the you know, this particular event he doesn't want to go to. My Discord's muted. Yeah. Yeah, he's a big time Zionist, huh? Yo. Yo. He's gone again. He's not there now, it's just that fucking random dude. Huh. Let me put something on, and then I'll fucking figure this out. Was Brianna on? Did she go on the gray zone? Oh, I got so many more good takes I wanted to show you, too. Netanyahu made a bet nearly a year ago. Yeah, fucking Grimm was spitting. Yeah. And Biden would be, he made a bet that Trump would win and Biden would be too weak to stop his mass extermination, and that the weakness would help Trump. Today, he fired Biden's ally Gallant, launched a major attack on the West Bank, and declared North Gaza cleansed. Fucking even Bernie had a good take. Did you see that? That was cool.
No matter what happens, one side is going to delegitimize the other and declare that this election was completely illegitimate unless it was a blowout. And maybe they will blame Jill Stein, Hamas, and the left if Donald Trump somehow wins. Maybe they will blame Brianna Joy Gray directly, and she's here right now. One of the most influential voices of the truly independent left in America. So welcome to the gray zone. I know you're really busy tonight. I don't get as many.
No, it's my pleasure to be here.
It's like when I was in junior high and like I just didn't, like you were judged by how many bar mitzvah invitations you got. So I guess you got more than me tonight. But I mean, you're in the thick of it. Like you're actually kind of connected to a camp. You're involved in the Jill.
Also, fucking who was it? Yeah, Rashida. didn't even endorse fucking Kamala and stole one-handedly in Michigan.
Palestine campaign. Is it fair to say that?
Right?
I mean, not in any formal sort of a way, but look, I know it's a sort of a thorny and weird place to be in as someone who sometimes wears a hat that's more akin to journalist or pundit, and then also does opinion news and is very vocal about her analysis of the current political situation. And I wrestled with it, but at the end of the day,
I don't
anybody
know
who
how to
listens to my
talk to my
podcast
Discord
knows
without
that we've been on basically a
being on
4-year
stream.
saga of prodding and probing these arguments
Yeah.
about
It's
working within the
working.
Democratic
Yeah.
Party to
'Cause
see if there's any
you're
validity to it.
Matt. See,
did not
like
come to this
Matt,
in
I
bad
cannot hear you,
faith.
dude. It's on my
But
side.
the consequence
Hold on,
of that
let me try to
analysis
fix
over
it.
the last 4 years has been that it is an impossibility. You don't change the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party changes you. And frankly, my work on the Bernie 2020 campaign as part of what has led me to this conclusion. So for me to pretend like I'm not a supporter of third parties would be to sort of disingenuously hide the ball from the audience. So for me, the only question was really which third party candidate to get behind. And there were a lot of lovely options. I think Claudia de la Cruz is amazing. I was optimistic about Cornel West, particularly when he was partnered with the Green Party. But at the end of the day,
that's what I'm saying. We
Jill
need to
Stein was
fucking,
the
that
best
needs
fit
to be
in
one
large part
candidate.
because I do believe strongly in trying to build, as difficult as it is, an alternative party in the United States of America that can be a genuine adversarial force against the corporate duopoly.
What up, Sam?
So what's the theory of change here? Because the Greens in general, and Jill Stein in particular, are getting hammered and accused of assisting in this campaign to elect fascism. And they're also being accused directly by the, I mean, we could watch, we could even watch one of the attack ads and just get your response to it from the DNC.
Yeah.
But they're being accused of basically being astroturfed by the Trump campaign.
Yeah.
So yeah, I want to get your response to this ad, and then maybe you can explain
what the
theory of.
Yeah, what up?
How you doing? I haven't seen you all the time.
Yeah, how's it going? Where's your fucking liberal cohort?
I don't know what. He just told me to come here. Does he not come? He's not here?
Yeah, he just sent his he's got his champion in the Discord. Do you know this guy? Nope.
Nope. No. How come I don't know Nope?
Probably somebody else, dude.
It sounds like what I get when I go out and get some good shit, and I fucking get that. I get Nope. And don't get no dope. It's a dope that doesn't work,
Yeah.
Dude.
I mean,
it's got to be an alt for sure.
I remember we got fucking bunk acid from some guy freshman year of college. That was the last time I got ripped off.
Dude, I've gotten the bunk acid one time.
Not
it
true.
just
Actually,
sucks.
I got ripped off on the street one time. Yeah, Turbo's here. I was gonna have a little fucking thing, a little like fucking recap.
Well, here I'm going to call PPG right now.
Like why I thought why the election happened this way, right? I don't know,
Well, I mean, I have some pretty good insight on that, and PPG has some pretty humbling. Oh, there he is. Humbling experience for PPG.
Yeah, really? You're not going to be humble about it? None of you?
No, it was a humbling experience for PPG.
Why am I gonna be fucking humble that the fucking authoritarian right winger won the election, dude?
It's not.
Well, I'm just sort of like
Matt, come on,
it's a long-term
dude.
project, man. It's not.
I just don't. I don't see it as completely terrible, but come on. PPG.
Okay.
Kamala
Look.
My whole point. My whole problem with PPG was that it's the party of Dick Cheney he found himself going with, right?
Man.
And I found that silly, just silly. You can't do that.
Look. What's the
I
lesser evil argument with Dick Cheney?
Okay, hold on.
Dick Cheney.
Day one. The very first phone call he took was from Bibi Netanyahu himself, and they specifically talked about Gaza. Iran.
Yeah.
So I mean, look, man. I'm gonna be here for it.
Nobody made the argument Trump was better.
Okay, but if you don't vote for Kamala, then you're not voting. Then you voted for Trump, dude. That's how it's simple.
No,
it doesn't work.
That's how it works.
Okay, it's a failed fucking strategy. We need to build towards a long-term fucking. It's gonna take a while. We need. It's going to take fucking. Yeah,
So we
exactly. I
so-
mean, I'm optimistic. I think if we do what I said, we can fucking pedal to the metal. Like we can do this.
I'm a mongoloid. In my heart, I'm a mongoloid.
But like,
okay.
if
So
at worst,
the strategy is
my
to let
kids
the
get to
right
do
wing win every election, so they continue to pump up fucking institutionalists. Institutionalists over and over again, dude.
PPG, the idea that you don't want to give to the duopoly every time and just go into the same cycle is just stupidness. It's just like ridiculous. You're just doing to yourself the same slavery every
Well, and you let the fucking grown-ups talk, man. Whether you like the duopoly or not, wait, hold on. Whether you like the duopoly or not, it is what exists in our system. If you don't vote for Kamala, you let Trump win. Period.
Okay, first of all, you're pointing something out about the whole fucking problem to begin with. Why I think we need to build something better. You just indicated it. No matter, like, the way the whole system is laid out with the states and the electoral college and all that, like, it's basically impossible to, like make any kind of substantive change under this existing system, right? Like,
but they're like saying, here, eat piss or shit. Which one do you want to eat?
But like,
that's not good enough.
Stop. So if we take, if you are able to somewhat even like take even local state, right? You're not going to be able to implement fucking voting representation. Like
fucking keep trying. That's why we have to keep doing it publicly.
Okay, that's fine. But if you let the especially the Jewish if you let the Supreme Court, the Jewish judiciary,
doing that.
go right wing, you don't think they're gonna be ruled against you at every fucking turn?
That's what we're saying.
Okay, but
that's already happening. That's why we have to do something different to try to fix it.
Okay,
that's the system we live under now, right?
And by the way, just to say, is that you fucking Redcorn? Is that you Redcorn?
No. You want absolved. You want absolved. You want absolved from any possible negative.
I don't fucking care. No, I don't fucking care.
No, that's fucking.
You have to care, dude.
No,
I don't care.
Dude, you can't keep on.
You're not listening to me.
Stupid fucking disingenuous.
I don't care. I don't care.
Wanna be intellectual.
Suck my dick,
Matt,
man. I don't fucking care.
Matt, wait, hold on.
I don't care.
Okay, let's.
If you're being intellectual, go be somewhere else.
No, seriously, Jesus Christ, man. I'm talking about strategy so my kids have a fucking like a planet to live on, man. Like I don't know what the fuck. Like the thing that you're doing now, trying to like fucking get the Democratic Party to be slightly less ghoulish than the right is not a strategy. It's not a strategy.
I mean, look, he's right. Things are going to be worse, dude.
Okay, good.
You wait till you see. Let's just see.
I like. It's like that attitude is like. First of all, you're talking to somebody.
Fuck off.
The
If they're
fucking
all
okay.
Come on, hey, hold on, man.
Nobody's saying that. You're putting words in my mouth because that's all you fucking know how to do is respond to a script.
Inference.
No,
you have made a decision, and now we're here, and you don't like the
Again,
outcome.
so you're talking to me. Do you think that
I don't care about the outcome. I couldn't care
again?
less.
I live in a
The
blue
outcome's
state
not
that
much
went blue.
It's not much different
Is
than
that
Kamala or fucking Trump. It's not that much different.
so? You're talking
It's
to
not
be
that much
like the
different, dude.
15 million people who didn't vote for the Democrats in I guess the swing states. Like my vote doesn't matter. Like that's the honest thing about it.
No.
So
Okay,
I don't fucking care.
16 million didn't said as well. That's exactly what the other 16 million said. You all have
Again,
moral high ground.
No, he's right. He's right.
Don't care,
He's
dude.
right.
Dude,
Yes, it's a collective. Voting is a
Your
collective
fucking myopic
fucking
worldview is so
it's a collective
fucking brain
action,
dead.
dude.
It's a strategy for the
If
third party.
you're going
You need to
around,
be fucking
It's a
quiet.
strategy, dude.
You're so
It's
loud.
also principles as well, dude. It's principles.
Oh, you're
care.
very
I mean,
loud.
No, it's like sure, but
Not
like
loud, dude.
I think you're loud, PPG.
Oh,
you're
sorry.
fucking
Go
crazy
ahead.
loud.
Turbo's loud on my end. I'll just lower his fucking. It's all right.
I think third party was a strategy as well as the fucking principled fucking.
Yeah, well, there's
just-
a reason why it hasn't fucking worked for 200 years, dude.
Okay,
Okay.
well, it's not true at all.
Stupid.
That's not true at all.
Wait, Matt.
Oh my God,
I
I'm
know.
not fucking doing
There's
this
a
with
lot of
you.
motherfuckers that
It's
don't.
not case law, dude. It's not. It's
Oh my!
not.
We gotta let each other talk, dude. Okay, Matt, what were you saying?
I wasn't saying anything.
You said it's not true at all that third party hasn't worked. I can confirm to you historically third party has not worked.
It's a long-term idea,
again,
dude.
it's like the point is that the system that we have now does not work.
So you're happy with
It
the
doesn't
choice we
work.
get, eh? The two
I'm not
choices
going to
we get.
keep
You're happy
fucking
with that.
banging my head into the wall doing something that doesn't work.
DJ Tom Cranks.
Oh my God! Shut the fuck up, dude.
Yeah.
This guy has got to go.
I know, this guy's crazy.
Oh my God! Who is this?
This guy's more crazy than me. Fuck.
No, you're pretty fucking crazy, Turbo.
No, this guy's charged, dude.
Oh god, he's got this fucking liberal rage. It's like
he's liberal rage.
Projection is like you see the world through like everybody's as awful as you, where all you care about is like fucking, you know, like semantics, like
how different do you between Camel and Trump? Between Camel and Trump, how different do you think it was going to be? Dude?
Again, yeah, that's
pretty different in many ways.
Part of my argument.
Right?
So like you can say all these fucking scare stories
and do it for the long term and fucking have a difference when in the end of it all, instead of just having nothing and still having to do up.
Or you could
just cite about Trump
fascism like a dumbass. Or you could go the Nazi Germany.
It's really not.
You idiot. Wait, okay.
Kamala
was just Turbo, you know your history? What happened in the 1932 election, dude?
Oh my god, you were so loud. The fucking, Biden had 4 years to demonstrate that he was, fucking, you know, at all, like, going to be somebody who was going to improve on Trump.
It doesn't matter,
like,
Matt.
I'm just going to mute this guy.
You know what, though? You could not vote the same people in. They were doing the same shit, dude. You can't do it.
Keep doing it. Like, why would you keep fucking doing something that doesn't work? It's making our lives demonstrably worse.
The people that are in there right now.
It's just not working. It's not working.
Stop talking over each other, man.
It's not working.
I know. Okay, it's not. Matt.
It's not. Where'd you go? Yeah, that's the other thing.
The same. It's just that it's not to focus on a third party and build your own party. Just a sec, man. No, just a sec. Nope. Just a sec.
Wait, let him talk. Yeah, go ahead, Turbo. Go ahead, Turbo.
One thing is, let me just say one thing.
Go ahead, Turbo.
If you like look at the duopoly and you see I don't really have any choices here, they're pretty much generally the same thing with a few differences. You basically can turn to a third party and focus on that because it's all you got.
Yeah.
The other two are going to go regardless. So you even said they would, right? So the third party, you build it up for your own party, your own fucking, and that's how you only way you're going to get out of the fucking duopoly. It's a fucking it's a locked in system. You can't fucking win, dude. It's not. It's slavery, dude.
Money equals power. Like that's everything is just decided on the basis of who's got the most fucking investment in the thing. It's like it's
Kamala Harris outspent Donald Trump and she lost, dude.
I mean, that's not necessarily it's like more fucking intricate than that. Like it depends on like you'd have to look at like which sectors were fundraised when, from where, who did the money come from, like who's representing what. Like I've read some convincing arguments that like this was about Trump's China posture, right? Like they wanted somebody who was willing to just fucking go balls to the wall, and just like the limited amount of guardrails the Democrats had on fucking China was what swung capital, because that's what it really was. Like Bezos doing that shit with the Washington Post.
Hey, Matt, but like that didn't actually influence you to vote for Kamala, dude.
What? I didn't.
You won
trying to tell me, trying to like shame some fucking like a blue state leftist from not voting for genocide is crazy.
Dude, you're voting for the
Turbo, wait.
Put Liz Cheney as the fucking attorney general, dude. That's what they're
Turbo, just chill out.
That's really not good, dude.
But like
again, you didn't know that. You didn't know that, and now you're
my vote doesn't matter. Again, my vote doesn't matter.
Forward, dude.
My vote doesn't matter. My vote doesn't matter. I said it all along. Potentially, if I was in a swing state, I might think about it differently. But again, my vote doesn't matter.
That's not the way you should look at voting. Okay. You should look at voting as a giant collective, dude.
Shut the fuck up.
If you're
shut the fuck up. It's liberal fucking
principles.
It's like
if everybody stuck to the principles and voted for the platform that was their principles, then they would basically have the people they wanted in. Instead of just voting because you should just vote for the lesser evil is the dumbest thing you can do, dude.
Blind loyalty to a party that's only ever spit in your face. It's blind loyalty to this party that has just fucked you every opportunity.
They don't get
your vote. You're just blindly loyal to them.
Just because
and they put Liz Cheney out there. They expect you to fucking vote for them after they put fucking
dude. They don't own the vote, and
then
if you don't give it to the other team, you're voting for the other team. That doesn't work that way, dude.
It's like, they have you thinking this brain dead shit because that's the fucking only way they can do it.
Trump got your help.
He didn't
get my vote. Got your help.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did.
No one owned my vote, dude. No one owned that vote.
You sound just like debunkers.
That vote belonged to nobody, dude. I put the vote in.
Yo, both of you guys, come on, stop. Dude, I understand what he's trying to say. Trump didn't earn your vote because if this is the way to do. You're talking right about the duopoly. If you don't vote for Kamala, then you vote for Trump. That's it.
No, that's not the way it works, buddy. That's the dumbest logic you ever. No, it's not the way it is, dude. Did you notice? Did you notice the third party was able to fucking shut down Kamala? It was able to do that. They're meant to do. They meant to do that. The Muslims meant to fucking shut her down. They had no other reason. Even though Trump is actually not even good for them, the fact is, this message. The message was
because of the Muslim vote.
The message was, dude. The message was with the no Kamala thing was that I don't care. I don't care.
I keep turning him down because he's so loud.
I don't want these people that are in right now to have the message that they're doing it right and that they should be left in power. You know what I mean?
All right, Turbo. Let me. You already made your. I get it.
Turn the other guy off.
Just stop saying I get it. Shut up. You don't want to give someone a reward.
Listen to me.
Shut up a sec, PPG. You don't want to give someone a message that you think that they're doing a good job by giving them the vote just because it's not the right thing to do.
I hear you. You should not incentivize genocide. That's what you're saying, right?
With the job they were doing. In total, the job they were doing.
Okay, that's a good point. No, hold on. Because now Donald Trump, when he continues the genocide and expands the genocide, especially on the West Bank,
then you got to deal with him.
Okay. Then the Overton window is gonna move so far to the right, and the only alternative is gonna be the Democrat. So you understand that? You're gonna vote for the Democrat, the guy who was doing less genocide the other time. That's what you're gonna do?
You're just talking about lesser and lesser evil.
No. Stop. Okay.
Lesser evil is evil.
So listen to what you're saying, bro.
So try the other option, dude. The third party option, dude.
It's like, why would I vote for either of the parties when they're both saying we want to fucking continue the genocide? Exactly. You're right. Exactly.
Do that. The only sense that makes sense is to vote for the third fucking party, dude. If everybody did that, we'd be out of a fucking hole.
Again, this consciousness can change quickly if people like you stop fucking dragging your feet.
Wait, are you?
Oh my God.
Exactly. No, do you have? Listen about this. People like you are the reason why it's the same shit every time.
Well, you have to let people talk.
Shitty little lesser fucking of evil choice because of you. Keep propelling this shit. You don't change it.
Who's this?
Why does everybody change it at once?
No one's doing a genocide.
Okay, listen to what you said. Consciousness can change fast. Do you have any evidence for that, dude? Especially in America.
It can.
When has it? Stop saying it can. It's been 270 years.
No one's tried.
Does it help for you to stop?
No one's tried.
Dude, oh my God. Does it help for you to just be preaching about the duopoly being
like? This is a unique set of circumstances that you can see playing out before you. Like, there's a confluence of issues coming together, which is why I feel the way I feel. This is not just me plugging away like, oh, this is the thing that we're going to do this. It's changing. No, there's other factors that are making me think this way, right? Like, I think capital's in crisis, and it's going to be in worse and worse crisis. And, like, this is the kind of stress that, like, they're not going to be able to fucking... it's the sort of fucking dude with his fingers in the holes, right?
Capital in crisis can end in many ways, and one of them is
fascism. So shut the fuck up.
Oh my
exactly.
God, don't be
so
scared
I am saying that because that's the situation, I think we need to fucking get our shit together and come with a clear, level-headed, fucking legitimate alternative to these two capitalist fucking sicko parties that nobody likes. They didn't vote for Trump because it's like they want him. They want different. Because they fucking hate the Democrats and they know the Democrats are going to continue hurting them.
They like less. Yeah, they just cope with the one they don't like as much.
They just go back and forth like that because they keep sucking. They're both horrible. Like
nobody likes the options. Nobody was happy with the options. Everybody was stuck in this.
They're ready for a this or that new party. They just need the option, man. Like we just need to fucking get it to them. Like we need to have the option there.
What's wrong with
to fucking do it?
Or we split the vote like the communists and the social democrats did in 1932 in Germany, and the fascists take power, take institutional power, and then you're completely fucked.
So, dude, you can't.
You're just like the fucking libs who are like McGovern.
Do you know why you can't compare it to? Do you know why you can't compare it to that, QBG? Because you can't compare this to like to the 1930s fucking Europe. You can't compare it to 1930s Europe, dude. It has a completely different.
All they compare everything to.
Landscape.
One thing they all fucking do. All of them, always. And you can't look at the unique set of circumstances we have before us.
Exactly.
That's a new situation. The way that we've had this independent media is emerged as a real alternative. The fact that we have the internet still capable to us in some degree. The fact that they are getting their fucking their asses handed to them on the international stage at every interaction. The way BRICS is fucking strengthening. The way that the fucking like world is growing impatient with their way of they've used the UN as a rubber stamp. Like these are all things that are happening at once, right? Like, and the world can see it. There's an alternative on the table for other countries in the developing world. And then I think like that is only going to sort of put capital on its back foot domestically, right? I think
economically, there is an alternative.
Well, again, it's the same fucking thing. Economically, it's the same fucking thing.
There
is
not an alternative in the world. Right now, there's plans by the American Trump or Kamala.
Dude, they're not. They don't have the forces to fucking violently defend the entire empire. Within 10 years, they're going to be in a situation where they're going to need like 1 million soldiers on the fucking battlefield at any one point to try to retain their territory.
Hold on, can I tell you something?
That's the path we're heading down with these fucking parties, both of them.
You don't think now we can all acknowledge that both the Democrats and the Republicans with Trump are moving fascist right to the right. Both
they're going to do a fucking war with China.
No,
it's like what's their doing?
They
can't defeat China economically. They know they can't beat them.
I'm gonna fucking kill myself, bro.
I said he moved left for Trump. Yeah, he did.
They cannot beat them.
He outlefted Kamala on a lot of things.
Let me just get this.
Just the fundamentals of the system, they cannot defeat China under this setup paradigm, right? They can't do it. So hold on. Their option, they want to fucking go to war with them because they're freaks and they don't care about people getting hurt because they make money off of it.
I think
both parties were doing it, dude. That's the point. Both parties were doing it. Both parties were doing it. That was the pathway for either party, man.
Okay,
you
listen
dumbass.
To what I'm saying.
Come on.
Both parties are moving to the fascist right. I agree with you.
I don't think so. I don't think they are.
Turbo, let me fucking finish the point. Hold on, Matt. I agree with you. They are, especially with China, dude. I'll give you an example of one where we move so far to the right. Where they didn't. Turbo, can you stop being a child, bro?
Why do you want to participate in that? Why don't you want to build an option, an alternative?
You don't participate in. Hold on, I'm gonna give you.
Do not talk about FDR. Don't talk about FDR.
Donald Trump did something that prior fucking administrations did not have the balls to do because he was it. He moved to the right. The administration moved to the right. He killed Soleimani, dude.
You think Trump moved to the right? You think Trump moved to the right?
Shut
Why
up.
did he move to the right?
What made him move to the right?
Just because he killed Soleimani, he moved to the right? That's not moving to the right. That's not moving to the right, dude. That's a military. No, it's not. It's a military action that's not moving to the right, dude.
They've certainly effectively campaigned as to the left of the Democrats on military.
He did.
So say that whoever did that is a combination of Kamala. I know. I'm not talking about what he did. I'm talking about the way that they're able to brand themselves, the way they're able to fucking run electorally.
I don't care about what
effectively.
They say. I care about what they did.
Okay. Oh, I'm saying the situation if you're trying to join one of those parties to try to build a progressive future, right? Doing that with the Democratic Party as they move to the right of the other party currently, right? In real time, we see them doing it. You validating Liz Cheney and saying, this is the place for me. Not to say the Republicans have the right vision because they obviously don't, but the fact that that's the way that the issue has been polarized, and for you to take the Democrat side in that is it doesn't.
He's right.
It points out the fundamental contradiction, man. The party is fucking Tony Blinken. They're run by Raytheon lobbyists. The modern Democratic Party is basically fucking run by all these One West freaks who are just the people who stand to benefit from war. How are we supposed to trust them to have any kind of clear-eyed vision of what the fucking best path for anybody is? The foreign policy they've pursued has been about what can I do to drop the most bombs on people? How can I get away with buying and dropping and wasting the most material? The most military equipment. Even in Ukraine, it's just burning shit, dude.
Okay, so you're saying that both parties are moving to the right. I agree with you.
No, I didn't say both parties. Actually, I would say Trump. I would say Trump moved to the left. Well, why do you keep denying that?
You think that Trump moved to the left?
Trump moved to the left of where he was.
Yeah. Hear that Trump moved to the left, dude.
Yeah, he did. From what he used to be last time, he was definitely to the left of that. What makes you think he wasn't? What made him go to the right? Explain to me what made him go to the right. What makes him go to the right? What is it that makes him go to the right?
Okay, just chill. Can I talk?
What policies?
Can I fucking talk?
Yes. When you tell me what policies.
Then shut the fuck up. Dude.
All right, man. Let's go.
Donald Trump he was. You're right. Rhetorically, he said he was going to be the anti-war president in 2016. He was to the right of Obama.
I don't care about that 2016, dude. I'm not talking about that.
Shut the fuck up, dude. What do you think is going to happen now, dumbass? You think he's going to change?
I think he's going a little left, actually, considering his policies are completely left compared to what they used to be. Yeah.
I mean,
Kamala definitely went right.
Turbo.
Yeah, you're denying that the Democratic Party and the Republican Party have not had a shift. You're denying that. That's retarded.
No. You shut the fuck up.
Aesthetically speaking, I would say. I mean, it's what like. I do think that Trump sees, like I said about him understanding what's popular or not. Right?
Man, you're gonna eat these words, dude.
No,
if you
I'm
say
not,
you
man.
think
I don't
he's gonna
care.
be to
Dude,
the left, you
I
don't think he's gonna continue Gaza?
I don't care.
You don't think he's gonna be more right wing on Iran, dude?
You're gonna have to try to fucking make sure that he knows that that's
I think the distinction is negligible.
Right wing on Iran.
I mean,
I don't know, dude. We don't know yet.
It's like we don't know the fucking. I can't.
We do know.
We do know
he was to the right of
the
Iran.
Democrats were so bad every opportunity. Would you have predicted? Would you have predicted this state of affairs that the president would just fucking roll over for Israel like this in this fashion? Like, it's so bad on both levels because it doesn't look strong. It doesn't look like you have a fucking big stick. It looks like you are just a little fucking baby who keeps putting red lines out there, keeps telling them, hey, don't do this. So you're confirming that you know it's bad, right? And then you're telling them, hey, we would prefer if you didn't do this. And then they do it. So not only are you just doing the horrific fucking like barbaric atrocities, you are doing it in such a way that makes you look like bullies and sickos and like not any kind of like it's just bad. I mean,
this is how the Overton window works, man.
Oh my God, shut
if
up.
You have that's what do you mean? Shut the fuck up.
This is everything is about that.
There's no proof why they went right.
Donald Trump shifted the Overton window to the right in 2016, and the Democrats followed him, dude.
You are coping so hard.
I mean, if your argument is to vote third party and let Trump win, and the Overton window shift even further to the right. What are you gonna get from this? You're gonna get anything from this.
That's not what's happening.
I don't know what you think.
That's not what's happening.
That's so disconnected. That's why you didn't know who's gonna win the election. I can't wait to see
like
you were so dumb about who's winning the election. You're so wrong, dude. You didn't have one right fucking thought. You know you lost every bet that you made? You know why you lost every single bet you made on this election? Because you were sitting there in a Kyle Kulinski little bubble, and you were talking about how much you had this in the bag. You were talking about how much you had this in the bag. And you know what you did? Do you know what you did? You know what you did? Do you know what you did, PPG? It was your wrong move. Was you and Kyle Kulinski and all these kind of people just acted like you bloatedly had it in the bag. And you know what people did? That listened to you.
10 minutes for a second,
and then they fucking thought, I don't need to go vote. You just basically just ruined it for yourselves by pretending you were winning.
That's a really good point. That seltzer full bullshit. Yeah, dude. I wonder how many people
to themselves.
Okay, man. Yeah, that's why you bet $100.
I know. I feel conned. I feel like the Democrats played me. I feel like they fucking did it on
$5,000.
Yeah, I feel like they did it on purpose to try to fucking to juice the turnout. They probably they thought people were gonna come because people like to vote for a winner, because the Democrats do everything based on this like 1990s era like common knowledge, like, you know, with David Axelrod and James Carville, what they say about strategy, right?
The
like
Zeltzer lady had Trump winning in 202016.
I'm just saying, like, their idea of good policy is just like these offhanded. I mean,
your little pollers that you really saw.
That's what I'm saying. I feel they were all lying to us. I feel like they were all on the fucking take. I feel like they were
totally being assholes.
I feel like they did the thing that they were accused of doing in 2016.
Yeah, they're acting on the fucking whole thing, just making everybody just believe that it was going that way. But you know what it did? It stopped people from going out and voting. You know what Bannon said when he got out of jail? He said, let's act like we're 20 points down the whole fucking way, all the way to the end. And that's what they did, dude. They had to think they were 20 points down, and they fucking showed up.
I don't think they fucking care about winning, really. You know, it's like
the Republicans I'm talking about. I'm talking about the Republicans.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. The Democrats.
But the Democrats were like, we won already. Ha ha. We just sat and watched Rasan Piker and 186,000 people watching him didn't go vote, you know? None of them voted. They're like, yeah, we won. All right. Awesome. Yeah. Wow. We're cool.
I mean, that can't be it either, though. I think it's like, I mean,
it was 11 million votes.
Yeah,
and they
it was
didn't
11
show up
million
because they
people.
didn't like the administration. Turbo's a schizo. He doesn't know that
He's
shit.
right.
It's true though.
That's it. That's it. Fucking people didn't like Joe
Kalinske and all of them
Biden,
are wrong.
and then Kamala didn't do enough to convince them she'd be different. Bottom line. That's the bottom line.
I mean, listen,
That's the bottom
okay,
line.
Can I give you? Wait, Matt. Can I give you a poll? Can I give you a poll?
Oh my God.
No, you
I
can't.
mean, an exit poll. It wasn't a poll. It's an exit poll. How people voted.
Okay, everybody, this is what not to do. Whatever this
46
poll is, just don't do this poll. Anyways, go
This
ahead.
was an exit poll. This was what happened. This is the people how they
opposite.
voted. 46% of the populace that voted saw Kamala Harris as the, I'm doing quotes,
a black lady. Ah.
progressive candidate.
Oh, she's too progressive. Oh, okay, yeah.
She's
They-
too
Aggressive?
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
all the
because
people are
she
idiots
wants
in
to
the
have the
United
most
States. Yeah,
lethal military in the world.
No,
That's,
we're just idiots
yeah.
in the United States. We're all dumb.
Hold on. We're giving our opinions. We know that bitch is a right winger. I agree.
She won't stop talking about
this
it.
is the way the
Why
vote.
are you
don't
admitting
think
that now?
she should talk
Oh my
about it
God.
so much. It's
Someone
okay if she
told
wants to
you
do
shit.
that, I guess,
my
but she
God,
should
She's
just
a
stop
right
bragging
winger now,
about it.
TPG? You just admitted it?
That's what I'm saying. It's
She's a
like
right winger?
all that stuff is like not people.
You
It's not
suck the pussy
popular.
of a
People
right
don't
winger?
like killing babies. People don't like
licked
that.
I don't even
pussy?
know why I
You licked
fucking
that pussy?
invited Turbo,
You
bro.
licked that pussy of that right wing bitch all whole way, eh? And you just admitted it
Turbo,
now.
you got like 60 people here listening to your fucking schizo rants, man. Can you
No,
chill
dude.
the fuck out?
It's true though. It's true, dude.
She
It's absolutely
Okay,
true.
hold on.
She's
dude,
never been progressive.
Please.
She ran on
Okay,
Tough
I
on
understand.
Crime her first.
Matt,
What a
I
fucking
understand.
Weasley little liar, dude.
Exactly.
Okay, Matt,
He is
I
one.
understand that she's never been progressive, but the people who voted saw her this way.
I don't care. Why does that matter?
Well, what is that, dude? I mean, the electorate saw she had Liz Cheney, etc.
So the
they saw
American people
her
are
as
idiots?
a quote unquote. What do you think, you fucking ape?
I
Most of
mean,
the American people are idiots, is what you're saying. Okay, good.
like
good
they,
job.
yeah, but
It's a great
they,
analogy.
it's like it just demonstrates it's like they're not that reluctantly they were going with the Democrats because again they know Trump's bad. He
But she
talks
was
about
super
being bad.
aggressive.
It's the thing. It's like the Democrats like all they have to do is not be evil. They
She
can't
tried
do
to
that.
go with Dick Cheney and act like it was like
Yeah,
totally
so
left.
they
thing
try
do.
to like
mean,
I don't
what the
understand
hell?
what their strategy is because they simultaneously try to say that like we're better than the Republicans.
Yeah,
they're
they tried to go with
fascists.
Dick Cheney and act
Okay,
like
But
he
then
was
also
the devil.
Dick Cheney's our best
dude.
We
friend.
should have made a deal with the devil. and
What
we're
the
just not
fuck
You guys are
is
doing
giving
it.
me you guys, Matt, you're giving me your left-wing perspective. I'm giving you actual numbers, dude. 46% of the electorate thought she was too progressive, dude.
That doesn't okay.
No,
so
I know you're a
again,
communist
No,
on
but it
Wednesdays.
does
What is it?
matter,
I
dude.
know
What point are you
Wednesdays
trying
you're a
to make
communist. I
with
know that,
that,
PPG.
though?
I know you're a communist on Wednesdays. We all know that, okay?
Hey, give me a
this is-
minute. Let
but this
Turbo
is
go on this
opposite.
one minute schizo rant.
We know
I'll be
PPG is a
back and he's still
communist.
gonna be
We know
talking.
PPG is a communist on Wednesdays. We know that. And then all the other days he's a complete like neocon loser. We all know that. But besides that, PPG, what's your actual thoughts here? Like we're not promoting anybody anymore. Just remember that. Kamala lost. Now talk. Go ahead. How do you really feel, PG? Oh, he lost. That's what he knows, right?
I don't know who was
He
that
lost so bad.
random chatter
Matt,
in there.
Matt,
Tupac,
Matt,
super guess. It
Matt,
doesn't
he
matter.
lost
It's
so
like
bad.
the
Yo, well,
Tim, what are you doing?
I'm talking. What do you mean? What are you? Or
Tim.
who's this guy?
He's a Timmer. He's a
I have
Dutch
to
person.
fucking
He's kind of,
lock this channel. Hold on.
he's very Tim. Behave yourself. It's not funny, Tim. Don't fuck around. Anyways, you fucking Matt. So you were gonna say something, Matt? Go ahead.
Matt, this guy's a fucking Nazi.
I know. I'm trying.
You sure you want to have him in here?
No, I'm trying to fucking lock the channel down. Hold on.
There's,
I just don't want to kick you guys off.
You might want to kick
Turbo.
two people in here. You might want to kick off. That's
Yeah,
all I'm gonna say.
you're just gonna say that. Yeah, you might want to do that. Although it is kind of a Nazi thing to do, but still, I would probably say it'd probably be smart. Yeah. Yeah, that's gonna be bad. Good call. Fuck. There you go. Oh my god. AVPG?
I hear it. I mean, good thing he didn't say anything, dude.
Yeah, I know. He did that to Kairos last night. Which is, you know.
He did that to Kairos?
Yeah. I mean, like, we gave him shit for it, but he did do it, yeah.
Well, you guys were talking to Kairos yesterday.
No. Legate went in to talk to him, and then he had his bloody thing open. He didn't have it locked, and a couple of people went bouncing in there and did bad things.
You must have seen it open. You told those fuckers to go in there, and then they must have said all that shit.
I would never do that. I would never do that kind of thing. They probably found it themselves.
You would do that all the time.
No, I've never done that. No, I've never done that before. What do you mean? What are you talking about, dude? When have I ever done that?
Okay.
Dude, when have I ever done that?
I made it private.
Yeah, when have I ever done that, PBG? I would never do that kind of stuff. That stuff is bullshit. I would never ever get someone in trouble like that in my life, if ever. No.
So how much did you lose, Matt? $100?
Yeah.
That's not bad.
Look, I only lost 2,000. Turbo made me a dumbass bet. That was the only bet I won, dude. But hey,
that shared stream thing. You're right. We should have used that, huh?
Which one?
Ria's my mod, dude. But he doesn't want to come back. What the fuck, Ria?
Was that Ria that was in there?
Ria Allen, he's right there. Look at him.
Which one is that? The
note
guy?
Your name's on the screen. Shit.
Is that the note
I'm
guy?
looking at Matt's stream. Matt's chat.
Hold on. Chad wants to move along.
Move it into like.
I'm not a pussy, Ria. I thought I was gonna get it all.
Get what all? You did not. You just you're disillusioned, man. It was so funny. Bad. They're so funny though. PPG took it on the chin, kind of, but then by about 10:30, he looked like he looked like an upset Mussolini, sitting there with his bald head all upset.
Yeah, I really wish the libs are gonna fucking be cool this time. I really hope so.
What did you expect? Do you think I was like cry like some fucking lib or something, dude?
Oh, you cried, dude. You were very, very upset. It was very, very interesting.
I thought maybe
I have a picture of you. The moment that it was called, and that your face, there's nothing like that face. It's like you look like you were crying. You were mad.
Were you in my chat? Because I told you guys that I didn't sleep the night before.
No, I was at the show all night. I was having a good time. I didn't, you know.
Oh,
I didn't
Matt,
even think about
when
it.
did you find out? When did you find out that?
Not till I was on the way home. I thought it was a red mirage.
That's crazy.
Oh really? That was a red mirage. That's funny.
I was in the show. I wasn't watching the score.
Oh yeah.
And when I came, actually, a lot of people thought that. A lot of people thought that. I talked to Tony for a minute. He called me during the show, and I came outside and talked to him. And I couldn't tell because I was like loud, and there was people talking like he was like nervous, you know. And he like wanted me to reassure him, and I didn't know what was going on.
Wait, did he vote for Kamala? Did Tony do the smart thing and vote for
Tony
Kamala?
loves Kamala. Yeah, he was. Yeah.
Oh, thank God, Tony.
Nice.
God damn it. Fucking
Vote
Tony.
for camel toe. Camel toe hairy ass is bad.
Yeah.
American Latinos, men like me and Tony.
Dude, Hispanics
went for fucking Trump, bro.
Hispanics.
Tony's mad about that, man. Yeah, he's mad about that. He's like fucking chuds.
It was men. It wasn't even women. It was men, dude. It was men.
The pick me Latinos. He was mad about.
Yeah, Gusanos, fucking retards, dude.
Yeah, you predicted all the Latinos would hate them and never go, and it was all over when the Puerto Rican.
I mean, that's crazy though, man. That's kind of crazy.
They're conservative. They're conservatives, man. They're
I know, but
Catholics
like the way he talks about like fucking like the border and all, like I guess that's fine.
But
that makes
you know what
sense,
though? I found a lot of immigrants that are actually here and like have status. They don't want any other. They don't want any other immigrants in.
He's like
that.
Wait, no.
You know callous about it though. I guess is what it is. He's like
you want to
he's
hear
like a
it
dick
from
about
a Mexican American? It's the woman thing, dude. They are Catholic conservatives. They don't think a woman should be president. I had to force my dad to vote for Kamala.
Yeah, that's fucking true.
That's true. Yes,
that's true. Yes, it is.
Yeah, I believe it. Yeah.
They don't think that women should be president. This is fucked, bro.
Thank God for those guys this time. Perfect.
That's crazy though.
Those guys served us well for their endurance.
50% of men and women voted Trump.
Ria, you're an idiot. Look at the woman vote. Kamala won it by 20%.
That's true. Mexico has a fucking woman president
you were wrong
now.
About PPG. You were wrong about
the impact. You see that?
You're wrong about the impact of Roe v. Wade.
So Mexico is more progressive than fucking Texas. What you're saying?
Yeah, no. But it's usually the right wingers that move, like it is the Gusanos who usually leave.
That's
right?
true. Yeah,
you're right about that. The Gusanos who leaves. It's the right wingers, more conservative. So
That's
Mexico is left wing, dude.
Roe v. Wade was not as big of an impact as you thought. That was pretty much all.
Yeah, no, it wasn't. No, the dumb bitches voted
it's because
for
the Democrats didn't do it right. It's because they didn't fucking make any promises.
They never did what they're supposed to.
Because they want to run on it for 20 years.
Yeah, 51 years later. Come on,
yeah, they don't want to fucking codify it. They want to just do state by state and use it to beat the Republicans all across the country.
Yeah,
it's
fucking always as a hangover for that.
It's like people fucking spotted that.
People noticed that after 51 years. Yeah, exactly.
It's like that's the kind of thing that adds up, man. People like just frustrated with you and just not going to bother.
Yeah, you have to be the champions.
It had an effect. This time, it got major turnouts in the...
For the final time, it never caught on. People really figured it out. That's what it was.
2024, people came out to vote for the ballot measures, but they didn't vote for Kamala.
And how sick is it that they never ever did it?
They came out to vote for the ballot measures. They could have done it
so many times, and they never did it. That's horrible.
And they had no plans to do it. She didn't run on it wasn't like she had a coherent plan to be like, I'm going to undo the filibuster and fix abortion. Like,
they probably never wanted to do it, and they never wanted to do it.
No, I'm going to challenge the courts. Nothing. They just fucking didn't want to make promises to anybody for anything.
Now the Supreme Court's going to get a little bit more right wing.
I mean, that's fucking the Democrats' fault.
We're going to get rid of gay marriage.
So you should be mad at the Democratic Party instead of the people who are fucking trying to deal with it.
Roe got overturned, Turbo?
It's very clearly it's their fucking fault.
Dude. It's not overturned. It's just like it is definitely
it's
definitely restricted.
It's definitely restricted. That Roe v. Wade was overturned. This is how retarded.
Why would you ever say that? Why would you ever say that? I'm for abortion, dude. I'm not against abortion.
I just said then why do you think sending it to the states is fine?
How come you think? No, I didn't. All I said is that was Trump's only move he could do because he would have pissed off his base or he would have pissed off everybody else that believes in abortion, which is the majority. If he didn't do that, it was his only play he had.
It's
right?
just
That's all
a
he could
bullshit thing to like.
No, I think it's bullshit.
Very clearly, like a fucking craven political, like made up thing that like it didn't like the Republicans were originally supportive of abortion, right?
Yeah, they are.
The fact that they just invented it whole cloth to have something to fucking polarize people on is really particularly frustrating.
Trans using bathrooms is the same shit. They do this all the time, dude.
PPG, listen. The fucking fact is that like Trump had no choice because if he made abortions legal, he would have pissed off his whole base, and if he made abortions completely not illegal, he would have pissed off the majority of Americans that like want abortion. So he had to do it to the states. It's his only option he had. Right?
The only way to make abortion illegal federally, you have to get rid of Roe v. Wade. He did the first part, and they're trying to move to the second part.
There's fucking people even on the Supreme Court. I mean, I don't know. Maybe he bit off more than he could chew with those Supreme Court freaks.
I don't think they're that. You know what? I don't know if they're that stupid. That like if they're being
they seem
that
pretty ridiculous.
Bad. I mean, are they really being that terrible?
No, yeah. Well, the rest of their the rest of their rulings on like the corporate stuff is particularly egregious. Like they're pretty bad.
Oh my god! Finally,
like,
somebody
they're
said
unhinged,
something smart,
man.
Dude. Well,
like
they ruled against the Teamsters. They ruled against
over,
the Teamsters.
It's like this is what they do is they find a way to use the precedent to say what they want to say anyway.
They're not going to go with. Yeah, they're terribly unfucking with any work.
Yeah, you guys let Trump win in 2016 and he put them there. Yeah,
that's the thing. That's like I don't think that's.
Yeah, that happens.
Obama's bad.
That's not the right way to look at it.
Bad people in there. There's not going to be like a
great.
Obama put Sotomayor is bad to you.
Sotomayor is pretty fucking ass. Yeah.
Sotomayor.
They're all really bad.
They're all bad.
Are you fucking kidding me, dude?
They all just fucking roll for the oligarchs every time. It's all just.
You're just you're buying the whole left. You're buying the whole good guy, bad guy thing. And it's not really like that, PPG.
Sotomayor who ruled that ending fucking.
None of them are really big champions of any kind.
God, look at the low bar you're setting for them.
I mean.
Yeah, it's a low bar, dude.
Okay, dude. Well, here we are.
That goes along with everything in your life.
Government with the most right-wing court.
That's everything in your life.
It sucks, man. We got to change it. You know, that's why. That's what we're saying.
Your strategy hasn't worked for 270 years. Why would it work
now? You got to do some leg days.
Things are different now.
Think about leg days.
Things are different now.
Turbo, there's 60 people here. Can you stop being a child, dude?
Can you do some leg days?
I just think it's different. I think we're in a unique place in history that we can.
This is how this motherfucker is every day, dude. Holy shit!
We have a good chance.
What am I like? What am I doing that's bad? What am I doing?
I'm just not going to support the genocides. I'm not going to support it. You think it's going to get better?
I mean, there's going to be a genocide.
It's not a future worth building.
It's not a
future worth building. At least I can do this and fucking hopefully maybe achieve something.
Maybe you could actually change it by doing something besides leaving the same administration in. If you leave the same administration in, you're definitely going to have it, right? For sure. So you got to give them the message that you're going to kick them out. You can't let them stay in.
My interests are fundamentally opposed to Dick Cheney.
Okay, well, then genocide,
but he sees the prior. They got kicked out for that, right? So they're going to say, okay, this is going to be popular. At least they got the message.
No, Donald Trump was further to the right of Barack Obama.
It doesn't matter about
Why would he do that now?
Right wing or left wing, dude. It's not about left wing or right wing.
Okay, can I give you? Wait. No, hold on. Because this retard says something. Can I address it? Why would he do that? He already did that when he came into power. He continued and expanded the Yemeni genocide. Why would he do that?
What, dude? Listen. What are you talking about?
Listen what?
Also, PPG also thinks
you keep going from like a general discussion to like
Trump. PPG also thinks Trump started the fucking Ukraine war by selling some javelins to Ukraine.
Yeah, that's stupid.
He started the whole war. It's dumb as shit.
Wait. Can you address what I just said?
Obama sent blankets. I sent javelin missiles.
The two most deadliest years in the Yemen genocide.
He did.
In 2018 and 2019.
Presidents make shitty decisions. You're right. Yes, they're all bad. Yes.
Oh my God.
It definitely is not.
No, Trump
not doing
that was egregious.
No, you did not.
Trump vetoed the Yemen bill.
I never said he was anti-war. I never said he's anti-war, dude. I never said that he was anti-war.
Okay.
Who said that? Who said that? Who said that?
Let people talk, dude. I know you're.
No, you're yelling, dude. They're yelling for no reason. No one's schizo. You're schizo, dude.
Okay.
You're very schizo, dude. PPG, you're the loudest and you're the most schizo, dude. You're yelling. Yeah, you are.
Okay.
Tell PPG this is now his stream and to stop saying the R word.
I'll stop saying the R word. I'm sorry about that. Yeah, he's got a lot of fucking. Matt's got a lot of libs like Rhea in this fucking and dude suit.
We just don't talk like fucking animals. We're just nice people over here. We don't like fight with weird liberals. Yeah, I just don't like. We're right. You're wrong. It's not worth arguing about.
Well,
like,
well, look, listen. All right. So who started the Yemen war? It was Barack Obama.
No, yeah, Trump was wrong. That was ridiculous what Trump did. He vetoed Mike and Bernie Lee. It was a bipartisan. Mike and Bernie Lee had a bipartisan fucking stop the Yemen thing. He fucking vetoed it.
You're drowning out. You're drowning.
One of the worst things Trump did, hands down. Like one of his worst.
But your argument is that if you vote against genocide, they'll stop it. He expanded the genocide.
I'm not saying that.
That's what Turbo said.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that like
right now,
yeah.
Is the one doing it, so you got to kill them out.
There was a genocide going on in
so
Yemen
many. We just
Obama,
gave you like 10
and
reasons.
It was expanded when Trump came into office. He did not stop it. There was no incentive.
Okay, so we should vote for Kamala to keep going on.
So you were wrong. Wait, no, you were wrong.
I'm not wrong.
No, your argument is wrong.
No, just
yes, it is.
When referring to Gaza, when referring to Gaza, stop yelling.
Think about stopping genocide.
Yeah,
stop yelling.
That happen, right?
I mean, stop yelling, PPG. Stop yelling. I said, the focus.
Okay, so here's this though. Shut up. Look.
You can't take me seriously because
so
you're yelling like an idiot. That's all.
So then,
listening to me. I said, you're taking Gaza into consideration. Then you can't vote for the people doing Gaza right now. That just makes sense to me. Sorry.
And if like Trump says he's going to help those people and then he burns them.
That's right.
That's more people who are ready for us and the fucking waiting in the wings for these disgruntled voters. Because like
your whole entire state turns into fashion.
Okay, but that's we're gonna deal with that anyway, man. I don't think the Democrats are noticeably stalling it though. Is the thing, man? Dick Cheney is not stalling our descent to fascism.
We're gonna see that.
Like Dick Cheney's got his hand on the brakes, man. He's just fucking we're going to go to fascism, and then Dick stepped in. He stepped in.
Liz Cheney was going to be the attorney general, dude. That's what was going to happen.
Dude, they stepped in to save democracy.
Well, it didn't turn into fascism.
Yeah, dude, like Kenny Loggins style, exactly.
He didn't commit genocide. He didn't try to
like the job he did. I didn't like the job he did. I didn't like the job.
You didn't like it because it was super war hawkish.
Well, you think January 6th was a serious like coup, so I mean, whatever.
What else?
Oh my god, bro.
It was a donkey fest.
I mean, it was weird. Peter Dale Scott thinks it was a deep event.
Is he?
That's what he said. Yeah, like
What's that guy, Matt? That guy that was like always like the liar asshole that was on Wikipedia that you would always used to point out. What's his name?
Mick West.
Yeah, Mick West.
Lucky Louie.
Yeah. That guy's a motherfucker. He like fucking.
Yeah,
I saw him.
He like hides his Wikipedia edits now because everyone was tracking him down.
Oh, they're getting on him. Yeah. Okay.
They take money. There's a nonprofit or some like super PAC or whatever, the Center for Skeptical Inquiry.
Yeah.
And they fund all these online skeptics to go like debunk stuff.
Debunkers,
and
yeah.
They're like,
sad people.
Well, yeah, they are, but they're also wrong about like they
are mostly
they lie and manipulate the data and do all kinds of horrible stuff to try to preserve the whatever
And they do a couple
they're
really good,
defending.
like obvious ones. They'll be like, "Look at it's the reflection."
Well, that's usually what happens, right? They'll put out.
Then they do some.
Yeah, they'll put out specific videos to be debunked, and then they'll be like, "Look at it! Oh, how fucking smart we are!" Ooh. They don't talk about 99% of the videos people find. They will never comment on because they can't say anything about it. There's no way to debunk it. They only comment on the shit that's like, fucking drones or balloons or something. It's like low hanging.
So PPG, in a situation where Hitler was going against Mussolini, who would you vote for?
I'd probably vote for Hitler, maybe.
Mussolini.
Hitler had a better fucking, message, I think, probably. Mussolini was kind of incoherent. Like, yeah.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. But you know what would have stopped? Wait, it's funny that you bring up Hitler, right? Because
he had a stronger message he had a stronger working class
he could have been
message.
stopped. He could have been stopped. Hitler could have been stopped in 1930.
Oh my God, Capital was backing him the whole time is part of the problem, man.
You bring up history and then you don't want to bring up.
No, I don't know what you want to talk about it for, because it's not an argument you're saying it is.
You do know, okay.
PPG, you solve the best you make the best floors.
You know that he could have been stopped in 1932.
Best
if the Social Democrats and the Communists would have joined forces.
They were fucking Wall Street was supporting them. That's the thing. The elites, the oligarchs were defending Hitler. Like, they wanted that for Germany. They wanted a fucking fascist boogeyman there to fight the Soviets.
They had the numbers to stop him.
They didn't actually, though, because Capital was fucking...
They literally did. Well, are you just saying things, man?
I just think the oligarchs, they decide who wins the elections. I think...
okay, well, if this is your belief, then why even do anything, ever?
Because we got to fix it. We got to stop them. That's what I mean. We need to have enough consensus. We need to have... What is that?
Oh my God. That's Turbo being a fucking 11.
Turn that down, man.
Congratulations, you're all fucking stupid. And there, he's still doing it. Look at him.
What? That's what I wanted right there. That's or watch this one. This is the good one. PPG, watch this one.
Dude, you lost me at Dick Cheney anyway.
Watch this one. Watch
you
this
didn't
one.
already
Dumbass. You're a worker, idiot.
Genocide.
You hold all the power, dude. Matt agrees with that, dude.
They're bad. I don't want to fucking work with them. I don't want to work with Dick Cheney. I don't want to be in the same party as Dick Cheney.
Really bad.
I don't.
That whole thing. Like, I don't understand.
Are you kidding me?
Why they used him as an optic? I mean, I can't even believe that.
So insane.
You're talking about Liz Cheney because Dick Cheney is fucking almost dead.
Well, both
okay, that's the fucking point of it, dude. I don't want to be in a party that welcomes Dick Cheney.
Mike Pompeo.
Dude,
I mean, you're gonna get what you guys
no, I'm not in that party either, though. That's the thing. I'm doing my own thing, my much cooler third thing. No, it's a new third. It's a different thing.
Was she gonna beat?
Look, man.
Was there any confirmation that she's gonna? None of that happened.
It's this new third thing. That's what it's gonna be. It's called not fascism. It's really popular.
She's gonna put a Republican in her cabinet. Who do you think she's talking about?
It's gonna be really popular. You're gonna love it.
What if it was fucking some retard?
Just shut up, man. Stop. Dude, stop trying to just stop fucking doing the thing. Like, do you think that what do you think's gonna happen?
I know Mercy the N-word, dude. What are you talking about?
What do you think will happen that'll change the relationship that we have with the Democratic Party?
You're gonna get bad.
I just don't see the future for the fucking Democrats to
What am I doing?
To have a difference. We see what they do now. It's only getting worse.
I think it's getting worse.
Listen,
we need to just fucking people power.
The Donald Trump administration come to power, and I'm gonna be here pointing out all the shit he's gonna do.
That's good. You should be doing that. That's good. Why not? Of course.
And then
let's hope
what do we do? We vote
libs
third party again, so he could win again.
You go third party to make the party better.
It depends on who the Democrats run next time.
The right-wing candidate can win again.
No,
dude, you should be getting people.
Will there be a Democratic primary?
Level. You should be going all the way down to the bottom and getting people into the office. Dude.
Will there be a Democratic primary? Will they just appoint
hopefully
a successor?
The funny thing is, who thinks that
deliberately done after the fact.
Hey Matt, do you think if Gavin Newsom, if they picked him and he had nothing to do with all this bullshit, he could have wiped his hands clean of it all, he would have just walked into the presidency, wouldn't he?
Yeah, he would have won.
He would have.
Gavin Newsom would have won.
Kamala could have fucking walked into it too. It was her
But don't you
fault.
think because he could? But
She
Newsom
just
could
had
say
to be
that he wasn't
good. All
involved
she
in
had to
any
do
of
was
these
not be
things.
bad, and she couldn't resist.
I know, but don't you think Newsom? Don't you think Newsom?
All
could
she
have
had to
just
do was just say good things and
he
not
could have
bad
said-
things.
he
All
would've
she had to
been
do. All she had to do.
All of us here have our opinion on this fucking bitch, Kamala, right?
I don't care.
She's a
She's
whore.
fucking negligible. I don't
whore.
care who she
Okay,
is.
she's
All I'm saying is,
she's a right winger. I agree with you. But the
if she
electorate
said-
did not see her that way.
Why
The
did you
electorate
vote
doesn't
saw her as
matter.
too
Right-winger?
progressive.
Why'd you vote
I
for a right
mean,
winger?
because the
Too
way those
progressive.
polling, first of all, the way those polling numbers go.
No. This
Okay,
was not
so
a
wait a
polling.
minute.
This was
You're
the exit
citing.
poll.
Yeah, okay, so you're citing the
this
half
is
of
how
the
people
electorate that voted for the Republicans, right?
Calm down, BG.
Yeah,
They live
okay.
in an alternate reality. You're right. They do.
Well,
Sure.
I mean, they got
But the people that
73
we're
million
trying to
fucking
get,
votes.
I know. Okay, the people that we're
Calm
trying to
down,
get
BG.
are the people who were not in either of those cohorts, right? The 15 million who stayed home and then some,
11.
right?
I agree with you. But
So the people who are there are partisan one way or the other. It means they've fallen into the duopoly. They're on team A or team B.
Right.
They're fucking like, I'm fucking with the good guys or I'm with the bad guys, the empire and the rebels. And that's how they see themselves. And they play fucking team politics online like a bunch of
that's why.
goofballs.
But now Donald Trump
So,
has power. And
okay,
the
I know.
Republicans
So,
are going to get-
okay.
What
We're
did
gonna see
Colin
him
That's
Powell
why
get?
this.
And we're gonna
That's
see
why
him
this
not take
system
over
is
the
so
world.
dangerous because they cede power to fucking monsters.
This is a
all.
liberal democracy.
Dude,
If
you would
don't
know
get
that
involved-
PPG, you're very aware
My
of why he
God.
couldn't take over the government and be a dictator.
If
you know
you
why.
don't get involved, Hitler will win. That's a
Oh my
fact.
God, there's no
I
Hitler,
only need to
dude.
be a
Stop it.
dictator for one day.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Well, there you go.
I don't know, man. Like I said, I think the
Democrats.
Democrats were so bad that it's like I don't blame. I just,
Yeah,
people want to roll the dice, whatever.
I think,
It's
I
like
think Trump's more workable.
again,
than
that's how
Trump. I don't
bad
think he's
Biden
gonna be so
was.
bad.
That's how bad Biden was. That after
Yeah.
Trump fucked everybody the first time and
Yeah.
didn't do any of the shit he said, didn't even lock Hillary Clinton up. Then he fucking like
That would have been funny.
Biden comes in and then he just like fails to surpass
Dud,
that.
dud,
He
all
fails
the
to
shit
do
he-
better
Yeah, we
than
forget all
fucking
the
Trump.
things he did.
He didn't
dude.
undo any
We-
of Trump's shit
we didn't
either.
even, and we didn't even cover the fact he gave all that money away to fucking all these fucking things,
The fuck,
Ukraine and stuff.
yeah,
Hordes of money.
dude. People saw them doing that, and they're
Up to
just
my
appalled
stream and
by it.
explain,
Like
Rhea.
the fucking Democrats just shoveling money out the door to these obviously failing wars for fucking people no one cares about,
Yeah.
and they trying to like sell that to us while they're fucking struggling. No one's wages are all fucking. We're all much
Paying
poorer
the
now
Ukrainians
because
fucking all their all
it's
their
just
pensions and everything.
they don't do anything to try to get the fucking wages boosted. They don't pass that minimum wage. Like I've seen
Yeah, that
earlier.
was bad.
I forgot to
bad.
finish this point earlier. They were fucking all the promises they had made to Bernie when Bernie dropped out. If they'd done any one of those, it probably would have been enough to fucking get them reelected, right?
Yeah.
The
She didn't even talk about
$15
housing
minimum
thing.
wage would have been the best thing they could do to fucking hedge against the inflation, and they fucking just kowtow to
I
capital
didn't like to pay
again
rent,
as
but I was
usual.
always going to school and always
They
working.
couldn't do
I had
anything.
skills. I learned skills are the key.
Yo,
Learn
dude.
skills. Go learn some skills. Don't
That's
be a
right.
fucking grifter.
Don't be a fucking grifter.
Look at that, eh? That's what he does when he's mad. Doesn't want to listen to anybody.
Dr.
Oh,
Shiva's. Dr. Shiva
Wow.
should have won. He invented email.
Yeah, Dr. Shiva's actually not bad. He's pretty based.
Yeah, dude.
Forgot about him. Yeah. Did you vote for? What did you vote for?
I voted
what's
for
her name?
Claudia, but
Yeah, Claudia. Yeah, I voted for Claudia. I voted for Jill
oh
Stein.
man,
I did Jill Stein, but I mean, yeah, I could not vote for the two of them, Kamala or Trump. No way. I mean, PPG had me so mad. PPG had me so mad. What?
I wrote in Biden. Dude.
how come it's not
You
working?
wrote in Biden. What do you mean?
You did?
I literally wrote
Oh,
in
you're
Biden.
living in
Nice.
California.
I didn't like to pay
Hey.
rent, but I was always going to school and always working.
that.
I had skills. I learned skills are the key. Learn skills.
You're
Go
boring,
learn some
Chad.
skills. Don't be a fucking grifter.
All
Going
right.
chat? Okay, well,
All right, Matt. Well, we could talk another time.
yeah, we can go. We could just boot it.
All right.
Sorry, chat. Turbo's an idiot.
Yeah, come
you
by
know that.
whenever.
All right. Take it easy, dude.
All right. Bye.
Thanks, guys.
All right. I mean, that wasn't too bad. That other guy was fucking unhinged, though. He was sounding that fucking menacing tone in his voice.
Stupid son of a bitch.
Yeah. Anyway, I thought, I mean, I wanted to you know, see if there was any introspection. No, it doesn't seem like it. I mean, fuck, dude. At this late date, you're just like, oh, it's the voters' fault. That's not how it works, man. That's not how it works. It's like, I went through, like, I had like 10 different reasons that are all like pretty good on their own, but it's like all added up. It's like, what? And it's like, after just seeing like countries all around the world like step up and fucking like have reassert sovereignty in you know, like some degree, and like of democracy with like brand new left-wing parties all over the world, but particularly in Western Europe as well, right? I keep saying it's not like we can't just fucking do it. It's like it's just the all the hurdles that people like throw up there are just things that we're going to have to be beaten anyway. Like, they're there, we have to fight them. There's not like the system. What we're doing now is just guaranteed to not work, right? We can try something different and maybe that'll work, maybe it won't work, but this thing they hear, I don't see that as a viable forward. You know, it's just so bad, man. And I think I try. I feel like I try. That's the thing why I feel good about where I'm at, because I like got here organically. Like, when fucking Biden got in, I was like, oh, okay, cool. Let's fucking work with him. You know, he's got the Senate and the House. Like, you know, maybe he'll do something good. And I was fucking appalled. Just bad thing after bad thing. Didn't do anything good. And then he just like, you know, incoherently mumbled about NATO. Right? Nobody wants that. I don't want that. This whole sort of fake fucking politics that they cobble together as a way to sort of form a coalition between me and Dick Cheney and Wall Street and like fucking Langley, right? Like, they need to do stuff like that. Incoherent, fucking vague, nothing good. Just like, if they're gonna do that, they need to like, you can't have it all your way. You need to share a little bit, or else it's not gonna work. I mean, historically, that's how they get it to work. If they can fucking put their greed aside for a minute, you know, they don't seem like they're able. There's no guardrails. Like, capital doesn't observe anything. You know, like, there's nothing that they will not find some way to fucking shiv. What's that?
Oh my God, I will vote. I will vote for Donald Trump.
Yeah.
Oh my God, I will vote.
What's the new song?
I will vote for Donald Trump. The people go out to vote, no fear, no more.
Dude, Putin made this.
One side is going to delegitimize the other and declare that this election was completely illegitimate.
The gray zone
unless
and
it was
this
and maybe they will blame Palestine, Hamas, and the left.
Big Trump guys over here.
Economy,
See, that kind of thing works gangbusters on liberals. Liberals are like, oh no, no, we gotta stop fooling.
I will vote for Donald Trump. Put your hands together. Oh my God, I will vote. I will vote. I will vote for Donald Trump. Oh my God, I will vote. I will vote for Donald Trump.
I wonder how it went in Puerto Rico. Who decides to vote because of a jingle like that? Really?
If Donald Trump somehow wins.
Partnered with the Green Party, but at the end of the day, Jill Stein was the best fit in large part because I do believe strongly in trying to build, as difficult as it is, and voters, is terrifying to the Democratic Party. To be clear, they had a choice. They had a choice to win those voters back by simply agreeing to demands, which are shared by overwhelming majorities of the American public: a ceasefire and an arms embargo against Israel.
As
But
bad
the
as they are, they
Democratic Party
could have just done that
chose
and gotten
AIPAC
most of
donors.
us
It
back,
chose
probably.
its allegiances to the state of Israel as it commits to genocide over defeating Donald Trump. And if in fact Kamala Harris loses this election, it's because the Democratic Party prioritized Israel over defeating what they say is an existential threat to democracy.
Yep.
Yeah, Israel, or prioritized pro-Israel donations, pro-Israel donors. Aaron, I don't know if you want to jump in here.
Yeah, Bree. Great to see you. It's been a while.
You too. I know it has been a while.
You were part of the 2020 Bernie Sanders campaign, which many people consider sort of like
give her a hard time.
The zenith of the left. If you it's hard to remember now, but those days before the primary really kicked off, I remember a lot of us thought, I mean, me included,
I thought
he was going
to win, man. I thought we were going to fucking win.
I can't think of in my lifetime a time of more excitement being on the left. Obviously that didn't pan out, and it's been steadily downhill ever since. And I'm just curious now, as someone who's on that campaign,
I think they straight up
and who
just
now
fucking
is facing
changed the
such a
votes, too.
backlash from other people on the left for your stance, which has been, the Democrats should be punished for their role in facilitating the genocide, and your open support for Jill Stein. What are your thoughts right now on the state of the left and its future?
So first, I just want to say that it's not just that the Democratic Party should be punished. I do think that there needs to be a moral accounting, but I'm not God, and that's really not my role. I do think, though, it's deeply dangerous for Democrats to have been told by Democrat-aligned groups like Uncommitted, to have been told by breakaway groups like Abandon Biden and then Abandon Harris, that votes could be earned if they took a popular approach, which is to say not continue to arm and facilitate a genocide. They did not move an inch. Some on the left have pretended like Kamala has softer language or that her tone is modulating in ways that are meaningful, but there has been absolutely no difference between Kamala Harris's policy and Joe Biden's policy on this issue. So for there to have been months and months before the election, a clear warning from the electorate that they needed to change their policy in order to win. If the Democratic Party, having ignored those warnings, still does win, my concern is that the Democratic Party will have an unprecedented mandate to commit genocide. They will have been given a mandate to commit genocide and to know that there are absolutely no consequences at the voting booth or anywhere else for their actions. And what that means for the future of this country and the future of the world puts ice in my veins. But to the core of your question about Bernie Sanders and
I'm glad they lost for that reason too, actually.
Of the left, for me, I think a lot of people who were really invested in the Bernie campaign, it was that campaign in the 2016 campaign that really proved to us that working from within the Democratic Party was a fool's errand.
Yep, that's what I said.
Realistically speaking, you're not going to get a candidate like
you
Bernie
people who weren't there.
in terms of someone who had some.
I put so much effort into that fucking campaign. At least Brianna got paid for it. I fucking just every night. It was in school. I forget what I was doing. Whatever I was doing. Fucking taking care of the kids. The way, watch what happened there. I mean, I don't I don't like blame them so much as, I mean, I guess I do a little bit what they did afterwards, but the way it went down just showed me that there's no way we can't. They will fucking do it. They won't let you win. It's not an option, especially not after Trump won in the Republican side. Like, they aren't gonna let that happen.
Such high popularity, a long career in Congress, kind of professional political bona fides, a record that was strong that he could run on, that was largely unimpeachable, not completely unimpeachable, but largely so. And that who benefited from an organic groundswell in 2016 that he didn't even anticipate. Coming back prepared in 2020, having bested almost everyone in the Democratic primary, and then to face the coordinated dropping out of centrist candidates so they could consolidate behind Joe Biden
right?
after Super Tuesday.
And in 2020,
That was evidence of just the beginning, I think, of how far the Democratic Party is willing to go to make sure that someone like Bernie Sanders is never
Like, you understand, like, we were in the lead on every metric. Like, we were fucking, like, there's no way they should have been able to do that. Like, it was a fucking insane the way that they pulled that off. That's why, I mean, I don't know. I'm not even convinced that they didn't just fucking outright change the numbers on the voting machines. Because, like, my exit polling in Michigan, because I was in Michigan all week, fucking knocking on doors in Detroit, and talking to people that day, it was not even anywhere near. Like, Biden supposedly won my district, and, like, I didn't think I talked to, like, a single Biden person walking out of the place. So, that's obviously anecdotal, but, like, that coupled with the, the other well-known exit poll discrepancies, right? Like, there was wild swings between what came back and what, the numbers showed. So, I'm not even sure that they didn't just straight up steal it in Super Tuesday states. And then the whole thing they did with the shadow app in the beginning, that they overtly tried to steal Iowa, right? And I think that they failed in the process, right? But, like, it's a very Democrat move, is to, like, do all this horrible stuff to rig the system and then still fucking like, fuck it up. Mayor fucking Pete. And then the way that we, like, had won the next couple states, we had so much more money than the other campaigns too. Biden was a fucking ghost. Like, nobody, like, the Iowans had seen him up close. They had spoken to him. They had met him and knew he was not up to the task. Right? And they rightfully, like, did not vote for him. And then fucking, Obama did his, fucking, whatever the hell he did. And the rest is history. So I mean, I don't know. It's like the reason that they steal, like, the primaries are different because the party controls the election, not the state election committee, right? Supreme Court just ruled that they don't have to, or was it the appeals court? The appeals court just recently ruled that they don't even have to be at all democratic. It's all private process. They can just do whatever with. So I'm not convinced that they didn't just change the numbers. Anyway.
in a stone's throw of the White House.
Yeah, it was the beginning of a slow motion coup, which we've seen play out through the coronation of Kamala, who was, obviously a creation of the media in some of the same ways Donald Trump was,
dramatic,
except
but
that
it's
Trump
a good
actually
point,
had
though,
to
when you think
win
about it.
hard-fought elections. This is the first real election she's had to.
Yeah, Dr. Shiva has proof from his court case that that's true, right?
There's the same sense of entitlement that Hillary had, which is why there's this attack on the Green Party.
Ellie Musto. I don't know, yeah, like, I don't necessarily want to have a party because I want to, like, challenge them across the country in every district. Like I said, I think that we need to have something together that's fucking ours, that we can use it as a vehicle to build working class power, like in whatever way we can. I just don't
we
think
were talking about
I just
democracy.
don't trust the decentralized process. Otherwise, I think it's too susceptible to co-option and fucking fake wrecker bullshit.
See this concept of democracy
Hmm.
and how this is, many voters are saying the state of democracy is what they're voting on. What does this independent candidacy represent?
It was super delegates.
How
That
does
was
it reflect
insane,
the state of
right?
American
And they knew they couldn't do that again, right?
What kind of
Like they knew they couldn't do the super delegates again, right? So they pretended like they weren't going to do them, first of all, right? Like they had supposedly gotten rid of them. And then when Bernie looked like he was going to run away with it, then they started talking about the super delegates again. And then they figured out a way to not have to use them, but they totally would have if they'd had to, you know? Super delegates, unbelievable.
suppression are you seeing out
I
there?
truly believe too that if they had let democracy run its course in either of the 3 cycles that we've just had, that they would be in charge. You know, I'm not necessarily saying that like good things would have happened, but I do think the Democratic Party would have the White House and they'd have Congress locked up. You know, if you know what I mean. Maybe not this exact moment, but
With Green Party candidates and other independent candidates, and what kind of treatment are you getting from the Democratic Party and
there needs to be something
DNC's
different,
sort of
right? Yes.
outsourced influencers on social media and
They
elsewhere?
cheat. They
Look, the
control the
suppression has
party and they
been
use it to cheat.
incredible.
That's it.
The Green Party has to spend millions of dollars that it doesn't really have to try to defeat legal attacks from the Democratic Party to kick it off the ballot. It is experiencing mismanagement and interference from state Democratic parties, like as we're seeing in Ohio, where they've played these shenanigans with deadlines on when you can announce your VP, making separate rules for the Green Party than they've instituted for the Democratic Party, which also didn't choose its presidential candidate, much less vice presidential candidate, till after the deadline date. But the Green Party has been kicked off the ballot, and at various precincts, folks have reported signs saying that your Jill Stein Green Party vote won't count, which the Green Party is contesting in court. Moreover, we have seen attempts to interfere with independent journalists, specifically independent Black journalists. 2 radio hosts were fired earlier this year after it came out that the Democratic Party fed them questions. And Tavis Smiley, a renowned radio host, recently sat down with me for an interview on Bad Faith Podcast and went into detail about how he received Oppo research from a senior person in the Democratic Party, including questions that they were sent to him before he sat down with Jill Stein just a couple of weeks ago. He immediately told Jill Stein and on camera read the questions and exposed that this was going on. The other 2 radio hosts went along with the program, and when their station found out about it, it was a violation of their codes of conduct and they got fired.
Yeah, that's why they had such a hard time stealing it in Iowa, right? Yeah, because the Bernie people, we were all there with our clipboards keeping count, right? We had all the hard copies of all the voter information so that they couldn't steal it. They straight up couldn't, because we had a person at every precinct with the exact numbers and the exact duplicate of the paperwork. They would definitely have tried. The fucking guy, I told you about the story about the guys at our place. He was like, they were like trying to like strong arm me and shit, right? Like, when the in between rounds happened and I was trying to bring the people over to our team, the fucking Mayor Pete people came over and like tried to like box me out and like prevent me from getting at the fucking whatchamacallits? Likely. I feel like they were like fucking paid to be what's his name? What was that billionaire's name? I always forget. Hey Bernie, that one. What was that guy's name? He was great. That guy, I feel like he paid a bunch of people to vote for him. Because the people who were at that table were not budging, and I feel like they were contractually obligated to not budge. Gen X Karens. I mean, they seem pretty chill, to be honest. They seem just like regular ladies. They didn't really seem too Karen-y, but like, the Pete people. Oh no, the Pete people were like fucking. That's what I mean. The Pete people were like Langley types. They were like fucking tall, crew cut looking MFs. Not local. I can't see Pete bringing in out-of-state volunteers. Ergo, I think they were like maybe it was old buddies from the from Afghanistan.
For journalistic malpractice. So there's really no ends too far for the Democratic Party to go to try to make sure that we don't live in a democracy, that they have
he
full
got weirdly
control
physical
over
too.
who voters even know is running for
And who
this
does
race.
that?
I mean, as a very
He
secondary
like literally
matter,
boxed me out like it was
I
basketball.
have
Steyer,
come
that's
under
it. Steyer.
a lot of focus.
Yeah.
I think in part because, look, there's always shaming when you move outside of the Democratic Party, but I think it's relatively rare for people. Not that I'm of any real renown, but the backlash is so strong that I think most people would rather avoid it. We saw what happened to people like Susan Sarandon, who's been, by all accounts, blacklisted from many quarters in Hollywood. People have been dropped by their agents for advocating for Palestine. It's a real dog-eat-dog world out there. And if you've gone through it once, a lot of people just don't really.
She was dropped by Creative Artists. She was dropped by Creative Artists Agency.
That's right. That's right. So my feeling is that, as frustrating as it is sometimes, as difficult as it is sometimes, and as much as, frankly, for my own kind of professional kind of shielding and professional kind of neutrality, I would prefer not to maybe take on this role. I do feel like it's a sort of an obligation, as long as it's out there. Journalists all over the place talk about who they're going to vote for, but for some reason it's supposed to be uniquely stigmatizing if you're voting green. I think that normalizing that normal people who have earned the trust and respect, at least in some quarters of the internet and some quarters of the left, are very openly making this political choice, is creating a permission structure for others to realize that they don't have to be stuck in the corporate plantation of the Democratic Party.
That's right.
I went out and made my own Green Party hats. I've been walking around in them in the city. I've been trying to really resist the stigma that is around not voting blue no matter who. And I think the reason is simple. I don't just feel like the Democratic Party needs to be punished. I feel like the Democratic Party is absolutely part and parcel of the ratchet effect. Without the Democratic Party, we wouldn't have the consistent moving to the right. And if you genuinely want to stop the rightward shift of this country, I think that you have to at least make an attempt to create an independent political structure that will have the opposite effect of the ratchet effect, to pull the country back to the left instead of voting lesser of two evils in a way that guarantees that the next conservative candidate, the next conservative nominee, is going to be to Donald Trump's right. There's no counterbalance unless we start to fight now today for a political alternative.
That's right.
But what do you make of the argument? This is the counter argument to this. And there was a recent video that was put out by people who, identify with what they call the left, the radical left organizers, saying that, electoral politics is not about our own preferences, our own values. It's about setting the conditions under which we wish to organize. And we'd rather organize against our weakest opponent, which in this case is Kamala Harris, versus someone like Trump, who will make it harder to organize and will be impossible to sway because he's on the right and they won't care at all what we say on the left, whereas we have a chance
value
of
in
moving
having
someone like Kamala Harris, and certainly we have a chance of organizing better under a Kamala Harris than we do under someone like Trump.
That's like the criminal in Hannibal, throwing down a baster and some seasoning to the captive victim in the hole and saying, season yourself up real nice and maybe you'll have a better chance of escape. It's absurd. What kind of organizing have we seen under Joe Biden? Why do we talk about this as though the entire context of the Gaza genocide hasn't happened under a Democratic administration? Did we see pussy hats and people in the streets when Joe Biden was president? We had the largest protest movement in American history in 2020 in the BLM protest. And when Joe Biden became the nominee, everyone was told they had to sublimate their deeply held feelings about a man being killed on camera in front of our eyes to dutifully go and vote for the guy who says we needed to fund the police harder. The man who wrote the crime bill. And police killings of unjustified police killings have only gone up under the Biden administration. At a certain point, there has to be an acknowledgement that while some things are in fact worse under Republican presidents, some things get worse under Democratic presidents. I like to say sometimes that it takes a Democrat. It takes a Democrat to neuter the welfare state like Bill Clinton did, to start the war on crime like Bill Clinton did. And there are many people more historically grounded and smarter than I am who have pointed out that there's a good argument that Richard Nixon was a more progressive candidate than many of our contemporary Democratic politicians that we've had during our lifetime. You have Kamala Harris bear hugging the Cheneys, running around trying to castigate Jill Stein in these attack ads while she just received an endorsement from Richard Spencer. The point is that we have two conservative parties here, and I will not be preached to about lesser of two evils when the lesser evil is beyond my wildest dreams of anything that I would ever consider voting for in a negative way, obviously.
Yeah, I was always wondering what happened to Richard Spencer.
Well, he's Team Harris.
Remember, he was like in 2016. He was getting like cover stories on Mother Jones. They're like the handsome former college quarterback who's now the face of Nazism, and then he just dropped off the face of the map. And now he's back. He started out as a kind of centrist Republican who would hang out at AEI and the think tanks, and like word on the street is he dated a lot of prominent female neoconservative journalists who will not be named now, Julia Ioffe and David Duke. This whole thing of him endorsing Jill Stein was the most predictable thing ever. He endorsed me when my book Goliath became a threat to the neocons. He actually didn't. It was like a semi-positive review that says I wasn't anti-Semitic enough on his site. And they said David, but like Christopher Hitchens wrote a piece about how David Duke endorsed Cindy Sheehan because he praised her when she was doing her protest outside Bush's ranch in Crawford, Texas.
That's gross.
David Duke was jailed for fleecing his followers out of hundreds of thousands of dollars. And when he came out of prison, he was broke. And then suddenly he starts endorsing all these people who are mainly on the left, who are threats to the establishment. Put two and two together. And what's Richard Spencer doing? It all raises a lot of questions about hijinks here. You also talked about suppression. I heard a Green Party candidate was kicked off the ballot in Ohio after a forged signature was submitted to the Secretary of State stating that they no longer wish to run, and that the Green Party is still lobbying the Secretary of State and trying to prove that was a forgery. The Democrats have tried to force Robert F. Kennedy Jr. to remain on the ballot in states. This is crazy election interference.
They're big RFK heads. Yeah, Julia Ioffe. Yeah, she's a fucking crank. She's like a fucking Russiagate weirdo, right? Electoral bloodbath. Dude, I don't want to see Piers Morgan crow about it. The fucking pussy was too scared to like say he was supporting him on the way into the election. Now he wants to like talk him up, probably pretend like, oh, look at me, just completely fucking, called it. Likely plan to steal the election. I don't know, man. I don't know. I have no idea of I just have no idea about the integrity of anything in this country whatsoever. I don't know if the votes are counted. I don't know if they're real. I don't know, like, I don't know what Bono's up to. There's a lot of shit everyone's not really connecting on, you know. Yeah, so they were saying Spencer endorsed Kamala to, oh, he did? Yeah, I don't know if Spencer's the same thing as David Duke, right? They think that like Spencer's okay. I think they like him. He's one of the never Trump Republicans. You know? David Duke was in the Klan. People know he's a Nazi. Can't get away from that. He was like the Grand Wizard or something, wasn't he? I don't know. Do you think Max just wanted to get that barb in about Julia Ioffe? Maybe a little bit. Yeah, he's a jerk.
Donald J. Trump officially declared the president-elect of the United States. He won the election last night. The AP called the race around 4 in the morning or so. He took to the stage roughly around 2:30 to declare victory in a speech. We have some of that speech. This is the correct one this time. Let's take a listen, and let's cue it up and watch.
Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends in this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before.
He was such a bad speech. Oh my God, no, because it's fucking cringe as hell, Trump.
Frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement
I wish Trump
of
was
all
fucking
time.
like
There's
decent.
ever been anything like
It'd be
this
so much
in
fun
this
to have a
country,
guy like
and
this.
maybe
He was
beyond.
like, not a scumbag.
And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible.
When Trump has been in D.C. throughout the time that I've been here and there are large rallies, that is when I will get called a faggot or transphobic slurs just by the presence of this man and his supporters in town. The atmosphere alone is really damaging. And then on top of that, the legislation. Project 2025 is a set of legislation that has been prepared by the Heritage Foundation and proposed to Donald Trump is a set of laws to enact once if he gets elected into office. Right on that first page, it describes transgender people as pornographic inherently, and throughout the pages of this document, it moves for legislation that would ban this
Oh, it's in the background of this video.
quote-unquote pornographic material from being around kids. What this does in practice is transgender parents or people who have...
They fucking love... They like the far right, you know? I think, like, Clinton flirted with, like, champing down on the shit in the 90s and cocked it up so they didn't try anymore. Now I think they just like it. We know that the CIA was funding a bunch of fucking Nazi shit online, or was the FBI? They definitely, like, fund a bunch of weird Nazi projects. And different kinds of, like, exotic right-wing. It's just, like, you're cultivating resources, like, just like they do in Ukraine or whatever. Getting the fucking foot soldiers ready in case they need them. Especially a honeypot. Like, you don't know when you're going to need them, but you know you might. So you just gotta fucking lock them down.
Of transgender children would be restricted from seeing their own children, among other things. There's this belief that trans people are inherently sexual, that their identity is based on being sexually predatory, when the reality is that trans people are just like cisgender people. They just want to live their lives in peace.
I voted Kamala. Kamala is just clearly better. She definitely slays. We don't need a revolution. We need a stable leader who can continue us on the path we're going.
That's why she lost. What are you talking about? We do need a revolution.
Season 2024, November 5th, Washington, D.C.
I love the LGBTQ community. That's what fucking dumb people think. People who don't know politics who think that. The fucking after me getting deep in there for a minute and seeing what it is, we need to do something different. I'm telling you.
But they are sadly deceived.
As y'all can see, there's a fence. Past that is the horseman of the apocalypse, Robert E. Lee. No, Abraham Lincoln. Behind him is scaffolding. Behind the scaffolding is the White House. And somebody new is about to move in 24 hours. I must say, I was here exactly 4 years ago, and the vibes were
Wait, he
much
moves
more
in
intense.
right away?
There was a lady screaming right here.
Culture appropriator.
They were yelling at each other. There was cameras everywhere. There was tension in the air. Right now, there is not much tension in the air. You got my guy right here, just chilling. What are we thinking?
I'm going for Trump. I don't know. I just like his stance on the economy a little more than the current administration's. Yeah, lower taxes. I like what they did with immigration as well, just kind of securing the border. I know many migrants. I go to school in D.C., so.
You like them?
Do I like them?
You're homies with them? Like, are they homies?
Yeah, I'm friends with migrants.
Would you be pissed if they got deported?
Imagine how yeah, probably, yeah.
Who am I voting for? Kamala.
I voted Kamala this election.
I'm voting for Kamala Harris. As an atheist Jewish man, I just want to let everyone know that freedom of religion is real. I've been seeing those protesters bring their religion on other people, and I decided to go to CVS straight this way just to make signs counter-protesting against their actions.
What are we thinking?
I'm thinking that no matter what happens, Jesus reigns. We cannot have wholesale abortion being promoted in our nation. We cannot have a furtherance of the transgender confusion that is really being enforced from the top down.
How are we going to solve the transgender confusion?
I have a migrant
By introducing people to the love of God, because the love of God changes people's hearts.
Well, this is the White House Peace Vigil, otherwise known as the William Thomas Memorial Nuclear Peace Vigil. We don't believe the war machine should be the base of economy, so hashtag no war. We don't believe in nuclear bombs, no, we believe in nuclear electricity, so hashtag no nukes. And we believe in justice in every individual case, justice for all, so hashtag justice.
For those who don't know, what is the war machine?
Very simply put, we are now spending about half of our congressional budget, $1 trillion a year, on endless wars. Endless wars and 800 military bases around the world. We are spending more than the next 10 nations combined, the next 10 biggest spenders. We're spending more, mostly on weapons.
The war machine is also the biggest polluter in world history.
With like fossil fuels and carbon emissions and stuff?
Yeah, and I don't know how we can beat that system, but it needs to happen.
Obviously, there's a lot of people in my generation who are casting ballots for third-party candidates like Jill Stein because of the war in Gaza. What do you say to those people?
Well, I voted
Plus,
for
there's
Harris,
that fucking thing, remember?
I'm in school for teaching now. I'm in my last year, and I work with kids who are at risk for going into the school-to-prison pipeline, kids who are in poverty and at a higher likelihood of ending up in the criminal justice system.
Here in D.C.?
Yeah, I also am against voting for people who are complicit in genocide, but I believe strongly, like, if they're both complicit in genocide, I want to do what I can to protect my kids here who get benefits from federal programs. Like, my kids can't afford supplies, my kids can't afford food, my kids... Also, I'm concerned about what I'm going to be able to teach. I was at a conference a couple weeks ago for youth in the justice system, and someone in Louisiana is a teacher. They are not allowed to say the words diversity, equity, inclusion in schools. And like, just with bullying, straight up, you're not allowed to say the word inclusion. I'm worried about what I'm going to be able to say to them. I worry about teaching evolution. I'm in middle school, so I don't have to worry about sex ed as much. But like, I had a kid last week ask me, what's it called when a man dresses up like a woman? I'm like, I don't know. I'm not allowed to tell you. I didn't say that, but I was like, I don't know. And another kid was like, I think it's called a drag
Yeah, brown
king.
shirts.
And then another kid's like, have you seen DraftKings? They have the best ads. It's not like a isolated incident. That's what the majority of American children are going through. So I don't know. I'm voting Kamala because I want to be able to teach my kids. I want them to not be afraid to ask questions. I want them to get the resources that I think they'll get. And if I can't protect kids abroad, I want to protect my kids here.
What do you think about what's going on? You think dogs should be able to vote? You feel like a politician represents your interests? Anyway? No? Swing voter, undecided, doesn't want to talk to us, doesn't trust the media, doesn't trust the fake news. I wouldn't either.
Fake news
They
media.
don't represent
I
pups
don't trust
properly,
him.
but we're going to for the first time.
Yeah,
Free all the
he's
pups.
fake
I don't mean
news.
free the pup like I don't want the pup to have an owner, but free the pup from the bondage of, other dogs.
My name is Liam.
Liam, who you voting for?
I voted Kamala. Kamala is just clearly better. She definitely slays. I really like what her and Biden have done over these past few years with the CHIPS Act and with promoting American semiconductors. My big thing is artificial intelligence and AI policy. I think that America needs to stay ahead on that. And I think that Biden Harris has done a good job with AI.
So are you pro AI or anti AI?
I'm generally pro AI. I'm not pro never regulated at all. It's like defensive accelerationism. You accelerate, but you also keep safeguards to make sure it goes well.
What are the top 3 benefits of AI?
Probably medicines and biology.
This is how liberals are. This is how all liberals are. Least bloodthirsty
to cure
liberal.
diseases and fix problems. Already we've seen it where even a lot of agriculture companies are making it much more efficient, or genetic engineering so that you can make larger crops for less money. And then I think you'll start to see that you'll have a return of American manufacturing, and you also just get cheaper and better quality consumer goods for the average person.
AI is really useful for teaching. Students are more likely scientifically to remember lessons that they're interested in. So if I filter my lesson plans through ChatGPT and be like, rewrite this with the same lesson objectives for a kid who's really interested in FIFA, or for a kid that's really interested in Minecraft, and it gives me the same lesson where I can teach the same lesson, but the worksheet or the homework I give them is going to relate it to them.
And then just creating entirely new experiences that we couldn't have even imagined before. Like the idea that I could immediately generate an image or generate a song just in 3 seconds. Like I made a song last night even.
What was the song about?
About the election,
I bet you would suck, bro.
About
yeah, I bet you
people who are going to be voting this time.
What are some of the lyrics in that song?
Somewhere in America, there's a young Latino man.
No way, you didn't write this song. No way.
Not a single long-term plan.
Come on, dude.
He listens to Joe Rogan and thinks our country's gone to shit. He blames his problems on China and wants Trump to deal with it.
It's unfortunate that patriotism is seen as synonymous with MAGA when it really isn't.
Oh my God,
I think part of being an American patriot is accepting that we're a diverse country where people from around the world can come here and make this country great. So the idea that you make it great by rejecting immigrants or doing mass deportations is just vile to me.
Sir, what do you think's better, the original Swag Surfing song or the Lil Wayne remix on No Ceilings?
I like the original. It's best.
Respectfully disagree. Have a good one. Gotta say though, man, I'm a bit nostalgic. It's been a minute, but I guess it's good that it's a chill vibe.
Yeah, I don't think anything's gonna
probably
pop
has a KI tag on his Twitter.
The days after, you gotta watch out for. That's when shit's gonna get real. When the election results gets called, probably on Thursday or Friday. That's when shit's gonna hit the fan.
You working down here? Polite losers.
Huh? Yeah.
What's your field of
employment? I work in policy. I work in environmental policy.
Reducing carbon emissions and stuff?
Yeah, reducing carbon emissions, fighting climate change, and making good, sound environmental policies.
A lot of people say that Trump being elected again is a huge kind of defeat for the environmental policy sector.
Oh yeah. Because if you read through Project 2025 at all, it's all about deregulating, shutting down a bunch of good environmental offices throughout the government, whether it be DOJ, DOI, DOE.
This guy's right.
And I think we've come to the point in politics where most Republican members of Congress are not ignoring climate change, but you're it's not such a big deal. So if you focus on the economy, and just keep on pushing through and just bring back those good old-paying coal jobs.
Yeah. If you were to be staring down a total climate change denier who is asking you for one concrete real-life example that showed evidence of climate change,
I'll say just go to Florida, where I'm from. We get hit by at least one hurricane every year. That is not normal.
Florida?
People's houses literally flood every year
That's
down
cool.
there. So yeah, just go down, live in one of those
he's got a
coastal
good
beach
point, doesn't
towns
he?
and stuff, and see how every few years people's houses literally get destroyed and they need to rebuild. Those storms or hurricanes are only getting intenser and intenser as, climate change becomes a bigger issue.
It's gonna freak me the fuck out to be in a Channel 5 video.
Channel 5 live worldwide, Hollywood and Vine.
Fuck the authority, Channel 5 News.
Channel 55. We don't fuck with custers. And 5 is the best number.
Stuck at their house for sure. Yeah. Trump won. What now? This looks like it was ready. It's graphic. It's ready to go, huh? Yeah, man, it sucks. It sucks. I mean, I don't know. I would like to see the liberals fucking assert themselves in DC, but it's not. We're not going to see that, right? Fucking Musk is going to be able to do whatever the fuck he wants. It's I don't know, man. It's The reason the system works is because they are able to give it this veneer of legitimacy. Like, if you strip all that away, I don't know how well that works. Like, it doesn't work. Like,
We've got lots of UFO stuff to talk about today, guys, so get in here. This is Jack with Cosmic Road. I talk about UFOs and the paranormal. Please like and subscribe.
talk about UFOs
Let me know what
and the
you think
paranormal
in the comments below.
and communism.
Yeah, we have something really exciting
Mainly
to look
communism
forward
is
to
also
on November 9th. The Republic of Peru is having a congressional hearing about the Nazca mummies. This is so exciting, guys. I can't wait. We've got bodies, y'all. We've got bodies. Jaime Maussan actually reached out to me personally to ask me if I would stream the English dub version of it. And I told him I'd be happy to.
Dude, Jaime Maussan knows he's got you. He's got his hooks in you. You've got audience capture. You've got your fucking access journalism for Jaime Maussan. No, I'm just kidding. It's cool. Yeah, what if we get this, look, I still think our best bet, just like I thought before. Look, nothing's changed in my opinion, I don't think. This is, if anything, this speeds it up. But I've always thought that, like, our most realistic near-term option for having any kind of change, is that collapse of the empire in an overt way. Which I feel like Trump just only expedites. Like, whatever gambit they try with China is going to fail, and they're going to look like shit, and it's just going to be another nail in the coffin. Now, I'm not saying I'm, like, into, like, accelerationism or anything like that. I'm just saying, like, the rich people need to lose their money, I think. I don't see any other way for the thing to come to an end. Like, the people with them all that fucking money, those tippy top billionaire MFs, that needs to go away from them. They can't be trusted with that. So however we manufacture that needs to happen. I feel like there's a good couple ways that we can do it now. We just need coalition of forces to emerge. Like, not necessarily coherently, together, but effectively. You know what I'm saying? Like, But the UFO thing is the wild card. I don't know what the fuck's going on with these bodies. I don't know what the fuck's going on with any of this. There's a chance that this could seriously shake everything up in a weird way that's, I don't know, not really predictable. It's like Black Swan event. Like, I feel like it would be a good strategy if I was them and I didn't want to, like, pay my debts or anything like that. Just, like, kick over the table and say, oh, look, here's this new quantum engine that doesn't use gas and just goes from point A to point B. Or whatever the fuck they have, That'd be a good strategy. Or better than that, like a way to, like, threaten your enemies to back off.
To do it. So hopefully that'll work out. I'm looking forward to sharing that with you guys. But this is just so exciting, guys. And one of the researchers of the Nazca mummies is talking about this, which is really, really interesting. The discovery of the tridactyl bodies from Nazca, Peru becomes increasingly extraordinary when it is discovered that among the artifacts related to these burials, there are stones with inscriptions that would resemble the Vinca culture of more than 6,000 years before Christ.
Wow.
Vinca writing, or something that looks an awful lot like Vinca writing, found in association with the Nazca mummies. Now, this is from the pyramid that was supposedly found in the citadel. Now, if this thing exists, where is it, right? Did it get sold on the black market? Is it still there? What's going on with this pyramid? Is it a real thing? And if that pyramid is real, then, what about the rest of those videos that were supposedly taken by the Tomb Raiders themselves? Them fighting mantis beings and stuff like that. Yeah, Tim, mantis beings. I said it. So what's going on with that? And does the pyramid actually show Vincan writing or something related to that? That's crazy. And this is one of the tombs themselves where the bodies were found, where a bunch of bodies were stored in this big tomb, and it has things that look like Vincan writing on it. So who were the Vincans? Well, they were people that lived in the Balkans in Europe, like 5000 BC, in that era for a period of time. And they had sophisticated farming techniques, and they had figurines of beings that don't look entirely human.
Wow.
The Vincans are a really interesting culture.
That's crazy.
I had a viewer of the channel reach out to me and tell me about his interesting out-of-body experience with the Vincans, where he went back in time. And, I'd love for him to come forward someday and relay his story on the channel. But it's entirely possible that the Vincans, this European culture, could be players in all of this somehow. Maybe survivors of ancient Atlantis came amongst these people long ago, or maybe they're descendants of the survivors of Atlantis, something like that, or at least influenced by the survivors of Atlantis. And it should be said that those survivors did get around, and they seem to have disseminated their culture or elements of it all over the world. Graham Hancock talks a lot about that. Getting back to the writing, not the Vincan writing, but something that Graham Hancock illustrated in the season 2 of Ancient Apocalypse. I think I'm on episode 5 right now. There's a really cool element, and then one of the episodes where he shows writing at Easter Island, and this was not a literate society. They didn't have writing way back in the day, other than this. Other than that writing that he shows in that episode.
Wow.
So could that writing, Graham asks, be indeed the writing of Atlantis? Graham doesn't use the word Atlantis. He uses, ancient civilization, the lost civilization that he has spent his career looking for. So, really, really interesting. And I want to say there might be some similarities with Vincan, but I'm not a writing expert.
That doesn't look anything like Rongo Rongo.
I've seen that episode. Maybe you can tell me what you think, if that compares in any way to Vincan, or what that does compare to. So could that be the writings of Atlantis?
I mean, maybe.
And could they have influenced?
I could see how they could come from the same place.
It was a really interesting culture with interesting alien type figurines,
same
sophisticated farming techniques. And they may be players in all of this. Really, really interesting. Meanwhile, Matt Ford, when he was talking to George Knapp, was talking about ways we could discover more about Immaculate Constellation and potentially other programs through FOIA.
And regarding the Immaculate Constellation program, a hint that I would put out to folks that are interested in FOIA is the parent Immaculate word is used in other programs. It's not housed in DOD. You need to go look under the NSC, and I think you may find a few things. So it's worth digging into. That is
How
for
does
sure.
he know?
All right. Well, John Greenwald and others that like
fuck
to
told
FOIA,
him?
You've got a possible suggestion
hate
from
John
Matt
Greenwald.
Ford about where to dig next to get info on the UFO control group. But back to the Nazca mummies. That's right. I've got Nazca mummies on the brain, guys. As always, Nazca Mummy Twitter channel has this to say about what to expect
Nazca
from
Mummy
the
crazy.
hearing on November 9th. Agenda for the Peruvian hearing on November 9th. Allow scientists to present evidence supporting the mummies as genuine remains. That's number one. Number two, recognized the contributions of Jaime Maussan, Joyce Mejia, and Mexico in highlighting the significance of this discovery. Indeed, if it weren't for Mexico, Peru would not be having this conversation, which is, sad, but it is the way it is. So thank you so much, Jaime and the other people of Mexico, like Joyce Mejia. 3, support further exploration of the Nazca mummies. Absolutely. 4, review current knowledge and outline next steps for advancing research. 5, discuss plans for a museum to exhibit the discovery and consider its tourism benefits. Hell yeah, that would be one of the hottest tickets in Peru to go take a gander at non-human bodies, guys. We've got alien bodies, or at least hybrid beings created by off-world beings, most likely. Maybe they're created by ultra-terrestrials or something like that, but, not created by us. Not created by us.
Not like us.
And obviously, to my mind, created beings. Hybrids of some sort, something like that. 6, release the independent analysis report on Maria and Wawida. And of course, Maria has had, I believe, 2 peer-reviewed papers on her. Just amazing stuff. 7, emphasize the educational and cultural value of the discovery. Absolutely. When you get to the culture part, that kind of, sends up some alarm bells in me, because the Ministry of Culture has been trying to suppress this stuff forever, and part of the rationale for that is that it's cultural heritage, right? But is it? I mean, it is in part. I mean, these beings are enshrined in the Nazca artwork, etc. And that part, at least, is cultural. But these beings clearly come from a alien culture. So, just throwing that out there. Just throwing that out there. But the humans of the time were interacting with them, and they were absolutely part of their culture. And so, in a way, you can say the Nazca beings are indeed part of Peruvian culture. So, I'm with that, but I don't necessarily want them to fall, the bodies themselves, to fall under any Ministry of Culture, restrictions, which is, worrying. 8, ensure the scientific community
reading this whole
can
list,
study the bodies without restrictions. Heck yeah. 9, address potential actions if tridactyl beings are still present on Earth. And we hear this again and again. And there's even evidence of it that I've shown on multiple videos, that there are little beings that are still around on Earth today. I've made multiple videos about the little bitty guys. I mean, some of them are just like a few inches tall, that are seemingly still around, because those bodies are not very old. The one in Russia, Alyoshenka, I'm probably totally butchering that name. It was still alive when that lady found it and started, trying to nurse it and take care of it. So yeah, these beings still seem to be alive.
Who's doing my foyas?
The locals
Who's got my foyas?
of South America and Peru and the Andes, they do talk about seeing these beings or similar beings, potentially like the little Nazca beings, coming and going from caves still today. So yeah, absolutely 100%. And we need to make contact, peaceful contact.
There's probably a lot of money in FOIA attorney.
Hey, maybe, have some sort of relationship with them, contacts between peoples. Can you imagine one of the Nazca beings going to the White House and sitting down, with the president, something like that?
Come on, Jack.
Yeah, really.
I smell like aliens.
Really interesting. The possibilities that exist. Unlikely, but possible. 10, present non-human writing that has been discovered. Yeah, the non-human writing, and I believe we've gone over the writing that looks an awful lot like a Vincan writing, but, we don't know. Let's see. 11, discuss newly identified specimens and share their medical findings.
I mean, is this all
12
real?
proposed
Jesus Christ, this is
modifications
crazy.
to 2 laws
This is
to
insane.
confirm the discovery's authenticity and
This
improve
fucking
access
weird
for
hybrid
study.
alien thing.
Yeah,
Holy
so,
shit.
you know,
Communism is real.
you know, do we want the Ministry of
Unbelievable.
Culture to be able to have access to this site? You know, do we? You know, maybe they're playing nice now so that they can get access to the Citadel, to the site where these bodies are found. You know, again, I have zero trust for the Ministry of Culture.
Yeah, dude, they're gonna steal
And
it.
if they are involved in this in any capacity, which they seem to be, they've even studied the bodies themselves now. You know, what to expect from them? Have they turned a new leaf? Maybe they have. But it wasn't long ago that they were peddling disinformation, saying the Nazca mummies were dolls.
Remember that?
So,
That was
you know,
so
again, have they turned a new leaf? Or are they just playing nice now so they can contaminate the waters later? I don't know. I don't know. Let me know your thoughts. 12, yeah, we've done 12. 13, explore plans for a second or follow-up hearing to continue discussions. Yes, absolutely. We need to continue this discussion. So, yeah, thank you very much, Nazca Mummies, for putting that up. Really appreciate it. It makes me even more excited to, you know, see the hearing on the 9th. And I hope, again, to be streaming that with you guys. We'll see if that works. I've never done that before, and my technical skills are limited. So we'll see. We'll see. Meanwhile, mystery as 4 NASA astronauts are rushed to hospital without explanation after returning from space.
What?
A crew of 4
Must did it.
NASA astronauts was recently hospitalized without explanation after returning from space. After spending more than
Must did it.
200 days on the International Space Station, the crew eight
They were too liberal for me.
astronauts splashed down off the coast of Florida in the early morning hours of October 25th. NASA revealed that 1 astronaut received medical care following the return, but on Monday it was found that all members had been taken to the hospital. Yeah, that's alarming, guys. That's super scary. Let's see. Here's the important part. NASA has not released any details about why the crew was hospitalized, which astronaut had to complete an overnight stay, or whether the medical issues were related to their return to Earth. So, you know, I have seen way too many horror movies. That's where my mind goes. But I'm sure it was something perfectly mundane, and we'll find out more about it soon. But yeah, my mind instantly leaps to B horror movies,
Yeah, you would be
which I love.
never a straight answer,
but I would not want to be living one. So my heart
Never
goes
a
out to
straight
those
answer.
astronauts. I hope they're safe and well, and I hope we find out more about what they were going through very soon. Meanwhile, Richard Dolan says, "Do you think there are millions of UFO witnesses?" Comment your choice by number. 1, there are a few hundred legitimate witnesses. 2, there are a few thousand witnesses. 3, there are more than 5,000, but no more than 100 or 200,000.
Oh, wow, this guy's team sucks.
4, yes,
Nice.
there are almost 1 million people who have
I'm gonna
witnessed
fuck this guy up.
UFOs. 5, more than 1 million. Well, actually, according to the Roper poll that was done by David Jacobs,
it's the
and
worst
Bud
when they
Hopkins and John Mack in the
when they have a shitty
90s,
team and they still beat me.
It appears that there's a lot more than that. The Roper poll, which didn't ask people if they were abducted or not, but just ask various questions. Do you experience missing time or this and that effect? And back then people didn't know what those were, so they hopefully answered honestly, and the results showed that I believe it was 2% of the populace were indeed abductees. David Jacobs has said that they actually had to the real numbers were so alarming that they shaved off a bunch of respondents, positive answers, and they whittled it down to 2%, but the real numbers were closer to 5%. But let's just say 3%. That's
You're stealing
that's
our
not
jizz,
just
folks.
a million people. We're talking upwards
You're stealing
of
our
100
jizz.
million people
Taking the
globally.
jizz.
That's alarming.
Taking
that's
all of our jizz,
crazy.
Jack.
That's Mary Rodwell and Dolores Cannon and Barbara Lamb, they all have
What are they doing with the jizz,
positive,
Jack?
optimistic
Jizz
view
Jack.
of abductions than Bud Hopkins and David Jacobs. So hopefully they are right, because if that Roper poll is correct,
that's what they call it.
many people are experiencing this, and if we can call them witnesses, and we
Just
can,
like in Israel,
suppose,
Jack.
their minds may have been wiped and their memories erased, but many of them recover those memories through hypnotic regression. So if we can call those witnesses, absolutely, there are more than more than any of these, right? More than 1 million. Number 5. That would be my answer based on that Roper poll. The phenomenon is vast. It's overwhelming. Abductions are definitely real. And the interesting thing about abductions it's a multi-generational phenomenon often. And people are abducted not just once, but throughout their lives, periodically throughout their lives. So
they do jizz jacking.
Stephen Greer would have you believe it's all the military. Does that sound like something the military could do? Over 100 million people, over generations,
sure they do,
multiple times throughout their lives, all around the world.
They're the only institution that could conceivably.
So let
they
me know
get caught
if you
all the
think
time.
military could do
what are
that.
you talking about?
And also, Stephen Greer says they do that to sow fear in people about the phenomenon. Well, they have their minds wiped. So
that's just as bad as the people who think the whole thing is a psyop. Right? Because it's the same premise.
Stephen Greer has done a lot of good for the community, but he also puts a lot of BS out there. So I think
decades-long psyop.
Anyway,
with
there
like
is
thousands and thousands of people involved.
A dust-up between Merrick von Rennenkamp and Mick West.
Of course.
I'm not going to go through it all, but I'll let you read it at your leisure. But we have back and forth between Merrick and Mick West. We have Matt Ford chiming in, and it goes on for a few different
Merrick's
threads.
Right, dude. No matter how many times you debunk Mick, it doesn't matter.
Merrick saying another thing. So it's an interesting back and forth. So if you want to see both sides of an argument,
remember how many times you debunk his shit? He's just always
I'll provide the links, and you can check it out.
Doesn't matter.
Again, at your leisure. And let's see. I think that's about it, but I did want to end on this. The former DNI James Clapper requested all of the NSA's UFO files in 2016, according to Admiral Mike Rogers.
The Director of National Intelligence, James Clapper, calls me, Mike, I need you to go through all of it. I need the team to go through all of NSA's holding all of its files, and I need everything that you have on UFOs. And I'm like, what, sir? You want me to do a review of our databases on UFOs? Yes. And I'm literally thinking to myself, is this some kind of joke? But clearly it's not, which is reflected in the question. For a lot of people, this is, hey, what is going on out there?
What is fucking Chode watching?
Look, clearly there are phenomena occurring out there that both are visible and that we can't explain. I don't know what causes them. I don't know what they are. I don't know why.
Causes them, he said.
I never saw anything in my experience in the government in 37 years, both as an intelligence professional, but also as a senior military individual. I never saw anything that led me to believe that there was some external, i.e. non-terrestrial actor behind this kind of activity. But the flip side is I couldn't explain some of the activity. I just don't know.
Then what do you think it was, bro?
Okay, well, at least he admits there's activity that he saw
what
that
do
he
you
couldn't
think
explain.
It was, then? You can't explain
DNI head James Clapper, or former DNI, James Clapper, was interested in UFOs and was collecting UFO information from the NSA back in 2016. So what did he find?
I mean,
I would love to know.
Wouldn't you be obligated to not say anything,
what
though?
Does that imply? Was that,
like if it was oh, come on.
Was that the Okay, Ben. All right, I've got to go, guys.
He heard the jizz jacking.
Let me know what you think about it all in the comments below. Love you guys. Thumbs up, subscribe, become a channel member, become a rock star. Really.
It's actually a lot harder to become a rock star. Chode knows that. Says it like it's so flippantly. You gotta write a hit song first. It's kind of hard to do. Can't be about Trump. forgot how that song goes already. Whoa. What is that? Evil spirits?
Wow, what a huge day today. Welcome back to Third Phase of Moon. Blake Cousins, along with my brother Brent.
People freaking out, I don't know if I buy this.
We've got the biggest UFO news just coming into Third Phase of Moon, so buckle up. Let's get to it. We're looking at something in the sky that can't be explained. Are we looking at biological entities? UFOs. There seems to be a massive commotion, people screaming. And
Jellyfish
UFO
cops, was a bioweapon.
And everybody's just kind of in shock and awe. What the heck is going on here?
Yeah,
Blake, we didn't want to put out an episode last night. We had the United States elections, and wow, we got our president. And hopefully this is going to be the disclosure president, Donald J. Trump. We'll see what happens. We're going to keep a close eye on that. What we're looking at here has the people in panic. You hear them screaming, and you see police activity there to the right. They're looking at something. These things look creepy. I've seen these things maybe before. Could these be some sort of kites propped up to look like some biological entity flying in the sky? Yeah, absolutely, Brent. It's definitely possible. But again, we're looking at this, and it almost has like a smoky, wispy feel. So it's I've seen these kites that Brent's referring to, but this one just looks, and there's actually two of them, and they're almost like transparent. And just like you say, Brent, creepy stuff.
Screaming's
we're looking at
right?
White people are screaming. I don't know. I think something's up there that had them spooked. Now, let's get to the next video right now.
I would scream if I saw something that really looked like that.
Como si pasara por un portal dimensional. No hacía ruido y se sentía una vibración en todo el cuerpo.
This looks fake, whatever it is.
All right, we're going to get some really close-up looks at whatever this metallic,
like a pixelated
I don't know,
spot
tic-tac.
in the sky.
It just is incredible. The way, look at this, it's traversing through the sky at a pretty moderate rate of speed, but again, no indication of any kind of propulsion that means anything that's commercial. We're looking at something that's very unusual. Yeah, this shit's weird, Blake. We're looking at it, and you could see it just go across the plane over there.
Did he say that shit's weird?
At a low altitude.
Did he say that?
I thought maybe could this be some sort of banner, advertising banner, but I'm throwing that out because we don't see any plane and we don't see any cable dragging this thing. This thing is on its own, and it's square. It looks metallic.
Yeah, it looks like a pixelated spot in the
unique
sky.
UFO that
like
should be thrown at Congress, thrown at everybody, because this thing again has no means of
it seems like it wouldn't be that hard.
It just seems to be.
Like if you knew what kind of cameras we had, it seems like it wouldn't be that hard to develop a some sort of device that can scramble them, you know, or at least be impenetrable to them. I don't think that doesn't seem like that'd be that hard.
Stationary as it just flies over the ground over there. Yeah, I'm looking at this, and I'm trying to estimate the size of this craft. And indeed, we're looking at something authentic. It's not CGI or AI. I know people like to claim that shit all the time, but we're looking at
shit.
stuff.
Why do you keep saying shit, man? Come on,
if we see any of that, we're going to call it out. What we're looking at right now is legitimate footage.
Show,
and the question is, what is it? And we're seeing the house in the background. I don't know. This looks to be almost bigger than maybe 2 SUVs. Yeah, almost the size of a bus, that's for sure. Again, this guy got a really good shot. It's crystal clear. I wish he could have followed it and have seen what happened to this craft
he's like Dr.
after
J.
it left the area.
Actually, Dr. J would never curse like
that. Even landed.
He knows this
Who
is
the
a
hell
family
knows?
show.
But again, looking at this thing, it's fascinating because we can't explain what it is. Now, again, big UFOs at Third Phase of Moon. We're just getting started. So everybody press that thumbs up. We got the next video.
I think it's weird.
Bueno, como a las 5 yo despacho a los maestros que trabajan en la casa y fue como súper raro porque nadie lo vio y los maestros tienen que haber ido por ahí cerca. Y lo otro, que esa cosa cambió de forma, pero muchas veces delante mío, porque la foto que yo te mandé es parte del video que le tomé el video está súper nítido. En el video también se ve que esta cosa cambia de forma y al final, en el último segundo del video, se ve también que esa cosa parece que se transforma en árbol, no sé, pero es una cuestión rara. Pero sí, eso cambió, no sé por qué se va a parar en mi oficina y ya lo he visto 2 veces. La segunda vez fue hace poco.
Wow, amazing capture. The woman is actually able to capture something on her cell phone cam, and we're looking at it, and it almost seems like it's on fire.
Like a spying device.
This girl narrates the whole thing. We're going to get some translation, and it's going to come in the comments later as we share this live premiere, so look for that. But what we're looking at, in my opinion, what this woman captured and her demeanor proves once again that the phenomenon's real, and we're not looking at any trickery here. This is legitimate footage coming out of Chile. And Brent, is this some, I don't know, it just, do you see it? It looks like it's on fire, like it might be crashing. Yeah, definitely. Maybe it's some sort of hot air balloon that's catching fire and falling to the ground. Who knows? But when we get this close up, like you said, Blake, we see it. It has this wisp of black smoke coming from the top as it descends over the rooftop some distance away. This thing's huge because you can see the proximity from the camera and this object in the sky, representing that this again is pretty far away. I'm estimating again the size of maybe half a school bus. It's huge. Then we get this close up, and this is something that's unidentified. We just don't know what it is. Here we go. Let's slow it down. Bam. That's so good. We get it. We see it. Here it comes again. Let's just keep looking at this thing. What's everybody in the chat room? We're so excited to be here at Third Phase Moon and having this YouTube channel and all our fans joining us. Casper Site gave us a big shout out last night, and appreciate any Casper Site fans in the house tonight. You guys rock. That's right. Casper's doing good work over there, and it's interesting. The whole community, the UFO community is coming together, and maybe disclosure is right around the corner here. But again, we're looking at something, in my opinion, Brent, I'm going to have to disagree with you just a bit that, again, this thing is off at a distance. So I'm saying this thing's at least maybe 2 school buses long here. It's so massive. And then once again, the conventions of any kind of means of propulsion aren't being indicated here. If this was a hot air balloon, I'm sure we'd hear some kind of disaster in Chile over the past few days if anything was going down. And we're not getting any indications of that within the past few days. So if there is, please do some research. We did, and we didn't find it. This almost reminds me of like an Elon Musk
I mean, I was seeing
rocket, but I don't see the propulsion.
I don't know what those shits over the Langley Air Base were, right? I don't know why anybody would need to do that. I don't know why China would need to do that. Seems pretty bizarre. Like you're just like trying to get caught, right? But there was like a whole fucking fleet. They said it sounded like a fleet of lawnmowers above the air Langley. I don't know if it's the same place as the CIA base, but I think it is, right? Langley Air Force Base. But they were just posted up above the facility like several weeks in a row. Like in a way that like I don't see why an adversary country would need to do that, right? What kind of intelligence are you getting from there? I mean, maybe they're like tapping into the fucking Wi-Fi or something. I could see that maybe.
All right. At first glance, Brent shared this video with me moments ago, and I'm like, well, what are we looking at? A rocket launch? And then Brent says no, because possibly it's just weird because you usually see the smoke trail from the launch pad as it traverses into space. We're looking at this thing kind of come out way up in the sky, like out of nowhere. So it would be like a rocket launch at maybe about 15,000 feet in midair is what we're looking at, but that doesn't make any sense to me. Or maybe it's a lot closer to the camera too at the same time. I'm kind of looking at the parallax as this thing's kind of moving. And let's take a glimpse here, right about as it passes, I think in front of a windmill, and it's gonna come up, is it in front of it or is it behind it? Let's take a close look. It looks like it's in front of it. So I believe this thing's much closer to us. But again, we're looking at something very odd because it looks basically like a string of a thread or yarn just flying up in the sky, kind of just holding itself too. It looks almost biological. Yeah, a good eye there, Brent. And I'm sure we're going to do some analysis on this video to get a closer look, because when we're looking, I could see that it still keeps extending to the further right there. Like it's still, whatever it is dropping this kind of string, and then it did seem to pass in front of the windmill blade. So again, that's very strange. Maybe it's kind of like a plasmic thing, and maybe it's only about 30 to maybe 50 or 60 feet long. Brent, your thoughts on that? Yeah, I agree. Again, this thing is, maybe it just caught some breeze and it lifted up in the air, and we're looking at something very odd. And hey, if you see something like this, film it, and just film it till the end, because if I saw this, I would definitely do that, because this thing's weird. It's just strange. It's elongated, and I'm like, you're right, Blake. I think it's about 50, 60 feet in length, and you can see it because the vantage point of when he pulls back and the cameraman and the vantage point, it kind of adds up that this thing's some far distance away. Yeah, it's interesting. I'm sure people are going to say rocket launch for sure, and I think we just debunked that. So it's just a strange, I don't know, string of yarn just floating there. It just doesn't make sense. It's just something very unknown, biological in nature, some kind of plasmic, organic ectoplasm. I don't know. It's just weird stuff. I love this field. It makes us so excited to keep sharing these UFO videos, and we've got one coming in to the feed in just a few moments, but we want to get your comments right now in this live premiere. It really helps a lot, the algorithm, and YouTube has been recognizing our daily uploads. We haven't stopped for about, I don't know, 3 weeks now, so we're not going anywhere. Let's roll the next one. It's back. The acorn-shaped UFO. Again, broad daylight, no trickery. It's captured within the optics of the camera itself. That's what we're looking for, genuine footage. And we're looking at something that, again, she's kind of by herself in the park, kind of wondering what the heck is next to her, and she films this. It'd be kind of creeping me out. But again, this is no blimp or any kind of hot air balloon. I don't see no gondola or means of propulsion, and this thing's up there, and it's quite large. Yeah, Blake, I just gotta say, in my opinion, I think this is AI, not people. We see it always in the comments. People say, oh, UFOs, the phenomenon is destroyed because of AI technology. I just say, hey, when you see something that looks too good to be true, and it's obviously created by AI generation, you could call it out 99% of the time. So what we're always sharing at Third Phase is legitimate footage, and this girl captured some amazing footage of the phenomenal acorn UFO. It's just up there. This thing's massive, and it's just staying there steady in the sky. You don't see no gondola, so this proves that this is unmanned as far as somebody controlling it with some sort of heat. This thing's on its own control. Yeah, and what's crazy is these sightings of the acorn-shaped UFO in this region, it's just almost like on a daily basis. It's continuous. And no culprit has come forward saying, hey, look, I've built the acorn UFO, and hey, look at what I've done. And if so, they'd have to have hundreds of these things around this region, because they're just happening in too many places at the same time. So we're looking at something, again, that it's just very strange, and that's what we're looking for, strangeness, and it's happening 24/7. So again, incredible broad daylight sighting right here, and we're getting to disclosure. Today was a major day. We're up till about 1 a.m. here in Hawaii. Everybody was sleeping in the mainland, but we got the word what happened. So we'll keep Donald Trump to his word, and have disclosure. And we're doing battle for disclosure. Check out the trailer.
You don't know that at the very top, that whole project is being run.
Okay. Interesting. Really interesting. You know what else is interesting? Maybe two guesses. You done guessing? There's a weak guess. Oh, anyway. Sorry.
In the 1950s, the US began the top-secret project Sundial. Most of it is still classified. The goal? A single nuclear bomb so powerful it would destroy all of human civilization. Conceived in cold logic from the mind of a genius scientist. Sundial had the energy equivalent of 10 billion tons of TNT, a pyramid of explosives 13 times taller than the actual Great Pyramid, 3,000 more than all the bombs dropped during World War II. If you dropped the bomb that destroyed Hiroshima every minute, it would take you over 15 months to match Sundial. How was it even possible for us to achieve this insane level of madness? Everything is different forever. Let's set the stage. If you were 40 in 1945, that means you were born in 1905. Back then, monarchs ruled over much of the world. Only 3% of homes in the US had electricity, cities were dominated by horses, the first experimental planes had just flown. Less than 100,000 soldiers died in war each year. Imagine growing up in this world and seeing change almost too fast to keep up with. By 1945, 24 million soldiers and 50 million civilians had died in 2 world wars. And suddenly, there were TVs, microwaves, jet planes, and nuclear bombs. They kind of broke the brains of the people alive back then. Overnight, nowhere from the edge of space to the bottom of the ocean was safe. It's hard for us today to understand the level of terror this instilled in people. The implications were wild. Without nuclear weapons, it seemed you'd stand no chance in future conflicts. Nations without that power would get trampled by those that did have it, no matter how big their armies were. There was one brief moment where it could all have been stopped. In 1946, the US proposed the Baruch Plan and promised to get rid of their atom bombs, share nuclear technology with the world, and set up an international authority to make sure no one ever built such weapons again. But the military advantage of nuclear bombs was too great to let go. Just 3 years later, the Soviet Union detonated their first atom bomb. This caught everyone by complete surprise. The Soviets were not decades behind American technology, but had just pulled even. Shock turned into fear, and fear makes people do crazy things. The whole concept of what war was and how it would be won was overturned in a hot second. In a world where your enemy could fly over your soldiers and vaporize your cities, the only answer seemed to be a nuclear arsenal that could strike faster and harder. The nuclear arms race began. In 1946, there were just 9 nuclear bombs in the world. In 1950, the number was 300. In 1960, it would be 20,000. In a way, the nuclear arms race was pretty daft. One superpower would develop a powerful new bomb and detonate it, and then the other side would build something more powerful and blow it up, and this would continue endlessly. A dirty and wasteful game of creating more and more horror that seemed totally reasonable at the time. Superpowers spent trillions to have thousands of the most intelligent people show off how hard they could destroy humanity. Fear had to be met with much greater horrors, and one man knew how to make nightmares real. But what if we destroy humanity even harder? Edward Teller was a brilliant Hungarian theoretical physicist. He was among the first people to realize that the fission chain reaction in uranium could make a bomb, and he helped to build it. But for Teller, the bombs were not powerful enough. He was ready to pay any price for security, and to be more secure, to be less afraid, he urged that larger bombs were the answer. Even in the 1950s, this was a pretty hot take, and many scientists were appalled by his ideas. He didn't care one bit, and incessantly lobbied scared politicians to greenlight more devastating nuclear weapons. And lucky for him, his timing was just right. Terrified by the rapid nuclear progress of the Soviet Union, he got a blank check from the military to bring his most destructive fantasy to life. It took him only a few years to make them a reality: the hydrogen bomb. A hydrogen bomb is so powerful that it needs a regular atom bomb just to trigger it. It's basically a nuke, the first stage next to a capsule of fusion fuel, the second stage encased by dense materials like lead. When the atom bomb is detonated, it releases ungodly amounts of X-rays that get channeled onto the capsule. The capsule's surface explodes, pushing inwards and compressing the fusion fuel so violently that for a brief moment it simulates a star. When this bomb was first tested in 1952, it instantly erased a Pacific island from the map. 2 years later, he tested an even bigger nuke, 1,000 times more powerful than the Hiroshima bomb. The world recoiled in horror. With weapons this powerful, war stopped being about winning, and total human annihilation became very real. Teller celebrated. In just 2 years, he had enabled the creation of American warheads 100 times more powerful. He had stolen the nuclear fire from the gods and awoken cosmic horrors, but he insisted that it was still not enough. His dream was to have a bomb of almost unlimited power. And once again, his timing was pretty great. When the Soviet Union detonated its own hydrogen bomb, it sparked a new wave of fear. This is where we get the top-secret Project Sundial, the bomb to make all other bombs irrelevant. The final bomb. Teller skipped right to the end of the nuclear arms race. He wanted to build a world destroyer, something so breathtakingly destructive, so incredibly scary that it made no sense to continue playing. Almost everything about it is still classified, but what we do know about it is terrifying. Work on it actually began, and tests were planned. Sundial wouldn't be some warhead loaded up onto a bomber and dropped on a target. No, it would be a backyard bomb. After all, if a bomb can destroy the world, why bother moving it at all? No need to bring it close to your enemies, you could as well just put it in your backyard. Maybe it would have actually been put in the center of the country, maybe it would have been put on a remote island or stored on a ship. We don't know what the actual plans were. But this underlines how insane this weapon was, and that Teller knew exactly what he was proposing. In his mind, the rationale was the ultimate deterrence. If you attack us or our allies, we will destroy the world. On a technical level, his concept was not even that complicated. It was probably some kind of nuclear matryoshka doll. The truly breathtaking thing is the idea itself, and that he actually attempted to make it real. From what we know, Sundial would have weighed at least 2,000 tons, as massive as a 250-meter-long cargo train. It would explode with a power of at least 10 billion tons of TNT, a number so big it doesn't mean anything anymore. So let's make this a bit more graphic and explode it in Nevada. One wild thing about it is that humanity never tested anything remotely like it, so this is the best speculation we developed together with experts. For a brief moment, a fireball of pure energy appears, up to 50 kilometers in diameter, larger than the visible horizon. It radiates blistering heat at the speed of light. Everything within 400 kilometers is instantly set on fire. Every tree, house, person. The energy would reach much further, but the explosion is so big that the Earth's horizon curves away from it. The surrounding deserts turn into a field of glass. Then comes the blast wave. The atmosphere above the explosion is violently shot into space. A magnitude 9 earthquake shakes the United States, while the sound of the blast reverberates around the world. North American forests burn, adding their soot to the bomb's radioactive fallout to create toxic death clouds that shroud the world like a dark curtain. Sundial is like a nuclear war happening all at once, but it's more like a giant volcano erupting or an asteroid striking than a nuclear war. Sundial would bring about an apocalyptic nuclear winter where global temperatures suddenly drop by 10 degrees Celsius. Most water sources would be contaminated and crops would fail everywhere. Most people in the world would die. So,
there's no way to polish that turd.
Congratulations, you won. Good news. Wait, no. Bad news.
There's no good news.
The good news is that Sundial was never built. Most details are still top secret, but we know that scientists reacted with horror and politicians who were secretly informed responded with disbelief. Even the US military thought this was a bit much. In the insane world of nuclear arms, this madness was too much. Building it considered a crime against humanity,
made from this,
and it had other problems too. A single apocalypse weapon leaves you no wiggle room. Would you press the button if enemy soldiers crossed a distant country's borders or attacked one of your distant bases? Would you end the world if your rival overthrew a friendly government? Can you protect an ally with a bomb that would kill them too? The elephant in the room is that while Sundial is clearly insane, humanity still kind of did build it. At the peak of the Cold War, humanity had over 70,000 nukes.
Why not just,
even today, we still have about 12,000 nuclear weapons, enough to destroy human civilization.
Just destroy
Instead
your
of a single world burner, the superpowers built tens of thousands of nuclear weapons of all types and sizes, hidden in submarines or waiting in bunkers and silos.
They probably have it
And
somewhere,
this sounds
right?
so much more reasonable, doesn't it?
No, this is Kurt's
But this also makes them a much more credible
very
threat.
similar, though.
Because if people
Definitely
feel they
taking
can risk
good
setting off
fucking
a smaller
oligarch
nuke,
money.
they might actually get launched. And we don't know what kind of chain reaction this might trigger. So in reality, the difference between Sundial and what we have today is not even that big.
You gotta separate the art from the
Humanity
artist,
didn't
you
build
know?
a doomsday bomb, but a doomsday machine. Today, the world may be on the verge of another nuclear arms race. The US is on track to spend $1 trillion on nuclear modernization programs, while China is expanding its arsenal and might have more than 1,000 nuclear weapons ready to be deployed by 2030. So far, we've escaped the existential threat these weapons pose, but if an alien visited Earth, it might ask us if we're okay and need a hug. We should ask ourselves as a species if we really want to be ready to destroy ourselves at a moment's notice.
It'd be nice.
It's time to reveal our darkest secret. This may come as a surprise to you, but Kurzgesagt is not actually run by burbs, but by humans. Now you might wonder,
Yeah, Bill Gates humans. Transhumans, probably. They're on some shit. I'm gonna build Project Sundial with my balls. It's the most epic sundial. Oh, let me show you the I put the shit. Look, motherfuckers. You need to subscribe to my YouTube channel because there's like fucking no subscribers. I see some people just like aren't cool enough though. Yes, maybe, I don't know. It was so good. the rest of the videos up here. Film like the entire show. It's so good. Local school council. I mean, there's some compelling stuff that they did shut down any nuclear exchange back in the day. Agriculture? Sure good. Sure good. They opened the chat file. That's what I was doing. We all panicking that bullshit. Dude, the new fucking iPhone, you can like zoom in with your thumb. It's really cool. So you can zoom in and out. This guy with the long hair closest to me, he shreds really hard. It's kind of like a beating. Those wears those tight tank tops. Thought it was over. I knew better. I was like, oh no, let's just get started. That's me yelling yo. That's me. Yeah. The tone wasn't as good as I've heard it before, but it was still pretty good tone. The bass tone was really nice. Jazz kit too. That little kitty. doubt at me. Y'all doubt at me. It did hurt so bad. So bad. So bad. Yeah, I was a lot closer than I remember. Yeah, I was right in the front. I didn't realize that. I thought I was in the back in the middle. That's the end of the song. I filmed like the whole thing though. I'm telling you, it was so good. I kept putting my phone down. I was like, oh no, I love this song too. Chat Pilot was really fun too though. I won't say they weren't. There's one more thing I wanted to watch. Where is it? I already put it in there. Maybe I made it up. That would be great. It's gonna be a lot of fun, huh?
I think I was watching your video and you said that there are 3 distinct types of building in that area.
That's right.
What are those 3?
So yeah, it's there's and this does exist globally as well, I'd say. But this is I have to credit Jesus Gamarra and his father Alfredo, who are indigenous Peruvian researchers, been researching the Sacred Valley sites for more than 50 years. Who really came up with the nomenclature and the classification of this architecture. I think they're spot on. But you always see these 3 layers. They're in the same layers in terms of the older stuff's at the bottom. You have megalithic stuff on top, and then the Inca work on the top. But at the bottom, it's something called Hanan Pacha. I describe it as the monolithic kind of living rock. This is the carved bedrock. Some people describe them as Inca thrones, you see, shaped, carved into the bedrock itself. There's all sorts of strange shapes. You know, there's like curved shapes, like almost like as if it was melted and the water was running. You have places like, Kenko, Zonex, Temple of the Moon, all of these sites around Cusco itself that exhibit this type of work. It's at Sacsayhuaman, it's at Ollantaytambo. You can even find it at Machu Picchu and all these other places. And that's like what seems to be the oldest layer in a lot of places. Dude, like Kenko and the Temple of the Moon. It just seems tremendously ancient, very eroded, like noticeably more eroded, and just looks weathered and ancient relative to everything else. And built on top of that, you will find what's called as Uran Pacha, which is the very classic, famous kind of megalithic, polygonal, cellular work, right? So this is the walls of Sacsayhuaman, or the big, the big walls in the streets of Cusco. This is that really precisely done, no mortar between them, really big stones, all generally of the same stone type, classical megalithic architecture, very similar to things we see in Egypt and in Turkey and in Easter Island and other places around the world. You have that layer, and often you'll see that it's almost gently built on top of or around the Hanan Pacha architecture. It's like there's this theme of circular protection, as if they were respectful and they were like protecting the more ancient architecture. And then on top of that, and you see this everywhere, you see the Inca repair work, and in Jesus' system, it's called Ikunpacha. And that's the Inca work, which is like small local stones, cobblestones, just local rocks. It's a mishmash of different rocks, usually often used with mud mortar.
Yeah.
And obviously different, much more primitive style of architecture.
It's kind of boring today.
And this is the work that the Inca does. It matches kind of the terracing that the Inca did. They would build these tremendous terraces for farming. And it certainly matches what we know of their technological capabilities as a civilization. And I mean, there's even accounts from those early Spanish conquistadors and some of the guys that were writing down accounts of them seeing the Inca trying to repair and reuse this more megalithic stuff. So but the Inca would do the same thing. They clearly respected and built upon those earlier styles, and they followed those same themes of like a circular protection, and they would repair things where they could. And it gets, and some of the the evidence that they weren't building this stuff is shown by when they couldn't find where like a big megalithic stone would go, they would use it in their walls. Like a lot of the lentil stones above doorways, for example, are typically like a megalithic stone that came. It's a different stone type. It's bigger and better made, and it came from somewhere else, and they'd reuse that. I think those are the three styles, and as I said, you can find those styles to lesser or greater degrees pretty much all around the world. I mean, it's very stark in Peru and the Sacred Valley. You can see the difference. It just hits you in the face because the Inca as a civilization
had
150, 200 years old. It wasn't a very long-lived culture before the Spanish came in
that's crazy
and destroyed it.
Say it all happened
but in
like
Egypt,
100-year period.
like you have this 3,000 plus year civilization that over time, obviously developed significant capabilities for stonework. So those lines get a bit more blurred. Like they became very, very good at what they did, and they did just incredible things with stone. So, defining that difference between like what's megalithic, what's beyond their capability versus what can a giant sort of 3,000-year-old powerful civilization achieve over time, it's a bit tougher to tell. But in South America and the Sacred Valley, it's once you see those layers and you see the way that the Inca repaired stuff, it's super obvious.
Yeah, it is.
I see what you're saying. So in the Incan situation, it's very distinct, these layers.
Yeah.
They're very separated.
Yeah.
But in Egypt, it's a little more muddled. But I remember seeing what you're talking about in Egypt.
Oh, yeah.
It seemed like the deeper we went and the older we got, the bigger the stones and the more precise and heavier they were.
Yeah, it's one of the contradictions.
So,
how does that work?
Yeah, Egypt had a couple contradictions, and I think your idea on the tale of
the
two
bottom layer
industries,
is just
it
so
just hit me so hard because it's like, we're looking at
so much
two
nicer
very
all
distinct
over the world.
styles of building here.
Yeah.
How does that work?
So I'd love to get into that with you today.
Yeah, I mean it's been an observation that I've made. Based on all these years of research, in that it's not just sort of architecture. I think that tale of two industries where you have one industry that very much matches what we know of in terms of, and we're talking Egypt specifically here, but it matches the capabilities and technological, prowess of that civilization, right? Because we know what they did and how they worked, because they've had depictions of it. They drew scenes on the walls that show them working different materials, showed them using different tools. We found a lot of the tools that they used, although not by no means all of the ones that they think they used. And there's artifacts and architecture that match those capabilities, right? So this is, we see boxes made like this, vases, columns, architecture, slabs, statues, this type of thing, that very much match this sort of handmade Bronze Age, relatively primitive manufacturing capability. But then there's a whole category of these same types of artifacts that really don't. And these are these, giant megalithic structures, the Valley Temple, the Mortuary Temple, in some cases, certainly aspects of the pyramids. Statues, vases, columns, boxes, these things. There are examples of these things that are just mind-bendingly precise and it really boggles the mind as to how these things were made, how they were moved, and they really don't match the capabilities and the technological ability of a Bronze Age culture like that. And nobody's ever really proven that you can, in fact, make these things with those primitive methodologies. In fact, the only way that we could do a lot of these things today would be to use, our very best machine tools and computer guided manufacturing plants and CNC mills and things like this.
Too small.
And they're made from crazy materials like granite or diorite or extremely hard andesitic stone, stuff like that, or other types of just frankly ridiculous material. And they scale up in size to 1,000 tons or more. Like there are artifacts that in the 200, 300, 400, 600, 800, and over 1,000 tons.
And there's like probably
Gaza. Dozens of these.
Like the foundation in Gaza is like the craziest part, I think, from what I understand. Like they have stones just in the walkway that are several hundred tons. Like, why would you bring a several 100-ton rock in from God knows where? There's a lot of indication that some of these quarries were like hundreds of miles away. Why would you do that? Just to put it in the floor. It's not even like you needed it for something. I could see if you needed it for like the lintel or some big architecture project, but it's just like a random part of the walkway. Why? I just don't think you would do that unless it was very easy to do. Some of the shit you see, it's like, yeah, like that's the only thing that explains it. These stones at Baalbek are just so fucking big. What do you need the stones to be that big for? It's like so hard to move that versus just regular sized stone. Like, it's like when people say like the pyramid. I'm like, not even. The pyramid could have been done by humans. It just probably not in that time span that they said it was done in. Some of this stuff I have no fucking clue. Like, I don't see how modern people could do it. Like, how the fuck would we move 1,000-ton stone? Like, up this weird rough terrain. And we have cranes that do like what, like a couple dozen tons, maybe 100.
These examples that you can point to in Egypt, and so I think there's I'm a little careful about what I say. Definitely can't be done by the dynastic Egyptians because you don't really want to underestimate their capability. But at a high level, I break it down into a couple of different categories. One is the evidence for advanced types of machining, and we see this at places like Abu Sir. We see it on statues and columns, obelisks, and boxes, where you have tool marks. Right, you have tool marks for these tools that we can't really explain. Within the context of a Bronze Age civilization, things like tubular drills that show just a remarkable penetration rate into the stone based on the spiral striations that we see on both the cores and the walls of these tubular drill holes. In other areas, we see things like circular saw cuts or straight saw cuts going at a rapid rate through material like granite or basalt. And some of the diameters, if you extrapolate kind of the curvature of some of these blades, you're talking like 30 feet with some of them huge tools that are evidently cutting, and very thin too, because some of them have kerfs where they were cutting. Very thin tools that cut right through this material. And then there's another category which really relates to precision and symmetry. And it's hard to eyeball that sort of stuff. It really does need to be measured and studied, and that's been the conclusion with the work that's happened in 2023 around the vase scanning that I've been documenting on my channel, where we've taken some of these pre-dynastic artifacts. That's the other thing. A lot of these precision artifacts actually predate.
They were in the basement of the
dynastic civilization,
very first pyramid,
and we've been inspecting them using modern metrology tools, things like structured light scanners, CT X-ray scanners that give you a extremely accurate model of these artifacts down to like the thousandths of an inch, or in some cases down to the micron with the CT X-ray. And then you can go into GD&T kind of tools that are, geometric tolerance and design tools, where you can now analyze things like concentricity, roundness, surface flatness, symmetry, and essentially look at the precision within which this thing was made. And we're seeing these remarkable results where, your average deviation on the surface of some of these vases might be within 1,000th or 2,000ths of an inch, which is
stealing it and giving it to
a human hair is between 2 and 3 thousandths of an inch thick.
Shit.
And we've also looked at these tools
Lord only knows
in
what those
precision
have in their
manufacturing
private
workshops,
collections.
put them on rotating tables, and put like these tolerance gauges against them. We did a whole inspection day out at Danville Metal Stamping with Chris Dunn and the Vase Scan team, and we were inspecting a bunch of these artifacts, and it's truly remarkable results, and certainly not anything that can be achieved by hand by people like rubbing on them with sticks and rocks and sand, which is kind of how they're explained in the story. This is one of the big mysteries.
Pounding stones.
And we see similar things, and Chris Dunn has done some good work looking at symmetry in statues and things like that too, and seeing perfect symmetry is also an indication of precision. So that's another category of artifacts that I think sit outside of the capability of that of the known Bronze Age civilization. And then the last category that I kind of put these artifacts into is really got more to do with logistics. So anything I would say above about 200 tons is a significant challenge to suggest that an artifact that weighs more than around 200 tons, it could be more, could be less, but that's sort of an area. I think it's very difficult to explain how those things could have been moved. The long distances that they were moved. In fact, we've got examples of like 1,000-ton artifacts being moved 1,000 kilometers or more, and then put up and put into place wherever they are. And there's dozens of these examples. I'd also put into that category things like the Serapeum boxes, which are these 100-ton, granite or cyanite massive boxes that are in this underground labyrinth where you literally have about a foot of clearance between the walls of the, these tunnels, these underground tunnels, and the width of the boxes. Now you might be able to move a 100-ton object around with enough people above ground, but moving those things around in those tight tunnels and those small spaces underground is a whole other ballpark. And it's, again, these are not any questions that have really been answered by demonstration. Like I'm not saying that I know how it was done, but I'm very skeptical that it was done with these primitive methodologies. And anyone claiming that they do know how it was done or it was done with primitive methodologies, it's kind of on them to prove it, to go and prove it. And as far as I know, nobody ever has. As you said, like the older you go, kind of the better and the bigger the work becomes. I mean, people forget that the pyramids, the big stone pyramids, the Great Pyramids, they're amongst the first pyramids supposedly ever built, and it's as if these they appeared out of nowhere and peaked with all of these capabilities and then slid downhill over time. And that's just not the way technological progression works. I mean, look at our society. Like we didn't go from the space shuttle to the horse and cart, but we're expected to believe that that's
still early.
Kind of the progression that happened in ancient Egypt, and it doesn't make sense to me. I think there's another context under which these mysteries make a lot more sense, and that is longer timelines. Lost civilizations that had a greater capability and inherited artifacts, even inherited culture. And inherited architecture and sites that were then occupied and reused and renovated and built upon for thousands of years. And that's kind of the lens you've got to look at this stuff through and try and puzzle it out. And I do think that context, in light of all of the evidence, not to mention the evidence that comes from fields outside of archaeology and Egyptology, genetics, climate science, catastrophism, the extension of the human timelines, all of these things, I think all of that is supporting evidence that makes this a much more plausible hypothesis for what we're seeing.
Yeah, I mean, shit. We used to speculate that people were around for like 100,000 years. Now we're like, looks more like closer to 300,000. So, of course, like all that time, there's nothing. It's just like, I don't get the confidence that we would definitely know if it was there. Like, if it was from fucking 15,000 years ago and got wiped out 10,000 years ago, all we would see at best would be, like, the bottom layer at these different sites, right? Because, again, that's what it looks like, right? Just like we know that there was a huge climatic disturbance, like, right around then, like, 11,000 years ago or something. People debate whether it was the comet impact, the Younger Dryas thing. But like, if something definitely happened, it was like 1,000-year weird period. It was like cold and shitty. And then after that, I mean, we know what happened after that, right? People slowly got going again. It would make sense that, like, the Near East or like, West Asia down there would be a spot they've started at. So we're gonna like restart. Like it's probably got nicer out there earlier than other places. Plus, it looks like people were based out like the oldest people. Things like from I remember reading, or like were out sort of like in the central of the Eurasian landmass, like out on the steppe somewhere. It was like that's like a huge place. Like different groups took off from there. Like they like left Africa and hung out there for a while and kind of like dispersed from there. That's how everybody got where they are. There's a really simple way to make even surfaced rocks, and these guys are missing it. What do you mean? It's not the. It's the same. Like this bottom layer has the same kind of characteristics of just remarkable techniques at several different sites around the world, right? All from like roughly the same period. It would be kind of weird that they developed it simultaneously all over the place at around this certain time, and we can't figure it out today. I mean, I could see like one or two civilizations figuring something out that we couldn't, but like all over the world, they all discovered the same thing that we can't put it together. I don't know. I just don't know why we would be so sure that there's nothing there. Like, it drives me nuts that people are like, oh, fucking, we know, like, fucking Flint Dibble. Like, you don't know shit, man. I guess, like, certain things you know, but you have, like, the fossil record, just, like, examples of things from the past. It's not, like, in any sense is it all definitive. It's just, like, a representative portion. And, like, anything, like, we know what the world is like now, like, it's development's unequal, right? There's parts of the world that are still very, very primitive, and other parts of the world that are like fucking sci-fi future. Gondolas and shit. Dirigibles. I want to live in one of those fucking steampunk cities.
How many different civilizations, and thus different builders, have actually been and gone, only to be ignored by an
Why is Teotihuacan named after an Egyptian god?
academia wishing for their remnants to simply erode away? These remnants, many of which still existing ancient ruins, are visited by billions of people every year, each attributed to a convenient imposter, a lie which conveniently ties in with previously printed, condoned, and currently preserved paradigms by superior influences, not only ill-informing the world's young population, but attempting to rob us all of our own personal histories. However, thankfully, some things do not lie, cannot be hidden, and will never go away. We share many ancient, out-of-place artifacts on our channel, some more perplexing than others. Yet our next artifacts might be the most puzzling yet. Found in Kosovo, upon the Shar Planina mountain range, an ancient advanced artifact that has been explained as having once been some kind of transformer. Found by photographer and researcher Ismet Smiley, he subsequently donated a sample for scientific examination. It was found that the artifact is no less than 20,000 years old. In addition to the stone, coil, and copper wires, the artifact amazingly contains some form of ancient insulator, whose composition differs from the surrounding material. Although not tested, it appears to have mysterious convex bands fused into a stone.
Smooth rocks.
Parallel to these are 4 symmetrically located openings, which have been postulated to have been entry points for wires. These once collecting energy from the transformer.
Of some sort.
What is this mystifying object?
Like a different route.
What was it once used for? Who made it? And with dating results of over 20,000 years, just how much older could it possibly be? Could these objects have once been a common occurrence amongst this ancient civilization? Similar to the clearly advanced metal clamps previously covered and found upon numerous ancient block-built buildings throughout antiquity. due to the sheer number of clamps used, although they are clearly a remnant left by a lost civilization far older than academia would ever attribute the buildings to.
Stones?
Many of the clamps have survived the eons to be tested, examined, and displayed in numerous different museums as more modern artifacts.
I mean, the idea
Is this how the
geopolymer idea is pretty good. Like, if they had some way to, like, harden sand into rock, right? Like, they had some sort of contraption that allowed them to, like, make bricks on the spot, like, right then and there. You know, so, like, most workers were just delivering sand. And they had some way to, like, pump them out, like, doof, 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 you know? Something like that they would need. There's just no way to mechanically deal with all that stone. Vitrified stone. Look at that shit, dude. Weird stuff going on down there, man.
this transformer survived? Was it due to the sheer number of them once in existence? Or is it possibly a very special rarity? Unfortunately, regardless of alternative advice, ISMET intends to donate it to academically funded scientists for, quote, further studies. We feel there is a high probability that the artifact may be lost or stolen. Regardless, it was thankfully photographed and is undoubtedly a very remarkable object. We often encounter a variety of techniques used by individuals and academic bodies who are attempting to stem the flow of true historical knowledge. Indeed, many of the most controversial and compelling artifacts are often stolen, conveniently lost, or simply sold on by their original discoverer, never to be seen again. However, sometimes these artifacts successfully make it into the public domain, photographed and studied by reliable figures before these vanishing acts can occur. And our next artifact is no exception. Predictably, the tactic that is seemingly chosen for these particular smoking guns is for the academic and scientific worlds to simply ignore such objects as if they do not exist, or, as with this particular UPART, to dismiss it, to look away, and claim it is simply impossible. Known as the Nampa doll, it is a small figurine confirmed beyond doubt as having once been crafted by the hands of man. It was discovered in 1889 by a group of workers who were searching for water near the town of Nampa in southwestern Idaho. They were attempting to create a well, drilling a borehole down to a depth of 295 feet, at which point they began to bring up strange cuts of clay. Amongst them was a unique projectile, a tiny clay figure in the shape of a woman. Professor Albert A. Wright of Oberlin College officiated the figure's authenticity in 1979, making academia's attempts to vanish the out-of-place figure near impossible. Quote, "It was not the product of a small child or amateur, but was made by a true artist. Though badly battered by time, the doll's appearance is still distinct. It has a bulbous head, with barely discernible mouth and eyes, broad shoulders, short thick arms, and long legs. There are also faint geometric markings on the figure, which represent either clothing patterns or jewelry. They are found mostly on the chest or around the neck, arms, and wrists. The doll is the image of a person of a high civilization, artistically attired. We find his conclusion of it being of a person of high civilization as the most compelling, further supporting our belief that the doll is a leftover remnant of a now lost civilization. And due to academia's dismissive attitude towards the stonework, it is lost as a result of their conspiratorial ignorance. Furthermore, and an additionally intriguing reality, is the dating of the artifact. The geological strata it was discovered amongst is known as the Glens Ferry Formation, that, according to the same entities that deny the artifact's existence, was created approximately 2 million years ago during the Pliocene-Pleistocene transition. Additionally, before the mass cover-up of artifacts, research, and indeed evidence from the public domain, George Frederick Wright, a geologist from the Boston Society of Natural History, also confirmed this astonishing object's authenticity. Quote, "There is no ground to question the fact that this image came up in the sand pump from the depth reported. In visiting the locality in 1890, I took special pains while on the ground to compare the discoloration of the oxide upon the image with that upon the clay balls still found among the debris, and ascertained it to be as nearly identical as it is possible to be. These confirmation evidences, in connection with the very satisfactory character of the evidence furnished by the parties who made the discovery, confirmed by Mr. G.M. Gumming of Boston, who was the superintendent of that division and who knew all the parties, placed the genuineness of the discovery, in my mind, beyond reasonable doubt." End quote. How could a figurine, dated at 2 million years old, identified as having come from a technologically advanced civilization, exist? Authenticated by a number of official and highly trained individuals, if indeed there has never been another technologically advanced civilization to have flourished here upon our planet. We find the fact that academia is simply attempting to dismiss its existence, proof of their concealment of this truth, making the Nampa figurine undoubtedly highly compelling.
Highly compelling.
There are many enigmatic, unexplained, ancient mysteries which we have covered here on our channel. Many mysterious ruins which are slowly revealing their secrets to us. However, what must be the most intriguing of the historical subcategories has to be the O parts, out-of-place artifacts that have been found all over Earth. These mystifying items are the only subject within the field which can shed their own very unique lights upon the distant past, and sometimes hard-to-believe possibilities attached to their ages. The island of Samos within Greece is home to a number of these particular artifacts. 1.5 kilometers off the coast of Turkey, this small island has a big history. Within the island's capital museum is a wide range of very impressive artifacts. The most interesting among the collection is undoubtedly the strange bronze artifact, which according to academia, merely depicts a strange form of unknown carriage that would have once been pulled by horses. However, some also believe that the strange animals are actually depicting a form of periscope, and that the entire artifact is actually that of an ancient submarine. Additionally, there also exists another amazing artifact that we felt was worth a mention, found within private collection. Originally a religious idol, what do you think this wooden artifact is depicting?
Oh wow.
Could it actually be that of modern-day paragliders? Somehow sent back in time, seen and depicted by this once ancient people as a religious vision? It's an incredible, if rather imaginative thought, but it is testament to such artifacts' intriguing nature. There are many incredible out-of-place artifacts that can be found all over Earth. Each one just waited to spark our interests. Thanks for watching, guys, and until next time, take care.
The chronological dating of our technological development and capabilities within antiquity are often correlated and judged upon the developments within heat management of metal refinery. For example, one of our strongest arguments against the modern-day attested view that ancient Egyptians were the builders of the Sphinx, the pyramids, the tombs, etc., is partly based upon their lack of ability in heating a furnace to a sufficient enough temperature to create the hardened metal tools needed to penetrate and carve such hard stones. The Nanjing Belt is an extremely rare find that has unsurprisingly vanished from public view, preventing any further analysis, although the existence of these artifacts was officially noted in several places and was indeed analyzed by several specialists. What is amazing regarding the Nanjing Belt is its age, but most importantly, what it is made of. In 1952, 2 tombs were found within Yixing City in China. One of the tombs also had a clear date inscribed upon its inside, It stated that they were buried on the 20th of September of the 7th year of Yuan Kang, the late general of Zhao, 1700 years ago. When the belt was initially retrieved, it was sent for analysis at the chemistry department of Nanjing University. The results were astonishing: 10% copper, 5% manganese, and the remaining was 85% pure aluminum. However, the development of aluminum is a very modern achievement, requiring extreme heats to smelt, heats that we believe were impossible to manage at the time. Alumina is dissolved in molten cryolite at 1000 degrees C, with a melting point of pure alumina being 2054 degrees Celsius. So, the question persists: how could such an artifact exist? A question once taken up in the West by three scholars, Butler, Glidewell, and Pritchard, at St. Andrews University. The abstract sums up their work, quote, "Pieces of aluminum, supposedly parts of a set of belt ornaments, were found in a Jing Dynasty tomb during excavations in the 1950s. The authenticity of these finds was questioned at the time in view of the technology required to isolate aluminum from its ore. Examination of the thermodynamic requirement for this process demonstrates unequivocally that the temperature required for this process is greatly in excess of that possible with Jing Dynasty technology, and so the finds cannot be authentic. Unfortunately, again, we find ourselves in familiar waters. So-called scholars, three in fact, with a conclusion based solely upon historical assumptions. Unfortunately, the artifact was seemingly too controversial for some, and it has disappeared, sadly, quite possibly forever." During a previous video titled "Secret Missions into the Great Pyramid," in which we covered the most bizarre of artifacts once found in a seemingly inaccessible shaft, eventually discovered to be an entry shaft into the now-named Queen's Chamber. Just how this bronze ball, hook, and several bizarre fragments of wood found their way into the pyramids is unknown. We shared the fact that the wood had become conveniently lost, thus preventing any future dating of the artifacts, or indeed this possible attempt to have once penetrated the pyramid, far before the Spanish invasion of Egypt, their modern rediscovery, or indeed before the entrance to the pyramid was located. However, in a rather strange yet fortunate twist of fate, sitting within a collection of ancient Asian relics within Scotland, an Egyptian archaeologist was shocked to rediscover these cedar fragments, once mislabeled and thus never classified, lost for almost 70 years, yet refound within an old cigar box. One has to wonder, with our prior hypothesis, and indeed the convenience of the wood somehow becoming lost, was this a deliberate act by someone? Possibly someone who realized the controversy attached to this artifact. What we find most compelling, however, and a possible motive to hide such an artifact, are the now realized result of modern carbon dating, showing that the wood dates to somewhere between 3341 and 3094 BC, long before the claimed construction of the pyramid. Furthermore, although many have claimed that counterweights and timber structures were utilized in the construction of the pyramids, this wood not only predates the claimed date of their creation, but does so by some 1,000 to 2,000 years.
Yeah, that's crazy.
So any
What were they doing
mainstream
down there?
explanation for this dating anomaly is severely lacking. However, it fits perfectly with our original hypothesis and is indicative not only of a far earlier date of construction, but could indeed have been a possible successful attempt at penetrating the pyramid's deepest inner chambers, simply due to the mysterious yet impressive location in which these enigmatic artifacts were found and subsequently retrieved from. Curatorial assistant Abir Aladani found the fragments of wood as she perused the Asia section of the archives of the University of Aberdeen. Quote, "Once I looked into the numbers of our Egypt records, I instantly knew what it was, and that it had effectively been hidden in plain sight in the wrong collection. I'm an archaeologist and have worked on digs in Egypt, but I never imagined it would be here in northeast Scotland that I'd find something so important to the heritage of my own country." End quote. As you can imagine, we find the wooden artifacts highly compelling. We have come to a point in the age of our civilization, thanks to the efforts of countless individuals who, in the pursuit of truth, specifically the reality of a lost past, a lost civilization once possessing now lost technologies, has finally arrived on the main stage of debate. It has come to a point of critical mass, either having been made aware of their existence, or indeed realizing or stumbling upon this hidden truth independently. Regardless, we have uncovered an immense array of proof to not only confirm their existence, but a proof now all but overwhelming to argue with. The entire planet, literally littered with impossible remnants, left by what we believe was not only one, but part of an array of lost civilizations, several of which being past global superpowers. Yet I digress. The artifacts found throughout Giza, for example, demonstrate a seemingly impossible ability to move and carve stones with the tools mainstream academics would put in the builder's hands, making such creations impossible. There exists within the museum's archives themselves a smorgasbord of vases and stone cores, lay for all to see. Each suggest that they were not only the result of some form of advanced lathe work, but other far superior and powerful tools far ahead of that of the copper chisel, which to claim was the culprit, we feel is now nothing more than an offense to one's intelligence, when the evidence to suggest otherwise is in front of one's face at the same time. We have previously covered the vases supposedly made using nothing but copper in the past, specifically the tri-lobe disc. Yet the many other members of the collection, known as the Saqqara vases, not only demonstrate a mastery of lathe work, but some are so impossibly delicate that when attempted to be explained with modern paradigm, one is left utterly baffled. What lost technologies or techniques were used in the creation of these vases? Article 99 from the Anorthosite Nice catalog, but one example of this extraordinary ability to either cut or possibly mold these stone vases, with wafer-thin edges and a shape formed with the lip, demonstrating they would be impossible to recreate even with the advanced technology of a lathe. Who made these seemingly impossible artifacts, along with the unmissable Great Pyramids, highly compelling?
Down drop. Is that it? Fuck. It's a plane home. Kidding me? Is this new?
In 2015, geneticists were working with indigenous
10 months
tribes
old.
in the Amazon rainforest. They were trying to use genetics
wonder how
to
Stefan's gonna
understand
cope with
when
this.
and how modern humans entered the Americas, when they made a really unexpected discovery.
Debunk this, MF. Yeah, what are you gonna do about that,
And we
bud?
found this different ancestry.
Part of the ancestry of these Native Americans was more closely related to Aboriginal Australians, Papuans, Andamanese Islanders.
Very surprised. I was very surprised. I didn't imagine something.
They called this ancestry Population Y, after Ipiquera, which means ancestor in the Tupi language family that these people spoke. How could it be that people in the heart of the Amazon had this ancestral relationship to people on the other side of the world? Where did that ancestry come from? I got to speak to two geneticists working on this mystery, Tabitha Hunemeyer and Marcos Araujo Castro e Silva. Today, we're going to discuss what we know and don't know about Population Y, why it hasn't been found in North America, where did this ancestry come from? Just don't expect any easy answers. This is not the kind of video that is going to come to a nice, neat conclusion. This is definitely still a work in progress.
I'm happy if you understand something because we are really confused as well.
Well, it's complicated. It's complicated.
It's really complicated. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about this. What's on here?
Fighter plane that was pursuing whatever this object was, that was traveling much faster and at a much higher altitude than the fighter could achieve. And to this day, all of the objects you're going to be seeing in this footage from the 1950s remain unidentified. But far more modern is the documentation that the Pentagon recently released entitled Unidentified Anomalous Phenomena Reporting and Material Disposition. And it makes very clear what the Pentagon's position is on UAPs and even establishes some very particular categories of UAP sightings that up to this point, both the Defense Department and NASA have told the public do not exist. In other words, it seems that there are certain types of UAPs that have been observed in environments that previously the government said had not actually happened. And I'm going to give you some examples of those categories here in just a moment. But first of all, let's go ahead and start with the introduction of this documentation. Quote, the U.S. government has observed UAP in or near the territory and or operating areas of the United States, of its allies, and of its adversaries, and observing, identifying, and potentially mitigating UAP has become a growing priority for U.S. policymakers, lawmakers, and warfighters. The potentially ubiquitous presence of UAP defines the national security implications of those anomalies, which range from operational hazards and threats to technological and intelligent surprise to adversaries' strategic miscalculations. It is imperative that the DoD provide UAP incident, incursion, and engagement and material for the department's detection and mitigation of potential threats, exploitation of advanced technologies, and informing policymaker and warfighter decisions. Now, there's a paragraph on page 3 of this document that I find to be especially interesting. Unidentified anomalous phenomena are sources of anomalous detections in one or more domain: airborne, seaborne, spaceborne, and/or transmedium that are not yet attributable to known actors and that demonstrate behaviors not readily understood by sensors or observers. Anomalous detections include, but are not limited to, phenomena that demonstrate apparent capabilities or material that exceed known performance envelopes. A UAP may consist of one or more unidentified anomalous objects and may persist over an extended period of time. And the first category is spaceborne UAP, sources of anomalous detections above the Kármán line. And up to this point, NASA has insisted that there is no connection between UAP and any objects that have ever been seen in space, and yet for some reason, the Pentagon is creating an entire category for these types of objects. Then, of course, you have airborne UAP, the more common ones, sources of anomalous detections between Earth's mean sea level and the Kármán line. Then seaborne UAP, sources of anomalous detections at or below Earth's mean sea level. And then transmedium UAP, sources of anomalous detections that transit one or more domain. Why establish all these categories if you didn't have UAP sightings to put into those categories? And the categories get even more interesting. For example, UAP objects, which are corporeal artifacts of unidentified anomalous phenomena. UAP may contain one or more UAP objects, such as airborne craft exhibiting apparent anomalous capabilities, and UAP material are samples in whole or in part of UAP objects. In other words, debris. Then there's the UAP incursion, a UAP incident in, on, or near U.S. military installations, operating areas, training areas, special use airspace, proximity operations, and other areas of interest. And then, a very interesting category, UAP engagements, a kinetic or non-kinetic response to a UAP intended to deny, disrupt, or destroy the phenomenon and or its objects. topics, and the categories get even more intriguing. A UAP hazard is a safety risk to persons, material, or information by UAP that do not demonstrate hostile intent, and then a UAP threat is a force protection and/or national security risk to persons, material, or information by UAP that demonstrate hostile intent. And then a UAP reaction is the apparent UAP response to stimuli, including but not limited to UAP detection, observation, interrogation, and/or engagement. Now, another fascinating detail is in their list of resources, the Pentagon actually has a link to their Freedom of Information Act reading room. This is very intriguing, especially one document about anti-gravity. But before we get to that, I need to talk about what has happened in Indiana recently. Another mass sighting of UFOs, this time in fairly close proximity to a military base, and the observations were made in a town called Kokomo. And of course, numerous observations have also been made by untrained observers, as well as observers who have some military background. But these objects bear a great deal of similarity to military flares, especially given how they briefly light up and then disappear, followed by another one in sequence. And I would agree with this assessment if it wasn't for the fact that a strange and enormous rectangular object passed through the region at roughly the same time and was picked up on Doppler radar. And apparently this thing also left an atmospheric shock wake as it passed through the area, indicating that it was a physical object of some kind and not just a radar ghost. But even this, in my opinion, was not strange enough to warrant a video on the topic, given how many other UAP sightings there have been around the world in the last few months, if it wasn't for the fact that something very similar to this happened in Indiana in 1978 as well.
Bloomfield's a small town about 40 miles
Dude,
to the
these
southeast of
similarities
Louisville.
are pretty crazy.
Its
No one wants you to
population is
realize
about
this,
1,100.
right?
But don't think
like
that
this shit
because
keeps
it's small,
happening over
nothing
and
ever
over again.
happens here. In Bloomfield and the communities surrounding it,
Pretty nuts.
UFO sightings
They
has
would have
become
the
almost a
similar
nightly
event.
experience.
And residents have been doing a lot of stargazing since the sightings began about
Like if
2
it was a
years
military
ago.
thing, it
They
wouldn't be the
usually
same
happen
base this
outside
far
of town,
apart,
but not
right?
regularly.
It'd
They've
be a
appeared on
project they
clear
were
nights
developing
and on cloudy
and
ones,
then go
usually
away.
between 10 and 12 in the evening. Out and About radio reporter Bonnie Drake says 25 to 50 residents have actually seen the UFOs, and she herself had an encounter here on a quiet road just to the northwest of town. She describes it as 6 amorphous balls of light above a treetop. They lit up the sky like daylight.
Well, after a while, these things began to move upward. They moved sidewards. They would form, look like a letter of a sort. And
Sideways
anytime
away,
a car
a
would
word.
pass along the road, they would go out. And then after
Sideways.
everything got dark and still again, then
Sideways.
one by one they'd come back on. Or if an airplane came over in the vicinity, they would go out. And then one by one they'd come back on. And it was quite a sight.
Whenever I'm preparing a piece of UFO content, I do my best to look for corresponding incidents or similar incidents that may have taken place in the same region, sometimes in the distant past, involving witnesses that could not possibly have known the witnesses that observed the UFOs in modern sightings. Now, of course, balls of light, as were described in this particular incident, is a very common thing with UFO sightings. Where's the connection to this modern incident? Well, watch this.
This is Kathy Wilfong. I live between 3 and 400 north on 525 east. I said, would you please send somebody out here in a hurry? There is a UFO out here.
Cindy Bridges and Kathy Wilfong believe a UFO landed here in this soybean field on November 3rd.
Never seen it on the ground. It was about 60 feet up in the air when we seen it, just hovering there over the field.
It looked like it was in 3 sections like a rectangle. And then the 2 end sections were pointed down at the ground like at a 20-degree angle. And in the middle of the middle section there was some type of round circle, and we couldn't tell if the circle was even with it or protruding out from it or up into it. There was just definitely a round circle in it. It was a grayish-green collar, had 2 white lights on it and 1 red. and the lights never started pulsating until it was moving. And then when it started moving, the lights started never blinking off, but brighter and dimmer. And it was just so huge, and it didn't make a noise, and that's what scared me.
The next morning, Cindy Bridges discovered a circular indentation in a nearby soybean field, directly beneath where they had first seen the lights.
We didn't know at first, how large it was. We found out later it was 44 feet in diameter, and it was a perfect circle. And the weeds and everything were smashed down, but not to the ground. They were like 6 to 8 inches above the ground, and they were intertwined together so much that if you tried to pick it up, the whole thing would come up with it.
These two housewives weren't the only ones to have noticed something strange the night of November 3rd. There were 19 separate reports of sightings of strange lights in the Greenfield area that night. This particular incident has attracted the attention of the Center for UFO Studies at Northwestern University. Their investigation of the incident continues. Cy Jenkins, News 4, Indiana.
Now, I'm not about to tell you that crop circles aren't hoaxes as a result of this story, but it is very interesting that the vegetation ended up becoming so incredibly intertwined. That is not how faked crop circles tend to end up, with that kind of sophistication, that kind of complexity to where you can't pull it up again. And this story brought to mind another story, or rather a paper that was recently declassified in this Freedom of Information Act reading room entitled Anti-Gravity for Aerospace Applications. Yes, the U.S. military has been studying possible anti-gravity technology, and one of the most interesting anti-gravity engines described in this paper is the Robert Forward's dipole gravitational field generator. Dr. Forward was a theoretical physicist who worked a lot on interstellar craft designs and theoretical technologies, and this machine could generate an anti-gravity field by accelerating a super dense fluid through pipes round around a torus, as pictured here. According to Forward, accelerating a hyperdense mass through a machine like this would create something called the Linz-Thirring effect. Any mass with a velocity and an acceleration exerts many different general relativistic forces on a given mass, and these forces act in the direction of the velocity and the direction of the acceleration of the originating mass. In summary, these forces are the equivalent to gravitational forces, which can be used to cancel the Earth's gravitational field. Such an engine would, of course, have to be perfectly circular, as was the feature that was described by these witnesses on this large rectangular UAP. Not only that, they would generate a circular anti-gravitational field that might affect vegetation on the ground in strange ways. Again, I'm not saying for certain that that's what we were observing here, but I find it quite fascinating that we have the Pentagon making these sorts of things available to the general public. After they were made available from Freedom of Information Act requests, now just about anybody can look these papers up, and the military was taking this technology, at least in 2010, very seriously. But in my opinion, what's even more intriguing than the materials that the Pentagon has recently released is the stuff that they haven't released. For example, CIA records created in 1956 entitled Unidentified Flying Objects. There are actually 2 of these files, and according to the description of these files, they are, quote, an edited production featuring footage of unidentified flying objects from both Montana and Utah. Captions included that the beginning and the end of the film maintain that the footage was authentic and that the footage was studied by the Photo Reconnaissance Laboratory at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base and the U.S. Navy Photo Interpretation Center in Washington, D.C., adding that staff were unable to identify the objects. Up to this point, and I've been waiting for a long time for the National Archives and the Pentagon to digitize these files, they have yet to make them available online. That's something I think that should require another Freedom of Information Act request. I'll keep you up to date on the progress with that. Oh, and one other thing, Freedom of Information Act requests do not come for free. You usually have to spend several $100s for the government to do the necessary research in order to provide you with the information requested on a Freedom of Information Act request. And if I could get 1% of my subscribers to support me on Patreon at the $5...
Real funny. Real, yeah, you got us. Ooh. Let's go. Can y'all go and subscribe to my channel, please? I need to get more subscribers so I can go live on YouTube and whatnot. Check it out. You're accusing this chat of doing anti-politics? I don't think that's fair. Realer if some of y'all subscribed, but it's tough. Joe Biden's America. God, that's great. Jeff Bezos is America. Subscribe to the YouTube channel, maybe? Yeah, and enough subscribers here, maybe I'll stop buying them mods. Yeah. Simple proposition. Fire off my demons. Stop buying them mods. Fucking steal it though. Protection jacket, but it's only like $6. Let's steal it from these deals. Stop you guys from missing out on this incredible deal. Let's steal it. Stealing my soul. Not even subscribe. Buy me a drink first. Yeah. Who can show me reality?
cool is this?